What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Just wanted to let you guys know this is the end of the week compilation. So this is a compilation video of all the previous stories I've read so far this week. If you missed any of those stories, or if you like longer videos for you to put on in the background while you're doing something else or trying to fall asleep, this is the video for you. There will only be ads for the first part of the video, and for the latter part there will be no ads at all, so you can watch the stories without interruption. If you guys appreciate these long compilations and the daily videos, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you end up enjoying the video. If you have any thoughts about the stories while listening and want to share them as well, please leave those in the comments below, as those are always my favorite comments to read. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy the video, and I hope you guys have a great day. This happened years ago when I was a kid. I was homeschooled up until the time I went to high school. This happened when I was 10 years old. During this time, I lived with my parents and my sister in a pretty average house. Our neighborhood was also what I would describe as average as well. I always considered it to be very safe, and I would guess that my parents did as well. The typical school day for me was to work through these books that I had. They were basically the same books you would do in public school. Instead of sitting in class listening to a lecture though, I would just do them at home. I would read the chapter, then do the worksheet that was at the end of it. My mom was a teacher and would assign me which problems to do. She would also grade me and explain things to me that I didn't understand. She administered tests to me as well. One day, my dad was at work, and I was doing school. I don't remember why, but my mom had to go someplace with my sister. Might have just been to the grocery store or something like that. Like I said, I don't recall exactly why I didn't go with them. I was just old enough at that age to be able to stay home by myself for a little bit. I remember that my mom left and I was sitting in the living room at this table we had in there. I was doing some schoolwork, working on some type of worksheet. It was probably about 10 minutes after they left. Sometime in the later morning hours, the table I was sitting at was sort of at the end of the living room. I remember I was just kind of looking around when I noticed something strange in one of the windows. It was a window near the far end of the room, and I swore I could see somebody peeking inside. It appeared to be a man, but I couldn't get a good look at him. He was not looking in my direction, not that I was aware of at least. The window he was looking in through was at the front of our house. I was really creeped out by this. I got up and walked over to the window to look outside. When I reached it though, he was already gone. I looked out and couldn't see the man in our front yard or out in the street. I wasn't sure where he had gone so quickly, but I was just glad he was gone at all. After that, I went back to the table and continued to do my schoolwork. I'm not sure exactly how long I was working, about 5 more minutes at most. That was when out of nowhere, I heard the back door to our home opening. I was confused at first. Then I quickly realized what was happening. The man I'd seen in the window must have gone around to the back of the house and entered. I didn't think the back door had been left unlocked, but apparently it had. Now, from where I was in that moment, I was at the edge of the living room and the dining room. Connecting the dining room to the back of the house was a kitchen, where the back door was. The man entering was out of my line of sight, but just barely. As I heard his footsteps entering my home, I got up and ran into the living room. That was farther away and more out of sight of where the man would be. Luckily, the entire living room was carpeted, so I didn't make much noise. I knew I had to get out of there or hide. I quickly ran over to the couch and slipped underneath it. It was a decent-sized sofa, so there was a good amount of space below. Plus, I was small for my age. It was one of my favorite hiding places for hide-and-seek when I was younger. Just what I needed for this moment. After I slipped under the couch, I tried to be as quiet as I could. I heard footsteps drawing closer, and I got really nervous. I was scared the man somehow knew I was hiding underneath this couch. He approached the living room that I was in. That's when I realized I had to call the police somehow. Back then, cell phones were not common at all though. I certainly didn't have one at least. The man walked just inside the living room, and I really freaked out. He seemed to walk through and then head towards the hallway that led to some of the bedrooms. I felt a bit safer as his footsteps got farther away, but I was still terrified. I looked around underneath the couch. The only thing there was an extra blanket and some pillows. I moved myself over toward the back corner underneath, and that's when I had an idea. On the right side of this couch, near where I was a side table, and on that side table was a corded house phone, one of several we had back then. I knew if I could just reach that phone, I could call the police. I didn't want to risk having my hiding place revealed, though. I also didn't want to make any noise. I lifted up the trim that went around the bottom of the couch. The cord for the phone was somewhat long. I went over to the edge. I took a blanket from underneath the couch and moved it against the wall. Then I reached and grabbed the cord and yanked on it. The phone was pulled from its place and fell onto the floor. It hit the area where I'd placed the blanket, preventing it from making much noise. I grabbed the phone and was able to dial 911 on it. I was lucky our model of phone allowed you to dial on the actual phone itself. I hit 911, then covered the phone with a blanket so there wouldn't be any noise. I was able to hear just enough by pressing my ear to it. When the 911 operator asked me what was going on, I whispered that somebody had broken into my home and I was hiding underneath the couch. I gave our address and was told the police were on their way. To stay hidden, they stayed on the line with me, and it made me feel better. Meanwhile, I hadn't heard any other noises inside our home for a while. I knew they had gone toward the bedrooms, but beyond that, I didn't have a clue what was happening. Minutes went by, and I remained hidden where I was. I still heard nothing. It wasn't until a couple of minutes after that I heard a noise coming from down the hallway. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it assured me the person was still here and still down the hall. They seemed to be in one of the bedrooms searching for something. I kept on hiding. It felt like forever, waiting for the police to get there. The person stayed where they were for the next few minutes. Then, at last, I heard some noise out front. The police were finally here. I heard movement down the hall, and then a flurry of footsteps. The man started moving back from the hallway to the living room. He wasn't there for long, though. He swiftly moved back out toward the kitchen. It was a huge relief to hear that. He then left the house, but the police caught up with him not long after. They must have seen him fleeing. I came out from underneath the couch. The first thing I remembered was seeing police in the front yard. I went over and opened up the front door. I was told they had located the man in the backyard. An officer came inside and spoke with me, then contacted my mom. She got home a short time later. It was a very crazy experience. After that, I wasn't left home alone for a long time. I didn't really want to be either. Looking back, I can't believe that situation worked out as well as it did. I was really scared, but thankfully I was able to do what I had to do. I feel very lucky it turned out the way it did. This is the story of last spring, when I went on a trip with some friends. I was a senior in college during this time, and spring break came in March. My friend group that was going was the 3 other girls I lived with in a house at school, and one other we'd planned the trip with all the way back at the beginning of the school year. We were going to Miami, Florida, which is a popular destination for spring break. It's a good city and there's a fun beach there. We were planning to have some fun activities. It was also very cold at the university for us, so we were happy to be going to a warmer place in Miami. When spring break came, we all boarded a flight and arrived in Miami on Friday evening. The 5 of us had rented an Airbnb together, which was pretty nice. It was a 3-bedroom house that wasn't that large, but there was plenty of space for us. It was a good location, and we'd saved some money by booking it early. The price wasn't too bad because we'd split the cost 5 ways as well. We were staying for a total of 5 days. The first couple of days there went exactly as expected. We went to the beach a lot, hit some restaurants and bars nearby, as well as some other places here and there. There were a lot of awesome places we could go to pretty close by. Many were within walking distance even. Others we would take Ubers or public transportation. Some of the time we would split up a little bit, but usually all of us would do everything together. On the 3rd night, I believe, we had been out until around 10 or so. We all went back to the Airbnb. We had been out since pretty early in the day, so most of us were pretty tired. I, however, was not. I was really hungry and wanted to go grab some snacks. I asked anyone if they wanted to come with me, but everybody declined. One of my friends did offer to come, but didn't want to get anything, so I said it was fine for them to not tag along. I left the Airbnb by myself and started walking toward the street that had everything on it. It would only take about 10 minutes to get to the convenience store. I just had to go a block or 2, then take a left. I started walking along this street. Now, this street had hotels, restaurants, and even stores on it, but right now it wasn't busy. There were a few cars driving by here and there, and maybe 1 or 2 people out walking, but other than that, not much. I was walking along the sidewalk looking for a convenience store I'd seen earlier. I couldn't remember exactly where on the street it was, though. Not long after I started walking on the sidewalk, a car came driving up. I heard it approaching from behind me. It seemed to slow down right as it was passing. Then it pulled over 10 feet in front of me on the side of the road. I thought maybe it was an Uber, dropping someone off or something. The car was a black Cadillac sedan. I remember after coming to the side of the road, the passenger side window rolled down, the window that was closest to me. All the other windows were heavily tinted, so it was impossible to see inside. Right when I was almost even with the passenger side window that had been rolled down, I heard a voice calling out to me from inside. A man asked me if I needed a ride. I didn't and looked over and said no thank you. The man driving was wearing these giant sunglasses. He then told me to hop in. I said no thanks once more and kept watching. I watched the car pull away from the spot. I found the situation sort of weird, to be honest. What made that guy think I was going to get into his car with him? I had no clue who he even was. The car drove away down the street. After that, I kept on walking. Less than 5 minutes later, I was still walking on the same sidewalk when I heard a car approaching from behind again. I didn't really pay it any attention until I heard it slowing down. When it passed by me, I saw it was the same Cadillac from earlier. This got me a little bit worried. Once more, it pulled over in front of me. When it did, I moved off to the right a little bit to be farther away from this guy. As the car stopped this time, though, the back door opened. I saw a man step out. The man immediately started moving toward me. Nobody said anything. I started to walk away from him. I looked around. Nobody else was in the immediate area. I started running and found the closest building that was open. It appeared to be some sort of restaurant. I ran for the door and slipped inside. After making it in, I looked back out the window. The guy did not follow me through the door, but I could see him walk past several times on the sidewalk, then turn around and start walking back to the car. I just stayed inside the small lobby of this restaurant. and watched the guy walk around the sidewalk for a whole minute. Once he finally returned, the car drove away once again. I finally left and walked really swiftly to the convenience store, which luckily wasn't actually that far away. I stayed in there for a long time, just in case the car decided to come back around again. Once I was sure I hadn't seen them in a while, I ran back as fast as I could. Luckily, I didn't see the man again. After that, the rest of the trip was pretty fine, but I was always more careful observing my surroundings after that experience. This happened back when I was in high school. I remember that at my school, we would have a spring break that lasted an entire week. It was sometime in March, I believe. It became a tradition for my family to go on a vacation during that time. We lived up north and usually would travel somewhere warm, down south or something. On this year in particular, I was a sophomore. My brother was a senior in high school at the time. We took a family vacation out to the beach and flew there at the start of the weekend. The trip was going to be about a week long. We were staying in a hotel that was very close to the beach. You could walk there quite easily. After we flew down there, we were able to go to the hotel pool that night. It was a bit later in the day, so we didn't want to do too much. The next day, though, we went down to the beach for the first time. I remember that I went into the water at first, but then I went back to our chairs. We had a few chairs with our stuff at them, and the beach was pretty busy. My parents and brother were all still in the water, but I was a ways away now. I started to sunbathe and relax, while everyone else played in the water. I would say about 15 minutes into this, some random guy approached me. I remember that out of nowhere, I felt a sudden tap at my shoulder. I jumped up really fast because obviously that startled me. When I looked to see, I saw a guy standing there. He was about 40 years older than me, had messy hair and a big sloppy beard. From the start, he was already acting creepy. As if it wasn't bad enough to randomly tap a person on the shoulder you didn't know. He said hi to me and asked me what I was doing. I didn't really know what to say. I mean, we're on the beach, what do you think I was doing? I just said I wasn't doing anything. I was just sitting there. I asked him why he'd come up to me. He said something like he'd seen me from a ways away and thought I looked so good he just had to come over. I told the guy I was still in high school and told him to go away. He said okay and shuffled a little ways back. I returned to what I was doing and laid down and closed my eyes. I just had this gut feeling he was going to continue watching me though. After about a minute, I discreetly sat up a bit and tried to look around. When I did, I saw the guy still there, standing 50 feet away and just staring at me. I decided to go back in the water after that. I went into the ocean and came up to my parents and brother. They were all playing with one of those inflatable beach balls, so I joined in and told them there was a weird guy who tried to come up to me. My dad went back to the shore with me to our stuff. I looked around, but the guy was gone. I looked all around the beach area, but I couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. He could be hiding, but I had no way to know for sure. After that, I stuck with my parents for the rest of the time at the beach that day. For the rest of the day, my family and I did some other fun stuff. We went to some local attractions, restaurants, and whatnot. We got back to the hotel that night, and were hanging out just before bed. I remember getting really thirsty, so I said I was going to go down to the lobby to get something to drink. I left our hotel room and took the elevator down. There was a small area with food and beverages where you could buy something. When I got to the lobby, things were really quiet. It was a bit later at night. It was also a somewhat large area, which made it even more eerie. I went over to the drink section and grabbed a bottle of water. It was at that point that I looked back to where I had come from and saw that very same guy from the beach earlier. It really took me by surprise. Instantly, I was nervous. He was just staring at me just like before. I went up to the counter and told the front desk worker my room number. I tried to ignore the guy as I did. After I started walking back out of the lobby, though, I saw him get up and start following after me. He even tried to call out to me. I didn't say hi back to him. I just ran for the elevator doors. The guy didn't appear to run after me, but I didn't want to wait for the elevator doors. I remember running up the stairs instead. I don't know why he was even in the lobby. If he was staying at the same hotel or what. When I got back upstairs, I told my parents I'd seen that creepy guy again. The next day was perfectly fine, though. I didn't see him at all, during the day or the night. Unfortunately, the day after that I did. My brother and I wanted to do some more swimming, but it was nighttime. We had been gone for most of the day. The hotel pool was nice because it remained open really late into the night. It was also outside. There was a bar area near it, and overall it was just a really good ambiance. We went down there, and I don't remember exactly what time it was. My brother jumped in and started swimming. I was going to get in too, but it was no longer than 5 minutes before I saw that same man enter the pool area. I was so creeped out by running into him again that I just wanted to leave right away. I started walking out of there. I remember noticing him staring at me once again. When I left the pool area, I was just trying to go back to the hotel room, but the man started following after me. I went down the hallway and could hear him walking right behind me. I got toward the elevators and pushed the button, but the man came up like he was going to wait for it too. At that point, I quickly turned and ran for the stairs. This time, I heard the guy clearly following me up the stairs as well. I entered the stairwell and heard the guy enter behind me. He was about 15 feet behind or so. I ran up to the floor we were on and entered the hallway with the guy still on my tail. I had a hotel key, luckily, and started sprinting for the door. At this point, the man gave up the ghost and started running after me. I made it to the door and was struggling to get the key in. I was fumbling all around with it as I could hear the man running closer and closer. Finally, I got the door open. I ran inside and slammed the door behind me. The man actually tried to get in, even though my parents were in the room with me. My parents were just watching a movie on the TV. They asked me what was going on, and I told them the creepy guy had chased after me. They got up, and my dad left the hotel room. I remember the guy was gone by then. After that, we went down to the front desk and reported that man. After that night, I didn't see him for the rest of the trip. I was always looking out for him, though. I don't know exactly who he was, but he was one of the biggest creeps I've ever seen. I was homeschooled from a young age. I have 2 siblings, and I remembered that when I was pretty young, we were in a homeschool group. I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I was 7 years old when this story takes place. During that time, we would go to this community center, probably once a week during the school year. A bunch of other homeschooled people were there as well. It was kind of like actual school. We would go into rooms with other kids our age and do activities and stuff in there. There would be teachers for us in the rooms as well, which I'm pretty sure were just parents that volunteered. I don't remember a whole lot of details about it, but I think we did it for about 2 or 3 years. One experience, though, I really remember well, because of what happened during it. We were at the community center, which was located in a quieter part of town. It wasn't that far away at all from a busier area with stores and stuff, though, probably less than a mile away. Behind the building we were in, there was a little playground and a small grassy field as well. Then there was some sort of road to the west of it. I remember at one point either the lessons had finished up or they'd let us have some sort of recess. I went outside near the small playground. It was just me and I believe one other child, maybe two. I don't even remember who the kid was because it was so long ago. We were hanging out together playing on some of the playground equipment. There were a couple swings and a slide, not too much fancy. I went on one of the swings at one point. We had been outside for maybe 10 minutes or so when this car started to drive down the street that went by the playground area. What I remember is that the road was usually very quiet, so when a vehicle drove by, it was very noticeable. The car pulled over on the side of the road, not far away from us. After the car stopped, we all just kinda stared at it. I remember the door opened and a woman stepped out. I didn't know who she was and I had never seen her there before. She took a couple steps into the grassy area and then waved at us. I waved back to her and was sort of confused. She started waving us over. Another kid sort of started walking closer to her, but we were both hesitant. I thought that maybe she worked at the community center or something. As we got closer, I remember hearing her call out to me to follow her into her car. That's when I knew something was wrong. I knew better than to get into a car with a stranger. I just stood there. She asked me again to get in the back. She wasn't yelling at me or demanding it, just politely asking. I started moving away and grabbed the other kid as well. Me and the other kid both ran and went back inside. I remember when we got in, I found my mom and told her about what was going on. We went back out, but by then the woman was already gone. I don't really remember much else, but I do know that after that day, we weren't allowed to go outside anymore. Looking back, the story is really creepy. I didn't know at the time how dangerous of a situation I had escaped from that day. I'm from the East Coast, but I went to college at Washington State. I was about as far away as you could be. By my junior year, I looked for any excuse to go home and visit my family. I got my wish when I found out that my aunt and uncle were having a massive family reunion at their farmhouse. I have a really big family, and we're all super close. My grandparents had 10 children, and I'm close to every one of my aunts, uncles, and cousins, except for one uncle. All 10 of my grandparents' children got married, except for my Uncle Ron, who spent a considerable amount of time in and out of jail. Uncle Ron hadn't been seen for a long time by anybody in the family. My grandma had tried to keep in touch with him, but due to his reckless lifestyle, she lost touch altogether, not by choice, but because Ron was just sort of an outright jerk. You see, it's sort of a sore subject whenever the family gets together. We don't mention him at all. I flew home for the party and I was thrilled to see that everybody had made the reunion. My aunt and uncle who owned the farmhouse were significantly older than all my aunts and uncles. Other than their children, I was the oldest of all the cousins. Since there were plenty of younger kids there, I loved playing games with them. I suggested we all play a big game of hide-and-seek together. All the cousins and children loved the idea, so we broke up into little teams. My aunt and uncle's property was massive, and there were tons of places to hide. My aunt said that anywhere on the property was fair game. Just don't go anywhere near the main road. The main road wasn't busy exactly. It's just that since it was in the middle of nowhere and there weren't usually any vehicles, the vehicles that would drive by were usually going 80 miles per hour. When it was my turn to hide, I went into the barn. I was looking around for a cool place to conceal myself. When I got inside, I remembered there was a small loft that you needed a ladder to get into. It wasn't super high up, and the ladder was really thick and sturdy. so I wasn't worried about anyone getting hurt or anything. As I was approaching the ladder, though, I noticed something quite strange on the ground near the base of it. There was a bunch of cigarette butts. I knew my aunt and uncle didn't smoke, especially not now. My uncle had all sorts of lung issues already. I just kind of chalked it up to a weird occurrence. Maybe they had workers there or something at some point, and they happened to smoke. Maybe the cousins did it. I didn't know. I just knew it was really inconsiderate. I've worked on crews before, though, where the smokers would just kind of throw their butts wherever they were when they were done. This wasn't really a red flag to me. I climbed the ladder, and when I got to the loft, things were even stranger. There was trash among all the boxes of storage, like literally trash. Empty cans, bags of chips, that sort of thing. I thought this was really weird. I knew that my aunt and uncle were in no condition to climb this ladder. I continued to investigate the loft. Throughout the dusty floorboards, there were various footprints. I stopped for a second and just listened. I thought I could hear the sound of someone else breathing. Given my anxiety about the situation, though, I told myself I must just be hearing things. I started making my way to the back of the loft, and then I froze. Sitting right there, staring back at me, was a dirty-looking man. My first thought was a homeless man had found his way into the barn and was squatting in the loft. Before I could do anything, the man rushed at me, knocking me over. I heard him jump down to the ground and run out of the barn. Before he hit me, I noticed it wasn't just some random homeless dude. It was my Uncle Ron. I almost didn't even recognize him. I knew his eyes, though. When he ran me over, I was clearly able to get a good look at his face. Instead of creating a scene, I calmly went back down and told my aunt and uncle what just happened. They were outraged, but also very terrified. They were the ones who'd told Uncle Ron off all those years ago, and he had threatened to kill them many times. The thought that he was squatting in the loft made my aunt turn as white as a ghost. It didn't take long for the entire party to hear what was going on with this game of hide and seek. It ended soon after. I continued throwing the ball around with the kids, though, trying to distract them from what was going on. The police eventually showed up, and we told them everything. We had no idea where to find Uncle Ron now, but that didn't matter. They found him an hour later, walking down the side of the road. Before an officer even approached him, he started to run. He didn't get very far before they apprehended him. They found a large kitchen knife from my aunt and uncle's house on his person. I realize this story may not be as scary for some of you, but put yourself in my shoes, or even my aunt and uncle's shoes. Imagine going up into a loft and being confronted by a strange man staring back at you. Take that one step further. Imagine you're my aunt and uncle, and some person who threatened to kill you was living in your barn. At some point, he was even in the house as well, because he had stolen a knife from their kitchen. Why else would he have needed that knife, other than to use it on my aunt and uncle? He denies that, of course, but I remember the look in his eyes as he rushed me, and those eyes gave me the impression that he intended to do something downright evil. There are Dunkin' Donut shops everywhere here out east. They seem to be at just about every single street corner. Personally, I've always liked their coffee, and I go there all the time. Something happened the last time I went there, though, that has me second-guessing all of that. It was the morning, and I was on my way to work. I don't get coffee every day on my way to work, but here and there. When I do, most of the time I go to this one Dunkin' Donuts store that's right on the way to my workplace. I remembered that I pulled into the parking lot and parked. When I went inside, it was decently busy. A lot of other people were in there, so I got in line. I ordered, and within probably a minute or two after getting my coffee, I left the store. I walked back out to the parking lot. Now, I had been inside for less than 5 minutes altogether. When I got back towards my car, I saw there was a random man standing right next to it. This was weird because I wasn't even parked right next to the building. In fact, I was sort of far away. I walked closer, wondering who this guy was and what he was doing. I didn't get a great look at him. He wasn't exactly facing me. He appeared to be about average height, though, and was wearing a black jacket. He was also standing on the passenger side of my car. When I got closer, it looked like he was talking to someone on the phone. There were no cars parked anywhere near mine, so this was a really weird sight. I finally made it to my vehicle and hit the unlock button. My plan was to just ignore this guy altogether, then drive away. I got inside my car and sat down. I started the engine, but as soon as I did, the passenger side door opened up. I saw the man get in and sit down right next to me in my own vehicle. I was shocked at what was happening. After the guy sat down, I looked over at him. I asked him what the hell he was doing. He was not looking at me, but instead looking out the window. He said nothing. After a few seconds, I said to him, "Buddy, I think you're in the wrong car." He still said nothing. I told him to get out or else. The guy just still kept ignoring me. I couldn't believe this. I said to the guy that if he didn't leave, I was going to call the police. At first, he didn't do anything still, but several seconds after that, he suddenly turned. It was very fast. He reached for my keys, which were in the ignition. I was a little bit slow to react, but I tried to stop him. I grabbed his arm, and he grabbed my face with his other hand. We briefly struggled, but he was able to pull the keys away from me. Following this, the man actually took a swing at me, using my own keys as a weapon. With nothing to defend myself now, I reached for the driver's door. I got out and ran away from the car. I got on my phone to call the police and ran back inside the Dunkin' store. I then let the police know what was going on. As this was happening, I saw my car leave the parking lot with the man. The man was behind the wheel, and he'd clearly stolen my car. The police got there 10 minutes later, and I filled out a report. I also had to call my work and let them know of the situation. Luckily, they understood and allowed me to take the day off. This really could have been a huge headache for me. The man who stole my vehicle was caught later that very same day. Apparently, he was driving very recklessly, speeding and swerving through different lanes. The police even briefly chased him. He eventually pulled over, only to ditch the car and flee into the woods on foot. I was just happy my car didn't have any damage. I got it back, but I've not gone to that store ever since. You know, I always liked birthday parties as a kid, especially the early teenage years. We would play video games, have basketball tournaments outside, just hang out and be idiot boys. As I got older, they lost a little bit of that shine. My friends became less obsessed with sports and video games, and more obsessed with girls. I never had that crazy teenage boy desire to talk to every single girl I laid eyes on, though. I was the sort of person that could only ever fall for one girl, and I only wanted to date her for as long as I had those feelings. I was way too shy to ever initiate any sort of move, though. I remember I was in 11th grade. We went to my friend Mark's house for a sleepover birthday party. I was excited, nervous, and incredibly anxious. The girl I liked was going to be there. I just knew my friends were going to try and start something between us. We all loved Mark's house growing up. It was secluded, and the kicker to all of this was that the house butted up against the back of a cemetery. When we were younger, we would all tell ghost stories and try to jump scare each other. The older we got, we would mostly dare each other to jump the fence and stay in the graveyard for a certain amount of time. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that, so I was always the one who went into the graveyard. I could never be brave enough around the girls I liked, so I felt I needed to show my fearlessness in other ways. I became the kid who would do any dare. I don't know if kids still do this today, but when we were that age, we played a lot of truth or dare. That was the game to play around the girls because you never knew what you might get dared into doing. Because all the girls were there, though, I was terrified my friends would dare me to do something to Lily. I didn't want to do that, especially not in front of all my friends. The peer pressure of high school kicked in, though, and I didn't want to be labeled as a coward, so I said dare. I tried to look cool, collected, and brave. As I feared, my friend Mark dared me to take Lily into the graveyard for 10 minutes, and we weren't allowed to come out until the 10-minute timer was up. I realized 10 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but in my teenage boy brain, being alone with Lily for 10 minutes may have well been a death sentence by embarrassment. Lily seemed pretty excited for her part. She yelled out, "Heck yeah, I'm down. Let's do it, come on." She actually extended her hand to help me out of my chair. I could see out of the corner of my eye my friends all jostling each other with excitement. They knew what they were doing. My heart was thumping out of my chest at this point. If I could accurately depict the nerves and fear I felt in that moment, it might be the scariest story you've ever read. But unfortunately, I have no idea how to accurately relay that information to anyone else. If you have crippling anxiety, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, we made our way over the fence and into the cemetery. Even though I was a bit nervous, I started to feel calm. Lily was walking closely to me, making some comments about forgetting the 10-minute timer, and maybe we should stay here for a while, just hang out together. It was objectively creepy being in the cemetery, but not really that scary. I had been in that graveyard a million times. I wasn't worried about anything. We walked over to this huge tree, and she pulled me down. We sat down and started making some harmless small talk. I was about to make a move when we heard the sound of some tree twigs snapping, and both of our ears perked up. It was a hard snapping sound, the kind that doesn't come from nature just being nature. My first thought was that someone else was there. I looked at Lily and she just seemed to be annoyed. She told me she assumed somebody from the party was there spying on us or trying to scare us. That made all the sense in the world to me. I stood up and started to scan the surroundings. And that's when I saw what looked like two people's heads hiding behind a gravestone. I started approaching them, ready to give my friends a real piece of my mind. As I got closer, I got a good look at these two hiding people, and in that instant, I realized these were not my friends. These were two people somewhere in their mid-30s, a disheveled-looking man and woman who looked like they hadn't slept in weeks on end. I screamed some obscenity. Lily and I ran back to Mark's house. We got inside and locked the door. We were both freaking out. Everyone at the party was more confused than concerned, though. Mark and my friends laughed and assumed we were making it up to get out of that alone time. Thankfully, Lily had seen them too and corroborated my story. After some back and forth, one of my friends said it was probably another couple trying to have some alone time as well. That was the story everyone accepted, but I'd seen the look in their eyes from up that close, and something didn't feel right about those two. Well, the night continued, and the girls eventually left for the night. We were all crashing in Mark's living room. There were about 7 of us guys. I couldn't sleep at all. Lily was on my mind, as well as those 2 freaks in the cemetery. My mind was racing. A little after 3 o'clock in the morning, I thought I could hear a shuffling sound outside the house. I woke up my friend Nick and told him I was hearing something. He heard the same sound, but was trying to convince me it was the wind, or maybe even a deer. For some reason, I felt compelled to pull back the curtain in front of the sliding glass door. When I pulled it back, right on the other side of the glass were the two people from earlier. In that moment, with the light coming through, I could immediately tell it was the same couple I had seen. The man had his hand on the door, trying to pry it open, and the woman was standing behind him. Both of them had these dead, unnerving eyes. It was a very deer-in-the-headlights type of moment, where we all just stared at each other, then began to panic. My friend Nick and I screamed at the top of our lungs. All the rest of our friends woke up, and those two creeps ran back into the night. Thankfully, all my friends saw the two people running away, and now they believed me. They believed those two creeps I saw earlier had ill intentions, and they definitely meant some sort of harm. Mark woke up his parents, who tried their best to understand our story. At first, they were reluctant to call the police. They assumed we were pulling a prank on them or something. They eventually did call, but as far as I know, nothing ever happened. Mark's family installed a security camera by the sliding glass door after that. Mark said he never saw that couple again. I don't think we ever went to Mark's very much after that night, though. Can you really blame us? That was one of my worst memories that ever took place on a birthday, and I'll never forget the look in that couple's eyes. Even 10 years later, I still remember it like it was yesterday. This happened to me back when I was a kid. I remember that one time I had to go to my older sister's concert. She played some sort of instrument. I don't even remember what it was. I was about 7 years old, and I thought that going to her concerts was so boring. I would have to go to several of them many times a year. One of them I went to with my parents and grandparents as well. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening to various music. The concert was taking place at a local high school. It was not the high school I ended up attending. That one was a few cities away. I remember that after the concert was over, everybody wanted to go into the main area outside the auditorium. I believe it was the cafeteria of said high school. There were only a few tables set up though, and tons of people were standing around, talking to all the kids who'd performed. Their families and friends all gathered around. After we located my sister, we were talking to her, and some of her friends as well. In this time, I happened to spot one of my friends from school. He had an older sister, who was in the concert as well. When I saw him, I walked over to say hi. Then we started walking around the school a little bit, just talking to one another. This only lasted about 5 minutes, then his parents called him over to leave. At that point, I was toward the front of the school, still in the same large room. I started to walk back over to where my parents and sister had been, but when I got there, I could no longer find them. I figured they must have moved somewhere else. I started to kind of walk around and look for them. The place was extremely crowded. When I was on the side of the room and still walking, this guy approached me out of nowhere. He asked me if I was looking for my parents. The way he was speaking made me think he was some sort of school official or something. He clearly knew who I was, but I had no clue as to who he could be. I told him yes, and he said to follow him, and he'd take me right to them. I began to walk after the man. I know that we went to the end of the room towards the front, and then he took a right. At that point, we started walking down this very long hallway. The hallway was eerily quiet, and nobody else was in there at all. I remember wondering why my parents would even go down this way. My thoughts then changed from wondering why my parents were there to wondering if my parents were there at all. I was starting to get suspicious of this man. My parents had told me many times not to go anywhere with strangers. Once we were toward the end of this long hallway, I saw that at the end was an exit. These exit doors appeared to lead out to the parking lot. I slowed down, then stopped altogether. I had a really bad feeling about this now. When I stopped, The man told me to hurry up. I still wasn't moving though. At that point, he stepped back and grabbed my hand. He started to pull me to the exit doors. I was resisting and struggling, but I was small for my age, and I didn't have much strength compared to him. The more he tugged on my arm, the more I tried to get away. We were moving in the wrong direction, toward those doors. The hallway that we were in was lined with lockers. I remember I was right next to them as he was tugging on my arm, so I started kicking them as hard as I could. It was making a ton of racket. The man started screaming at me to stop. I didn't. He then grabbed my other arm and picked me up into the air. I was resisting and kept on kicking those lockers. It was making so much noise. All of a sudden, someone else entered the hallway, probably someone who had heard the noise from outside. They yelled and asked what the man was doing. That's when the man dropped me. He bolted and went out the exit door. I went running back toward the person at the end of the hallway. It was a woman I did not know. I went up to her and told her what happened. She helped me find my parents and got on the phone and called the police as well. An officer came out to the school and talked to me. They looked around for the guy, but of course he was long gone. I don't know if he was ever found either. I'm just grateful for that woman, and I'm glad I didn't get kidnapped that night. A few years back, I went to a concert with my best friend Paige. Paige and I were going to see one of our favorite bands perform live. We had planned to go almost a month in advance. The concert was at a location in the city, and quite a few other people were going as well. I remember that because it was downtown parking, it was a little bit hard to come by a space. We found a really cheap lot, but the problem was it was kind of far away from the venue. Parking close by was either obviously not available or super expensive. We didn't mind walking at all though, and we even got there pretty early. After we parked, I remember we were going to go on the sidewalk. This area was pretty quiet, and there were not many other people around. There were these two guys sort of walking nearby us. We hadn't made it more than 10 feet when they approached us and asked if we wanted them to take us closer. They said they could give us a ride there. We said no. We really weren't interested. I remember the guys kept asking if we were sure and said they would even do it for free. We still said no. At this point, it was really sketchy. Eventually, they stopped talking to us and we continued on our way. It took about 20 minutes to walk to the concert, and when we got close, things were much busier. We then went inside without further incident. We were at the concert for several hours. It was really a good experience. When the concert was done, it was now much later at night, probably 11 p.m. or so. We started walking back the same way we had got there from. At first, the sidewalks were absolutely packed, but they got quieter and quieter as we went on. By the time we got within a couple blocks of our car, there was nobody around at all. The area was also much darker, with less street lamps lighting the way. Pretty soon, the parking lot with Paige's car was in sight. It was a lot that was outside and fenced in, but not that secure. You could easily walk right around the fence. There were only about 10 cars in this parking lot right now. Right as we made it and were entering the lot, the same two guys from earlier appeared out of nowhere. They approached us and asked if we needed a ride. We said no. We'd driven here. We even pointed to the car we'd taken. I remember the guys were still trying to get us to go to their car with them. We started walking away, and of course they followed us. I told them to leave us alone, but they didn't. That's when Paige threatened to call the police. At this point, they finally backed off and acted like they had done nothing wrong. They were surprised that Paige would even suggest such a thing. We got into her car and started to drive away. Right as we left the parking lot, we saw bright headlights of a car following behind us. Of course, it was those two guys. When we left, they followed us out and followed us out of the city entirely as well. They kept flashing their brights on and off. It was really annoying and unsettling. At first, Paige took a couple random turns to try and lose them. Then she just started driving back. We weren't really sure what to do about this. After following us for 15 minutes, they finally turned and left us alone. I'm not sure exactly what those guys were up to. I'm just glad they stopped following us home, though. I suppose it's possible that I've been a little overprotective of my daughter. Over the last year or so, I've been trying to cut the cord, so to speak, and allow her to have a little more independence. Almost a year ago, I allowed her to have a sleepover for her birthday party. She was turning 12, and I knew most of her friends. They were all good kids, all but one. Her friend, who I'm going to call Katie for the purposes of this story, was just that typical bad news kid. She came from a pretty rough family, and not to be offensive, but it showed. My daughter was always friends with her, but the older they got, the more I saw Katie going down a darker path. A few weeks before the party, she'd gotten suspended for attacking a teacher. The only reason she didn't get expelled was because my daughter wrote a letter to the principal, basically begging them to give her another chance. And they did. I was on the fence about letting Katie come over, but my daughter begged me. I gave in. What harm could a 12-year-old girl possibly cause in just one night? The night came, and it was just me alone, responsible for all the girls who came over. My husband works overnight, so he wasn't going to be home until 8 o'clock in the morning. I was a little bit nervous about having all the kids in the house, but I trusted my daughter to be responsible and keep everyone under control. For the most part, she did. Even Katie was well behaved and respectful. She even thanked me twice for allowing her to come over. As I was getting ready for bed, I checked in with the girls and told them to behave themselves. As I was walking away, Katie mumbled one last time with a sort of mischievous tone in her voice. "Thanks again for letting me come over." When I turned back and smiled, she looked at me in a strange way. I got the sense that she was ironically thanking me. Now I was just hoping my daughter didn't tell her I didn't want her there. I was sure I was just overthinking this, though. At some point in the middle of the night, I heard a loud bang coming from down the hall. It was like the sound of a pan falling off the shelf or something. I froze for a minute, thinking about the horrible idea of an intruder. I decided to investigate the noise. When I got into the hallway, I could hear muffled sounds of whispers. One of them was very aggressive and angry sounding. I couldn't make out the words. The other whispers were clearly the sounds of someone whimpering. I could hear things like, "Please no, you don't have to do this." I didn't have any idea what to think at this point. I turned the light on in the hallway, and the whispers stopped immediately. I heard the light footsteps of jogging, heading back in the direction of the living room. I still didn't know if those whispers were from the girls or from somebody else entirely. I made my way down the hall into the kitchen. I still hadn't said anything. The light was on, and there was a pan lying on the counter. It looked like it must have fallen out of the strainer when it was drying. I was moving the pan back when I noticed one of the steak knives had been removed from the knife block. I'm very meticulous about my kitchen, so the fact a knife was missing gave me immediate pause. I went to the living room and was relieved when I saw the girls sleeping. I was wired after this, trying to figure out what on earth the two girls in the kitchen had been talking about. More importantly, why was there a knife missing? I decided to stay in the kitchen and read until the sun came up, which was only a few hours away. At that point, I just felt I needed to stay awake just in case something bad happened. Not long after I made a cup of coffee and started reading, Katie came to the doorway and asked what I was doing still awake. I told her I couldn't sleep and I was going to read in the kitchen. She looked annoyed and confused. Eventually, she turned back around and went to sleep. I assumed she'd gotten up to use the restroom. It didn't occur to me until later, though, that when she confronted me in the kitchen, she never went to the bathroom at all. She literally got up just to confront me. In hindsight, that's more than a little weird. The morning came and all the girls were just being silly in the living room. I made them some pancakes, and the strange uneasiness eventually faded away. One by one, the girls were getting picked up. I just so happened to be standing near the living room when Katie was packing her bag. I noticed her slipping the kitchen knife into her bag. I'm a coward, so I didn't say anything. Say what you will, but in that moment, I felt a genuine fear something was not right with Katie. I said goodbye to her, and she turned and left without saying anything. Thankfully, nothing more happened regarding this story. At least, nothing that I know of anyway. I have no idea what Katie wanted to do that night. I have no idea who the other girl who was crying that night was either. I still have nightmares sometimes, thinking about what might have happened if I didn't wake up and potentially stop Katie from doing something really heinous. Was I the target? I can't be sure. I'm sure I'm just overthinking this. My husband thinks it's a stretch a 12-year-old could be such a monster and is frustrated at me for letting her leave with our kitchenware. I don't know, though. My gut is telling me another story completely. What do you guys think? There are urban legends all over the Appalachian Trail, way too many to count, and even more than an enthusiast could possibly explore in a year. From Bigfoot to UFOs to the elusive sheep squatch and goat man, you've got everything you could possibly come up with. Personally, as someone who works in the sciences myself, I think all that's horse shit. Pardon my language. Until recently, I was sort of fed up with all these urban legends. I'm a professor at the Appalachian State University's College of Arts and Sciences, and I cannot express how many times a student in a freshman class would ask me if I believed there was any sort of scientific evidence to support the existence of UFOs or Bigfoot, or say, "My grandma said she saw something out there in the 80s. Do you think it was real?" It became somewhat tedious, to the point where I had to make a clause in my syllabus joking about them not asking me. Some of you may say I'm being too harsh on curious minds just trying to figure things out, but honestly, it was really annoying getting asked so often. That was until I was led to cross paths with a more obscure urban legend, the floating lights. Regardless of my syllabus's directions, a student approached me on Friday after class and told me about these mysterious lights. On foggy nights, if someone drove down the road leading to the college, they would spot lights following them through the mist. Apparently, they didn't follow any light patterns known to science. The student thought there could be a new species of insect or a phenomenon like the aurora borealis. His theories certainly intrigued me. I decided to investigate exactly what he was talking about on the drive home from school that night. It didn't seem like it would be that hard to check, and the conditions were perfect enough either way. A rainstorm had just blown through the area, leaving dense areas of fog along the road in question. It was a slightly difficult time navigating the twists and turns in the dark, even though I'd taken this road countless times before. At this hour, I seemed to be the only car on the road, and given my reasons for being there, I did feel slightly uneasy. Now that I was out of town, the streetlights were very scarce. I could just imagine a deer leaping out onto the road at any moment, or a number of things that could cause an accident, really. I shook my head and tried to focus. I was in this for the novelty of discovery, and I wanted to see what I would find. The road stretched on for miles, and I constantly glanced through my rear-view mirror, scanning for any signs of the mysterious lights. I couldn't see anything at first in the pale soup behind me. Trees vanished and reappeared, no hints of light between them, not even the eyes of an animal. I didn't know what my student was talking about, but I concluded it must be a hoax. I shifted gears and started just driving home. That was when all of a sudden, lights finally appeared in my rear view. They came on with no warning and were extremely bright. I'll admit I was so startled, I almost swerved my car into the other lane. I regained control, but my heart was pounding. With excitement or adrenaline, I couldn't really tell. The lights shone through the fog and seemed to flash at random just as my student had said. They never seemed to get any closer to me, nor did they move further away. They kept a simple pace and followed me. I thought perhaps if I pulled over, these lights would pass me by and I could get a good look at what was causing this up close. Maybe it was also a phenomenon that would only occur while I was driving for some reason. It was a chance I was willing to take, though. I found a safe spot to ease into the breakdown lane. I turned up my car and waited. I wanted to see who this was. They passed by and I was immediately disappointed. The lights were nothing more than the modified high beams of a large truck. They were flashing abnormally for whatever reason, but they were attached to something ultimately completely ordinary. I knew that perhaps my student had simply had this car on the road behind them. I turned back onto the road and immediately had to slam on the brakes. The truck had stopped right in front of me. I was left staring into the red glare of its taillights. Why had it stopped like this? I considered driving around it, but that might lead to a crash if it decided to suddenly move. I waited there, slightly annoyed. What was this guy doing? Suddenly, the truck revved its engine and pushed off. I could finally start driving again. As I did so, the truck slammed on its brakes. I nearly skidded to a stop bumper to bumper with it. The fog made it impossible to see into the other lane, so I couldn't pass by safely. I felt a tension creep up my forehead. Something wasn't right here. This pattern continued for a good stretch of road, constantly starting and stopping. I didn't know who this driver could be, nor why they were choosing to toy with me in this way. I thought briefly it might have been the student from before playing a practical joke, but even at the time I couldn't imagine them stooping to such levels. Along the halfway point of our route, there was a break in the fog. It was startling to go from driving half blind through a thick gray wall to a clear road. There were no other cars beside myself and the truck driver, so I took my chance. I pressed the gas and went to pass them. My life flashed before my eyes as the truck moved to drive me off the road. I held my hand down on the horn, but they didn't seem to hear me or care. For once, I didn't stop to consider my options. I swerved into the breakdown lane as far as possible and sped up away from the truck, back into another brief patch of fog. I didn't stop until I needed gas, making absolutely certain the truck's lights were no longer following me. I haven't investigated any claims of an urban legend since, and my life has been perfectly fine from then on. I used to work overnights at a 24-hour Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not sure whose idea it was for us to be open 24 hours, but nobody ever came in late at night anyways. At least, not out to the location I worked at. It was actually kind of nice, though. I never really had to do all that much work. By the time I left, the morning employees would be there, and they would take care of the actually busy time in the morning. And that's when everybody would be grabbing coffee and donuts before work. But I didn't really have to worry about that. I would just help the very few people that got coffee late in the night and overnight hours. One night I was working and obviously by myself. I think it was about 2 o'clock in the morning or so. At this time, we hadn't had any customers in quite a few hours. I was just chilling behind the counter, sort of in the back, when I heard the door open. I moved closer to the counter to see who was there. I expected a customer to come up and order something, but instead, the first thing I saw was a man walking through the lobby and sitting down at a table. The guy never faced me directly. He was looking in the opposite direction the whole time, so I didn't really see his face. He was wearing a sweatshirt with a hood and was looking at the ground. He sat down at a table facing completely away from me. I found his behavior to be slightly suspicious, but I wasn't going to freak out or anything. I stood there for about a minute, just in case he came up to order something. Instead, he just stayed there. I couldn't tell if he was on his phone or what. That's what I assumed he must have been doing, because he was just looking down at the table. It became very apparent he was not going to get up or try to order anything. I moved away and went a little bit more into the back area, where I could go chill on my phone or whatever. I couldn't really see much in the lobby from there, but I could still see a little part of it. For example, I could basically just see the register and where people would order from. I was back there for about 10 minutes. I didn't see or hear anything, so I assumed the man was just sitting there. I got up to walk back over to the counter. As soon as I got back out, I saw the man standing right there. He was to the right of where he would order, right in front of the counter. He was facing me now. I saw he had very long hair, coming down the front of his face. It was a very creepy sight. I couldn't see any part of his actual face because it was completely covered by his hair. Was he trying to scare me or something? I walked over to the man and asked if I could help him. Instead of ordering something or even answering me, the man suddenly jumped over the counter. I quickly moved to the side and away from him. Now that he was on the employees only side of the counter, he started to run at me. As he got close, he reached out to grab me. I moved away just in time though. I ran for the door and fled the building. To my surprise, the man did not chase me outside. He remained in the restaurant. I went to my car, which was the only vehicle in the parking lot. I got inside, locked the doors, and then called the police. I waited in my car for them to arrive. If the man came out and chased after me at any point, I would be able to drive away. Luckily, he didn't even attempt to. The police got there a short time later and entered the building. They found the man crouched down behind the counter. When he was located, he tried to attack the officers before he was eventually arrested. I think that he was under the influence of drugs, and that was to blame for his crazy behavior. After that experience, I obviously wanted to get off the night shift as soon as possible. It took weeks, but I was soon able to. Not long after that, I quit Dunkin' altogether and moved on to other things. That was by far the scariest thing that ever happened to me while I worked there. For the most part, we were good kids back in high school. We never hit up the big parties and never got into any trouble. We usually spent most of our weekends just hanging out in the basement playing board games or sitting around together in the backyard. On one specific night, I had a bunch of people over to my house. More people than usual. It was a beautiful night and we were all sitting outside together, just chatting away and enjoying each other's company. When it started to get dark out, one of my friends suggested we play manhunt. For anyone who doesn't know, it's basically just hide and seek for adults. It's usually played in teams. I made sure I was partnered up with Sarah. At the time, I was really crushing on her hard, and I thought this game was the perfect chance to spend some time alone with her. I lived in a small suburban town, and everyone on my street knew each other. We would play manhunt quite a lot, so the neighbors knew if they saw us running through the yard, it wasn't that big a deal. Now, I know that seems insane to some people, but coming from a town as small as mine, It wasn't really an issue. People were just a lot more trusting back then, I guess. Sarah also liked me at the time, so we successfully partnered up. Everyone else partnered up as well, and once we had all of our teams, we drew straws to see who the seekers would be. It wasn't us. I was so excited and a little bit nervous to be alone on such a dark night with Sarah. The two seekers went to the garage and started counting to 100. All the hiders scattered throughout the street and started to look for good spots. To make the game more interesting, we added a little bit of a wrinkle. Instead of making it back to a safe location inside the garage, there was a small flag each team would have to retrieve. Once they retrieved it and successfully hid for a certain period of time, the seeking team would lose. It was like a hybrid version of hide-and-seek and capture the flag. There were various smaller rules as well, but they weren't very important. I noticed some of my friends starting to head into the backyards of some houses. That's where most of the good spots were, so of course they would look there first. I suggested we stay in the front area, because they would look there last. Sarah was all giggles and laughter and just agreed with whatever I said. Toward the end of the street was a smaller house. An older man lived there alone. His wife had passed away about 5 years ago. It was sad, but he was a really nice guy. After she passed, he would go fishing quite a lot and spend most of his time on or near the water. For whatever reason, though, on this night, his boat was parked on the trailer in the driveway of his house. I pointed to it and suggested to Sarah that hiding underneath it would be an awesome place. She agreed, and we crawled underneath his big fishing boat. While we were hiding underneath, we were lying close together, just whispering some small talk to one another. She said she was cold and started to cuddle up to me. I remember thinking this night couldn't possibly get any better. A few minutes later, we heard footsteps running by, and they stopped a few feet from the edge of the boat. We covered our mouths and tried to conceal our laughter. The person standing outside the boat started to shout, in a bit of a whisper, "Hey, hurry up!" Suddenly, another pair of footsteps could be heard running by the side of the boat. The voice was strange, and I didn't recognize it. I guessed that possibly my friend was trying to lower his voice to try and disguise it. The footsteps eventually disappeared into the dark night. Just as Sarah and I were going to make our move to capture our flag, we heard an older man screaming, "Help! Someone help me!" We crawled from underneath the boat and were terrified. The sound of the scream was incredibly disturbing. You could almost feel the pain in the voice. It was the old man who owned the boat we were hiding under. Thankfully, he recognized me. He was stuttering and stumbling, clearly shaken up. After a minute or two, all of our friends emerged from their hiding spots and joined us in the driveway of that poor old man. In a weak voice, the man said, "I was inside reading a book and these two guys with masks broke in. They stole the stuff from my safe and ran out the front door. I tried to stop them, but they hit me. They were too big." My heart broke for this old man. We ran back to my parents' house and had my mom call the police. They questioned Sarah and I the most, since we had witnessed the two men running by. Unfortunately, from our vantage point, we didn't really see anything. I'm not sure if they ever caught those two men. The police think it was someone who must have known the man. His large dog didn't even bark when they came in. We kinda just went on with our lives after this, and by the following weekend we were already hanging out again. I will say that we never did play Manhunt again. Maybe it was subconscious, or maybe we outgrew it. The only reason why I'm writing this story now is because this past weekend my parents reminded me of when we used to play Manhunt. The memory flooded back into my mind. I asked my parents if they knew anything about the story. The only detail that they found out was from the old man. What we didn't know at the time was that the two men had been heavily armed. Thinking back on it now, it's even more scary. Sarah and I were only a few feet away from two very dangerous men, committing an armed robbery. It was an eye-opening event for me. Even in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the darkest characters can still lurk in the shadows. I was homeschooled growing up. This happened when I was about 14, I think. I'm the oldest amongst my siblings, and I have 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. One time, I was going through a regular school day. We could do the school portion of our lives sort of wherever we wanted in the house. On this particular day, I remember I was in my bedroom, which was on the 1st floor. I was sitting at my desk, which faced the wall. My siblings and mom were in the living room or kitchen, where she was teaching them something or another. I was working on some assignment that I don't remember exactly. I was trying really hard to get it done though, because once I got that done, school would be over for the day. That was the nice part about being homeschooled for me. I could get all my schoolwork done in 2 or 3 hours sometimes. As I was racing to complete all my assignments and bring them over to my mom, I got really focused. Randomly, at some point while I was working, I suddenly heard the sound of a knock on my window. At least, that's what it sounded like. My bedroom window faced the backyard, and there were a few bushes and trees nearby. My desk was facing the complete opposite way, so I had to turn around and see what was going on. I stopped what I was doing and looked backward. When I did, I just barely saw something moving out of my sight. It almost looked as though someone had been at the window. I didn't get a good look at this figure at all. I couldn't even tell what part of them I'd seen. It was for less than a second, maybe their arm or their leg. All I could tell is that something had been there at the window. It was really creepy because it was broad daylight, and our neighborhood was not known for random prowlers. I got up and went over to the window. I looked out both directions and didn't see anything at first. I looked all around the yard, at least what I could see from this vantage point. I couldn't see anyone out there. They would have had time to move out of the backyard. I figured that maybe someone was walking through our backyard to get to another one or something. Maybe it was even someone trying to break into our house, but they'd seen that someone was home and ran away. I found that to be unlikely, but it was still a creepy thought. After looking around for another minute or two, I just went back to my desk to continue working. I went back to my homework, and soon I was focused on that again. I would say about 5 or 10 minutes went by. I was still at my desk when all of a sudden I got a terrible feeling. It was the feeling that I was being watched. I was just completely creeped out and started shivering. I figured I was still spooked from what happened earlier, so I stopped what I was doing and turned around. I looked to the window again, but this time there was a man clearly visible right outside. He had dark hair and was staring in at me from the other side of the window. I was so surprised I couldn't move for a second. I didn't really think that whoever I'd seen would come back. I didn't know what he wanted, nor what he was doing here. The man stayed there, just staring at me with no expression on his face at all. This went on for about 20 seconds. I got up and ran out of my bedroom. I went to the living room where my mom was with all my other siblings. She was working with them as they did their schoolwork. She saw me come running in, and I screamed there was a man at my window. My mom came back to my room with me, but when we got there, the guy was already gone. We looked out, but he was nowhere to be found. After I described everything, my mom called the police. They came out and searched our property, as well as looking around the neighborhood, but they never found the guy. He must have actually left for good that time. I spoke with the police for a bit, and then they left. For the next month at least, I refused to study alone in my bedroom. I also covered my window almost all the time. The whole situation really freaked me out. Luckily, nothing like that ever happened again. I'm not sure why the guy came to our yard and looked into my window specifically. I'm just glad he never returned. "5 years ago, when I was in college, I went on a spring break trip. I was traveling with my best friend Mackenzie, who was also my roommate. We chose to go to New Orleans on this year. Neither of us had ever been there before. When we got there, we both checked into our hotel room. It was right on the edge of downtown, and just about average. We were both students, so we couldn't really afford anything that fancy. We were staying there for almost a week, and had a lot of things planned. The first couple of nights we went out to some bars and restaurants. I think it was about the third day that we were there that I started getting these creepy text messages out of nowhere. It started with a simple message on my phone that only said, 'Hey.' When I asked who it was, they didn't answer. They told me to come outside though. I thought it was the wrong number and told them that, but then they mentioned me by name. They said they were in New Orleans as well. I was really creeped out by this. I talked with Mackenzie about it, and we couldn't think of who it could possibly be. At this point, it was still pretty early in the night. Kenzie and I were going out, so after we left, we were at this bar. It was pretty busy. I noticed that I received another text when I was there. The text from the person said that they were also at the bar with me, and they could see me right now. This was really creepy, obviously, because nobody knew we were there other than us two. I knew now this was no joke. I wondered who this could be, but it could have been anyone inside there. The place was so busy that there was no way of knowing who it was. I texted back, asking who was bothering us, but that one didn't get the response I had been hoping for. What they sent back said, "Go out back and you'll find out." I wasn't going to do that, obviously. It could be dangerous to go into an alleyway behind the bar to meet some random creep that somehow had my number. I didn't respond. Instead, I looked around carefully, hoping to see someone staring at me in a creepy way or something else obvious. I really couldn't tell, though. I showed the text to Kenzie, and we decided to leave. We had been there for a while already, so it was around the time to head back anyways. We left the bar and walked back to our hotel, which was about a 10-minute walk. On the way back, I was very careful. I kept looking behind us and around us. I didn't notice anything unusual. There were other people walking on the sidewalk, but there was no way of knowing if it was the person or not. It was a straight shot back to the hotel, and there were a decent number of people walking with us. We got back to the hotel and went right up to our room. I was going to go to bed pretty soon. In the meantime, I was just sitting there scrolling through my phone. About 15 minutes after getting back, suddenly someone knocked on the door. I didn't want to get up and answer it. I had a feeling it was the guy who was texting me. I checked my phone, but there were no new messages on it. Whoever it was then tried entering the room, but the door was already locked. I walked over to the door to see who was doing this, but by the time I got there, the person already fled. I couldn't see anybody at all. I even opened the door a crack and looked around in the hallway, but nobody to be seen. I went back inside and was talking with Mackenzie for a little while. We were discussing this whole ordeal. That's when I started getting more texts. First, they said, "You should have answered your door." Then they were telling me to come out of my room right now. This had gone too far. I called the police and told them I thought I was being stalked and somebody was trying to enter my hotel room. They said they would be there in about 5 minutes. I waited a little while and then texted the person to come to my room, and I would answer the door this time. They did end up coming back to the door and knocking on it again. I still didn't answer, but the police arrived right after. They met this guy in the hallway. I came out of the room and spoke with the police, as well as this person. They found out this was in fact the same guy who was texting me. It was a guy I had never even met before. He looked pretty young, maybe in his 20s or so. The police did a bit of an investigation, and they found out the guy had seen me and figured out I was staying at this hotel. He must have been following me around. He apparently had a good friend who worked there and asked his friend for my name and number, which he was then able to look up and get from that guy. The friend ended up being fired for his actions. I'm not sure what would have happened if the police didn't get there when they did. I don't know what the guy was planning to do, but I'm really glad it all worked out in the end. When I was a kid, we moved around quite a bit. My dad was always changing locations for his job, and I sort of got used to it. We would move sometimes multiple times a year, and because of this, my sister and I did homeschooling. It was much easier than having to keep changing schools all the time. Overall, I enjoyed it for the most part. We would be home during the day. Overall, I enjoyed it. For the most part, we would be home during the day, but one time, something really creepy happened. I remember that it was not that long after we'd moved into another new house. We lived in a number of different kinds of houses, but most of them were pretty average. We never really had a big house or a really small one either. This one had 2 floors and a basement, and was pretty standard. I was doing school in the family room. My mom was upstairs with my sister, I believe. I was around 10 or 12 years old, and my sister would have been about 4 or 5. Well, she obviously required more attention than I did. I was by myself at the moment. The family room was at one end of the house. I was sitting on the couch we had in there. The basement door was at the end of that room. I was looking down at my book reading when I suddenly heard the sound of the basement door opening. At first, I assumed it was my mom. I mean, who else could it have been? I was pretty invested in the section I was reading, so I wasn't really giving it much thought. After a second or two, though, I realized my mom was upstairs with my sister. That couldn't be her. I looked over and suddenly felt really nervous. I saw somebody I'd never seen before enter the family room. They were 20 feet away from me. I jumped up from the couch and ran out of the room. I'm not sure if the person saw me or not. I only just caught a glimpse of them exiting the doorway. It looked like a man, but beyond vague features, I couldn't really tell much. I ran to the other side of the house and wanted to go upstairs. For some reason, I panicked, though, and went into a bathroom instead. I'm not really sure what I was thinking looking back on it. I just know that I ran in there and locked the door behind me. When I did, I felt a little bit safer. I didn't know what to do, though. I had no phone and didn't want to call out for help. I heard footsteps moving through the family room, not that far away. I didn't hear them for long, though. I couldn't hear very well locked in the bathroom. After 10 minutes of not hearing anything else, I had no idea what to do. I was worried for my mom and sister that were upstairs. I thought I would have heard it if the intruder went up to them, but I wasn't 100% sure. I decided I needed to go up there. I gathered up all my courage and then quietly opened the bathroom door. When I did, everything seemed quiet and normal. The staircase wasn't that far away. I ran for it. I went up the stairs and down the hallway to my sister's bedroom. The door was mostly shut, but not all the way. I went inside to find my mom reading a book to my sister. I was glad to see they were okay, and they seemed to have no idea anybody else was downstairs. I told them what I had seen. At first, they couldn't believe me, but they knew I wasn't the type of kid to make that stuff up. We didn't know where the man had gone, so we all stayed upstairs while my mom called the police. Then we waited up there for the police to arrive. They came about 10 minutes later. In all that time, we hadn't heard anything further from the person. Honestly, I kind of thought the person had left already. The police came inside and searched the entire home. Surprisingly enough, they found a man hiding in the basement. He was arrested and did not say anything. We were all very shocked, but also very relieved that he was gone now. We didn't know how long he had been down there, nor how he even got in the basement in our house to begin with. It was a rarely used area, and mostly just extra storage for us. Nobody went down there on a regular basis, so I guess it was a good place for him to hide. I'm not even sure why he even came upstairs, or what his plans were. Luckily, nothing like that ever happened again. This is a very scary experience I had back when I was a kid. I was 9 years old, and this happened back in 1999. I'm an only child, and I live with my mom and my dad. I was also homeschooled growing up. My mom would teach me various things. She also worked as a piano instructor out of our house. On this day in particular, though, it was just she and I at home. She was teaching me some subject I can't quite remember. We were at the table in the living room. It was probably sometime in the morning when out of nowhere we heard the sound of glass breaking. It sounded like one of the bedroom windows was being smashed in. The room was a ways away, but we both knew that somebody was likely breaking in. I remember my mom grabbing me and taking me to the end of the living room. We ran into the office there. It was a little office space that my parents sometimes used. It had a desk and various bookshelves. We closed the door and locked it. Then my mom dialed 911. We could hear somebody walking around the house, and soon enough they entered the living room. My mom spoke with the police briefly. I remember her telling them there was an intruder. I was really scared, and I had no clue what was going on. I kept asking my mom what was happening, and she just kept saying I should be quiet and try to stay calm. We ducked underneath the desk in the office and hid. We could hear the footsteps walking throughout the house. They got closer and closer to us, and soon enough they were right outside the office door. That's when things got real. We were both as silent as we could be. The person tried to open the door, which obviously was locked. They tried several more times, and then knocked on it. We stayed where we were, and didn't move a single muscle. My mom called out to the man. She yelled that the police were already on their way. At first, there was no response. Soon enough, though, there was a sound of a deep laugh echoing from the other side. It was one of the creepiest laughs I'd ever heard. I was so confused. I didn't know why the man would laugh at this. He started walking away, and we could hear his footsteps moving around the house further. We were glad he was moving away from our location at least. We didn't know what he was doing, though. Was he going through the rest of the house to steal stuff? Or was he going to find some object he could use to try and break the door down? We had no way to know. After he walked away, we heard what sounded like the back door opening. Maybe he was actually leaving. Things got really quiet after that, but we didn't dare to leave the office. We didn't even move out from underneath the desk, not until 5 or so minutes later, when the police finally arrived. Only when the police were knocking at the door did we finally get up and let them in. They searched the house and the entire property, but unfortunately the man was never found. He had smashed open the window to my bedroom. It was really scary. Nothing in the entire house had been stolen. After that, my dad came home from work early, and we all talked to the police officers for a while. My window was replaced the next day. The only good part is that the person never came back. However, we never got a good look at who he was, and we don't know what he did that for either. Not that long ago, I was out there in the world trying my hand at the online dating thing. I never struggled in that department, which I guess is a good thing. I always liked the idea of connecting with someone on the internet. At the time, I was only meeting girls either at work or at the bar, and I wanted to branch out and see if I could meet someone a bit different. I can't remember if it was on Tinder or a different one of those dating apps, but the girl I met was named Scarlett. I thought her name was really cool, and she was beautiful as well. With all the catfishing and fake profiles I'd heard about out there, I was convinced that Scarlett had to be fake. I proceeded very carefully and made some small talk for a while. Eventually, I was able to establish this was in fact a real person, so I set up a date for us to meet. I wanted to go right for dinner and some drinks because that's what I knew best, but she had some other ideas. Since I was trying to branch out of my comfort zone, I was open to just about everything. She asked if I was familiar with this forest that was near my hometown. The forest is huge and has a trail that actually extends throughout 3 states. At least, I think it's 3 states. I agreed to have the first date at the park. I got myself a fresh haircut and planned out a picnic for us at this park in the forest. Since summer was now over and this was in the middle of the week, we didn't plan on seeing many other people out there. When the day arrived, I picked her up downtown outside of the building she said she lived in, and we made the 45-minute drive out to the forest. Just as we thought, when we pulled into the lot, there was only one other car there. I was excited to have the entire place to ourselves. Not that having people around would have made much a difference, since this place was so huge anyway. Out to the side of the parking lot was this beautiful overview of a scenic area. I held her hand as we walked towards this view. That's when I surprised her with the picnic I'd set up. She was excited and seemed really happy. It was nothing too extravagant, just some sandwiches and various other things. We ate and sat down on the blanket that I'd brought and just talked for a while. It was nice to have a date that wasn't at a bar or a restaurant or somewhere loud. When we finally finished and packed everything up, I asked if she wanted to explore some of the trails with me. She smiled and looked all around us, then said, "Actually, I have a better idea, but promise you won't judge me, okay?" I was intrigued and played along with her. She looked down and in a shy and almost tentative voice, she whispered, "Why don't we play hide and seek?" It was a weird suggestion, to be sure. I was not expecting that. She hit my arm in a playful way and said, "Come on, it'll be fun. Just you and I out here in the woods hiding." As I write this out, I realize how weird this sounds, but in the moment, with the way she was talking, it seemed like a fun and playful idea. I can honestly say I wasn't really thinking with my head, if that makes sense. I agreed to play, and she got really excited. She told me to hide first, and she would count to 30. I didn't want to run too deep into the woods, because I had no idea where I was going. We had been sitting about 40 feet away from one of the trails, so I decided to hide behind a tree on the right side of the trailhead. Not exactly a very good spot, but I thought we were just doing a cute game of hide and seek. I didn't try to be the master of disguise or anything. I heard her count out to 30, and she started making her way towards me. She saw me right away and started yelling at me in a playful way. She begged me to take it seriously and hide somewhere good. She could see I was skeptical. She decided to implement a rule that if she couldn't find me in 20 minutes, we would head back to the trailhead and meet up. I was reluctant, but eventually I agreed. I ran out into the woods and tried to find a spot to hide. This might sound a bit strange, but there weren't a ton of spots to hide actually, unless you went off the path, which I didn't want to do. I was jogging deeper into the woods and found some thicker trees I thought could serve as some decent cover. I positioned myself behind them and started the timer on my phone. While I was leaning against the tree, I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. I didn't have a chance to react before I heard a low voice whisper in my ear. "Empty your pockets. Slowly put your wallet, keys, and phone on the ground in front of you. Don't look back, and don't try anything heroic unless you want me to use this cold steel." I did what he said, and I could feel him reach in front of me and grab my stuff. I had my eyes closed. Whatever he had on my neck, he pushed in even harder. He said, "Now I want you to count to 1,000 before you move again. If you don't, your night is going to get a lot worse." I could hear him stepping away. I didn't care, though. I still counted all the way to 1,000 out of complete fear. When I hit 1,000 seconds, I turned around and sprinted out of the forest. I couldn't find Scarlett anywhere. I started to fear the worst. Even though he'd stolen my keys, he didn't steal my car, which I thought was a victory. I couldn't drive it without the key, though. I remembered not far from the parking lot was a gas station. I decided to run there and have them call the police. I gave the cops all the information, and I told them I feared something may have happened to Scarlett. After that investigation, though, it was like she disappeared from the face of the earth. Her dating profile had been deleted, and nobody reported seeing her. The police thought she may have been involved with the person who robbed me, since nobody with the name of Scarlett was ever reported missing. You hardly ever think something like this can happen to you. I hope she's okay, but knowing that she's probably involved, I also hope she never gets the opportunity to hurt anyone else again. This story is a little hard for me to write. At the time, when I was just a child, I didn't notice anything strange. It's almost like when you're a kid, you think your family is indestructible and could do no harm. My brother and I found out real quick that life isn't always smiles and sunshine. At least 20 years ago, if not more, my brother and I stayed overnight at our grandparents' house. This may seem like a drag for some people, but we loved it. Grandma always had nice snacks and would rent us whatever movie we wanted to watch. Grandpa always played games with us and found ways to make them even more unique. He had a wild imagination, and it was just fun to be around them. At the time, Grandpa's health was declining, even though we didn't realize that yet. Thinking about it now, it's quite obvious that Grandpa was missing some steps compared to when we usually stayed over. But when you're a kid, you're just blind to all of that stuff. I remember I suggested that we play some hide and seek. That was one of my favorite games to play with him. He always had the best hiding spots and would somehow find new places to hide every time we played. My brother was excited, and we both begged Grandpa to play with us. He was a little dismissive at first, but eventually he was all smiles and agreed to play a game. We played a few rounds, and it was full of contagious laughter. When it was Grandpa's turn to hide, we were pumped up. We knew it was going to be a challenge, and it always felt like such an accomplishment when we finally found him. My brother and I would have our own little competition as to who could find him first. I decided to go upstairs, while my brother went downstairs. I was in the guest room where we would sleep, and I noticed the closet door was slightly ajar. I remembered it being closed before. I snuck over to the door and peeked in through the crack. I could see my grandpa there, just staring at the wall. I opened the door and shouted that I'd found him, but he didn't react at all. He just stood there like a statue, facing the wall. I moved a little closer and gripped the back of his flannel shirt. As I was saying his name, he whipped around, his face full of anger and malice. He screamed at me to get away from him. It almost didn't even sound like him. It scared me half to death. I was so scared I ran down into the kitchen and started to cry to Grandma. I'm sure she knew what was going on, but she consoled me anyway. Not 2 seconds later, Grandpa came downstairs all cheery and full of smiles. "I guess you guys couldn't find me. It looks like I win this round." My grandma went over to him, and I heard her whisper that it was time to take a break, and he needed to sit down in his recliner for a while. He looked genuinely confused. I remembered feeling bad for him until I remembered his face in that closet. I was terrified all night long. I remember Grandma telling him I didn't feel good and I was going to stay in our room for the night. My brother had no idea what happened. I told him that Grandpa snapped at me later that night, but he didn't believe me. He didn't think that Grandpa was capable of being that mean. In the middle of the night, my brother suddenly woke me up, looking absolutely terrified. I immediately came out of my groggy state and asked him what was wrong. He told me he could hear a voice coming out of the closet, the same closet Grandpa had been hiding in earlier. I started to listen in, since the closet was not that far from the bed. He was right. There were voices coming from inside. One sounded happy, another sounded sad. You could even hear light sobbing. I didn't know what to do. I snuck over to the closet door while my brother gripped onto my shirt. I peeked in through the gap in the closet door. I remember the sight vividly. It was not multiple people making these voices. It was my grandpa making all of them. He was laughing, crying, switching back and forth erratically. We snuck by the door and ran to the living room, which was on the first floor of the house. We grabbed some blankets and hid underneath them. My grandma woke up early and saw us downstairs. We just told her we'd woke up early and were sitting downstairs to greet her. We didn't want to tell her about Grandpa. We were scared. We didn't know what was going on. The voices that he was making in that closet were the most horrifying thing I'd ever heard. Grandma made me breakfast, while Grandpa sat in the recliner and watched sports highlights. He looked completely normal. We just sat in the other room after we ate and waited for our mother to pick us up. When she arrived, we ran to the car. We saw Grandma whispering to her on the front porch, and we noticed our mom's expression frown a lot. We got back in the car and she asked us how everything went. We told her everything, how Grandpa had snapped at me, the scary behavior in the closet, the erratic crying and laughing in the middle of the night. I don't remember what she said exactly. She tried to explain to us that Grandpa wasn't quite feeling himself lately, and we were going to take some time off from staying there. We were distraught by that news, of course. We only found out later that Grandpa had started to get dementia. As it got worse, he really started to lose it all upstairs mentally, and by the end, he didn't know anything that was going on around him. It was really sad. I understand as an adult, but as a child, seeing that horrible look in his eyes and listening to his erratic behavior was something that gave me nightmares for a long time. I used to go to Dunkin' almost every morning on my way to work. It was a routine for me to stop, go inside, pick up my coffee, and then head off. I'm honestly very lazy in the morning and don't feel like making my own coffee. Plus, it doesn't taste that good when I make it. I know I could save lots of money or whatever, but I just don't really care, to be honest. There are Dunkins all over the place near where I live. I probably pass by 3 or 4 alone on my drive to work every day. There was one in particular I would always go to. It was just the most convenient with all the factors involved, such as parking, going in and out from the highway, etc. I just liked it the best. I got there one day and went inside to order. Usually it was pretty busy around this time in the morning, so after I ordered, I was standing there. I was near a couple of other people also waiting for their coffee, when at that time, a random guy that was next to me started talking to me. He said he saw me there all the time. I simply said, "Yeah, I go here a lot." I didn't recognize the man, but it's not like I paid super close attention to the other customers around me. I was always tired and hadn't gotten my coffee yet. The guy started talking to me, asking me where I was from, where I worked, just stuff like that. I was talking to him as well, but he started to seem a little bit strange. Eventually, he asked me for my number. I didn't want to give it to him, so I declined. At about that same time, my coffee finished up. I grabbed it and then left. Now fast forward to the next day. I went again to get my coffee like usual. I ordered and was waiting in the same spot when the exact same guy came up and approached me. I was disappointed to see him in there again. He said it was a crazy coincidence to see me here. He then tried to ask me to hang out with him and tried to convince me to give him my number. I just kept saying no. He was being very insistent about it. The situation was frustrating. I really did not want to give this random guy my number. My coffee was done, so I grabbed it. The man sort of followed next to me as I went to leave. I turned and told him I was not going to come to this Dunkin' ever again. Then I walked out. As I left the building, the man did as well. I turned and told him not to follow me. He said that he wasn't. I walked to my car, and luckily the man seemed to be telling the truth. As soon as I pulled back onto the road to drive away, though, I saw a car pull out right behind me. I looked into my mirror and saw the same man was driving. I hope this didn't mean he was going to follow me wherever I went. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. After leaving Dunkin' and driving down one road, I merged onto the highway. Of course, he was still there. I even drove the entire rest of the way to my job, which took about 20 minutes, and he was still following me when I pulled into the property. I was worried, but I always parked in a secure area where you had to show your ID to even get inside. I was able to get through, and obviously the guy was not able to. He stayed in the parking lot area that was not restricted. I figured he would give up and leave after that. I felt a bit better. I went through the normal workday and left at about 5 o'clock. As I did, after leaving the parking lot and going back onto the road, a familiar car pulled out behind me. I realized it was that very same guy. I didn't know if he had waited there for me all day, or if he came back knowing when I would get done with work. Either way, he was following me once again. I started driving home, but he followed wherever I went. Every single turn I made, he did so as well. Soon, I was getting close to where I lived. Instead of driving home, though, I turned back onto the highway. I wasn't exactly sure where I was going to go, but I certainly wasn't going to lead this guy right back to my house. I drove along the highway and took an exit, then drove down some more random roads. I just started driving around random areas in town for a while. Traffic was sort of bad. I was able to go into a sort of busy street and actually get a car or two in between us. I changed lanes many times and went through a yellow light as well. The cars behind me stopped, which trapped the guy at the light. I realized I got really lucky. I made it away from him and headed for home. I was able to make it back safely. After that happened, I obviously did not go back to that Dunkin' Donuts again, and consequently, I never saw that guy either. This story happened several years ago. During that time, I worked at a Dunkin' Donuts. I was part-time and got all kinds of different hours. We closed at 9 p.m., and on this particular night, I was working until closing. This is something I did all the time, and I didn't mind. Usually, the shop would be really quiet at night. Far more people wanted to get donuts and coffee in the morning. Still, sometimes it would surprise me, and we would be busy. That wasn't the case for this night in particular, though. I was working by myself, but that wasn't initially supposed to be the case. My coworker just never showed up and didn't call in either. I was fine with working alone and knew that I could handle things. I figured it wouldn't be too busy anyway. When I started the shift, some customers came in here and there and ordered some stuff. The inside of our shop was a little larger than most Dunkin' Donuts. There were a few booths and many tables around. Sometimes people would come in and work on their laptops for a while or whatever. This night, after the initial hours, the place was pretty empty. For the last hour and a half, we didn't even get a single customer. When 9 o'clock rolled around, I started to close up. I walked around the lobby to make sure everything was in order. When I did so, though, I passed by a booth and saw a man on the floor. He was crouched down, hiding in a location that would be impossible to see from behind the counter. I saw him looking right at me. As I spotted him, his eyes snapped right to me. It was really awkward. I asked the man what was going on. He didn't move for a second, then got out of his cramped hiding place and stood up. He said everything was fine. The man was average height, thin, and had messy hair. I told him we were closed now, and he would have to go on his way. He said okay and took a couple steps toward the door. All of a sudden, though, he turned around and began running. It all happened so fast. He wasn't sprinting for the door, though. Instead, he went for the counter. He jumped behind and appeared to go after our cash register. After I realized what he was doing, I headed for the exit to leave. I wanted to just get the hell out of there and call the police. As I was running toward the door, the man suddenly shouted at me to stop right there. He said I wasn't allowed to leave and told me to stay and come over to him. By now, I was in the middle of the lobby, about 30 feet from the door and 40 feet from the man. I didn't move. I didn't know if this guy had some kind of weapon on him or something. I certainly didn't want to go over to him, though. I just ran for it. I gunned it for the exit. As I did, I heard him screaming at me to stop, and he started to chase after me. I kept going. I made it to the exit, threw open the door, and ran outside. I didn't think the guy would leave after me. I figured he was trying to rob us, and with me gone, why wouldn't he stay in there and grab up his loot? Then flee without any interference, but that wasn't the case. He kept chasing me, even after leaving the building. Now we were both outside. I was running through the parking lot. There were several other businesses very close by, but most of them appeared to be closed at this hour. I just wanted to go to the nearest open place and get inside. Tell everyone to call the police. If I was by other people, it would make me feel safer. After running out of the parking lot, the man kept chasing after me. I spotted a gas station up ahead that looked to be open. I was running as fast as I could, with the man right on my tail. I made it inside and yelled for everybody that could hear me to call the police right now. I only saw an employee behind the counter and one other customer inside. I ran into the back of the station and went to the bathroom. After I made it in, I locked the door and called the police myself as well. I waited in there for them to arrive. I didn't hear the man inside the gas station, nor any signs he had followed me any further. When the police got there, he was already long gone. We went back to the Dunkin', and I finished talking to the police, as well as handing over the surveillance video. They said they would look for the suspect, and I locked up the store and left. After that, I never heard anything more about it. I only worked at Dunkin' Donuts for another month. Luckily, I never interacted with or heard from that guy again. The events of this story take place 14 or 15 years ago. My daughter was still young and wanted to do everything with her mother. I was still young at that point too, and had much more energies to do things that I don't do now. It's funny how certain memories and moments stick out to you as a mother. You cherish those particular moments and times, even as your young children grow older and start having families of their own. Anyway, my daughter had been invited to a birthday party of one of her elementary school friends. I don't remember their name, as my daughter never became really close with her, but it was a small school and almost every child was invited. I think the party took place at a Chuck E. Cheese. Maybe it could have been one of those off-brand places that kind of look like a Chuck E. Cheese, though. I remember it being a pretty uneventful day mostly. The kids got food, tokens, and dessert, and were able to play in the ball pit and other play places. My daughter was usually pretty shy, so she hung out with me for some of the day. Eventually, though, she warmed up and started to play some of the games with the other kids and ventured into the ball pit as well. I remember bringing a book to read while she was playing, and even though she wasn't with me, I always kept an eye on her to make sure she was okay. Even back then, you had to worry about strange people hanging around those places, or God forbid someone trying to lure a kid away and out the door with them. Shortly after the pizza was served, someone sat down next to me and said, "Hey, how are you, stranger?" I was a little startled and taken aback. I snapped my head back and saw it was Janice. You're probably asking, well, who's Janice? Well, she was one of my least favorite co-workers of all time, who also had just been recently fired. I hadn't seen her in a few months now. She was looking at me with these wide eyes, smiling from ear to ear. Her face was caked with makeup, and her hair looked like she had just left the salon. She was blinking rapidly, staring right into my eyes. When I realized I hadn't responded yet, I sort of said in an unenthusiastic voice, "Hey, what's going on?" She gave me this big, creepy smile. "Oh, I'm just here for the party. What about you?" I replied it was much the same. Janice asked me which kid was mine, and I pointed her out. "Oh wow, what a beauty. Just like her mother, huh?" I still remember how weird those words were. I just nodded and went back to eating some food that was on my plate. Janice just kept going on and on. "Well, hey, I don't want to keep you, but I have an amazing new job that's paying way more than before. I'd love to get you into one of the openings. Maybe we can talk about it over some coffee sometime." I was taken aback trying to get her to leave me alone. She grabbed a pen and paper from her purse and jotted down my number. I wish I'd given a fake one in hindsight. I told Janice I was going to check on my daughter and I would talk to her later. I didn't see Janice for the rest of the day. When the party was over, I knew my daughter would be exhausted and want to take a nap. We arrived back home and I sat down on the couch and started to dive into my book while my daughter was sleeping. I was just getting into it and felt myself starting to drift off a bit when next thing I knew I was jolted awake. It was the sound of the phone ringing. I was honestly so tired I didn't want to get off the couch to answer it. As I laid back down trying to see if I could fall back asleep, it continued to ring over and over. I got up and answered it, and was shocked to hear the voice coming from the other end. "Hey stranger, what's with the Irish goodbye there?" It was Janice, the co-worker. I could tell as soon as she spoke who it was, but I still asked who it was anyway. "It's Janice, silly, calling to set up our coffee day and discuss that job opportunity." I tried to be as polite as possible and told her I was busy. Me and my husband had a lot going on. She went silent and just started saying, okay, over and over again. I got off the phone quickly, assuming that would be the end of that. Over the next few days, though, I started noticing the phone ringing more and more. I would get up to answer it, but whoever was on the other end would hang up immediately, or I'd pick up and nobody would speak on the other end. My husband even started to take notice of it as well. He mentioned that when I was out getting groceries, they would still call. He answered the phone 3 times. One time, it sounded like someone was even breathing on the other end. I didn't really think too much about it. It faded away in my mind over the next few days. My daughter was at school, my husband was at work, and I was on PTO. I had just gotten done cleaning the entire house and folding up the laundry. That's when I heard a loud knocking at the door, like someone was attempting to beat it down. I walked over to the door to see if someone was trying to break in or break their hand against it. I peered out the blinds in the living room. I couldn't see who was actually at the door, but they were really pounding on it. I slowly opened it, with the chain lock still attached. "Hey, there you are, sleepyhead." Peering through the crack, I could see it was Janice. I asked her what she was doing here and why she was trying to break my door. She let out this really weird laugh. "I wanted to stop by and talk to you about that job." Half in shock, I responded, "How do you even know where I live?" She said, "I had your number and your name. I was able to find out everything about you from good sources." I didn't know how to respond. I told her now wasn't a good time and to not show up unannounced again. I slammed the door shut. I heard her try to talk to me through it. "Well, we've been playing phone tag every time I called." I went to my window and just watched as she stood on the porch for 30 minutes with this weird look on her face, then sauntered over to her car and drove off. I told my husband about it, and he said to make sure that the doors were always locked and to let him know if anything else weird happened. Honestly, after that day, I didn't really notice anything. The phone line went back to normal, and there were no more unannounced visits. When I got back to work, I told a few coworkers the story. They stopped me and said, "Do you know why Janice got fired in the first place?" I didn't at the time, so they went on to tell me. She got caught stealing, and when confronted, she threatened to hurt people, said some really awful stuff too. I didn't say much after that. I went back to work, but all day my mind was racing about what she could have wanted by showing up at my house. Was she trying to steal from me? Did I do something at work to make her angry? Did she want to get back at me for some reason? After a week or two, it had left my mind almost completely, until my husband was watching some news. There was a report of a home invasion in a neighboring part of town. Guess who it was? Janice, and her accomplice as well. They were both charged, and thankfully since that day, I've never heard her name or seen her. Every now and again, I wonder what would have happened if I'd let her into my home. A few years ago, I was chilling out at my apartment when I got a call from my friend. He was out at a bar drinking and called me telling me to take him to Burger King. He was silly and drunk, so I told him no and we hung up. He called back 5 minutes later. I answered, thinking he was going to ask me to take him to BK again, but this time he was screaming at the top of his lungs. He was yelling and sobbing. I frantically asked him what was wrong, almost thinking he was playing a joke on me. He was screaming that there was blood everywhere. He didn't know where he was and couldn't see anything. He said he didn't have any more teeth and thought he was dying. Obviously, I was freaking out. I asked him where he was, what happened. He said he couldn't tell me because his glasses had gotten destroyed and he couldn't see anything. I ran and got in my car and headed over to the area he'd last been at. I started driving around, trying to see if I could find him. I called my other friend that had been with him. What the hell had happened? She said they had just left the bar, and he had gotten on his bike to go to his house. He had started to sober up even. It only took me a few minutes to find him. He was 2 or 3 blocks away from the bar, lying in the middle of a 4-way stop. There was blood all over the ground, and his bike had been bent in half. I ran out of the car and put him into mine. I got his bike as well. His glasses had been completely crushed a few feet away from him. I rushed him to the hospital. He was in my back seat bleeding everywhere. I looked in my rear view and could see his jaw was completely detached from his skull. hanging off of his face. All his teeth were falling out in the back seat. He was trying to say something to me, but I couldn't understand a word. It was a terrifying image that still burned into my mind. Luckily, he was able to survive and is okay to this day, finishing up his PhD this May, in fact. He had to get his jaw wired shut and fake teeth, but he's alive at least. We don't know what happened that night exactly. His bike was in the middle of the intersection, but he was lying 10 feet away on the sidewalk. There was blood splattered all over, too. We suspected someone did a hit and run while he was stopped at the stop sign. We tried to find security footage from businesses around the area the next day, but no one had their cameras pointed at that intersection. It still makes me super anxious whenever I think about it. I remember I had a really memorable experience several years ago. I was 18 at the time, and my little sister was 15. She went to a concert with some friends, and my parents told me I had to give her a ride home. The concert was in the city, and it was a little over 10 minutes away from where we lived. I'm not sure if it was Justin Bieber or Taylor Swift or whatnot. There was like 1 million people there though, so I drove down to the city and ended up getting really lucky to find a parking spot right on the side of the street. I parallel parked just a couple blocks away from the venue. It was sometime at night. I think the concert was supposed to be ending shortly. I texted my sister and let her know where I was. In the meantime, the streets and sidewalks were really quiet. I was guessing it would become total chaos after the concert ended, so I hoped my sister would get out right away. As I sat there, I turned my headlights off and then went on my phone. About 10 minutes into this, I remember hearing footsteps outside my car. I figured it was some random person going about their business down the sidewalk, but I looked up and saw a man approaching from behind. He went right up to my window and knocked on it. I rolled it down a tiny bit and asked the man what he wanted. Honestly, I was afraid he might be a parking cop and was telling me I couldn't be here or something. Instead, the man asked me if I could get out and help him with something. I asked him what exactly he needed help with, but he didn't say. He just told me he would show me. This guy seemed obviously suspicious. I told him I couldn't help because I was waiting for my sister, and I had to pick her up soon. He kept asking me, and I told him no over and over again. At that point, the man actually started to walk away. He went toward the back of my car, and then went back up on the sidewalk. He didn't keep walking any further, though. He just stood on the sidewalk 20 feet away from me. I watched him take out a cigarette and start smoking. I kept waiting for my sister. Several minutes went by, and this guy was just standing there looking at me. It was making me pretty uncomfortable. I just knew he was going to try something again. Another couple minutes after this, I got a text from my sister saying she was leaving now. Around that same time, I saw the man in my mirrors approaching me again. The guy just walked up and tried to open my back door. Thankfully, all my doors were locked. He came over to my window and started pounding his fist against it. I didn't roll it down this time, obviously. I could hear the man yelling at me to open my door and let him in. I ignored him entirely. The man continued to try and get me to open my driver's door. Had he continued any further, he probably would have put some dents in my car. At that point, I put it in drive and pulled away. I went further down the street and went straight to the concert venue. It was a basketball arena. I called my sister and circled the stadium until she made it outside. I pulled over briefly when she was by me. She got in and I headed home. Unfortunately, because I was so close to the arena, traffic was really bad. We were in a standstill for a while. People were honking, we were barely moving. After sitting in traffic for 20 minutes, We made it a little ways and were almost out of downtown. At that time, I just happened to look up and see the same guy walking down a sidewalk nearby. Crazy thing is, right as I looked over at him, he snapped his eyes right to me, and our eyes locked for a moment. He started walking over to us. I couldn't go anywhere because of the traffic. The man walked off the sidewalk and right into the middle of the road. He walked right up to my window and started attacking it. I started honking, and a bunch of other people started honking too. After 10 seconds of being harassed by the honks of cars around him, he finally gave up and walked away again. Within just 5 minutes, we made it back onto the highway and were now out of traffic. Luckily, we made it back home okay, and my car had no noticeable damage. Looking back, I don't know what that guy's problem with me was. It's so crazy how he saw me again and just went right out into traffic to attack my car. So, I move all the time because of my job. It sucks because I never have time to form real relationships, either intimate ones or even just friends. I'm friendly with everyone at work, of course, but I never make those personal connections there. I will admit that some of the blame lies on me. I've been asked to hang out before at other job locations, but I usually turn it down. I'd rather just go home. I guess I have no real reason to complain. I don't know if this is the wrong thing to say, but my brother always said I have old man syndrome, meaning that I always just want to work and go home alone. I hate to say it, but unfortunately he's not wrong. I can't remember exactly how many years ago this was. One day at the job, a coworker I was not very fond of found out it was my birthday. All day long he was harassing me, begging me to go out for a drink or two and celebrate. That was the last thing I wanted to do, but at the same time, I really did want to get out more. I wanted to break out of the stupid shell I was always in. Throughout the day, he would constantly poke his head into my office. He just kept saying, "It's tonight, bro." I would just nod and go along with it. At one point during the day, he told me a lot of people from work were going to be there to celebrate my birthday. Well, I couldn't exactly bail now. I hate to say it, but his stupid plan worked. I mean, what if all my coworkers came out to celebrate my birthday and I didn't even show up? Of course I would have to join them, especially since I was the man of the hour. We all worked until 9 p.m. that night. A few nights a month, we would all have to stay until 9 o'clock to basically go over a bunch of documents. Around 7 o'clock, I found my coworker and told him that I would join him at the bar after work, but we had to go right away, and I wasn't going to stay out too late. He was really excited, kept telling me he'd get me home early and not to worry. A little after 9, I was walking to my car with my coworker and asked him what bar we were going to. I was still new to the area, so I wasn't 100% sure where everything was located. I especially had a hard time finding my way around at night. After a little debate, my coworker insisted on driving me, making some stupid argument like it was my birthday day. He just wanted me to have a good time. I was tired and didn't really feel like arguing with him. I'm also not much of a drinker, so I was worried I wouldn't be able to hold my alcohol. Probably for the best I wouldn't be driving. Just in case, you know? While we were heading to the bar, we made some small talk. It dawned on me during that trip that I didn't really know this guy at all. He talked to me all the time at my job, but I never really talked back to him. This was the most intimate setting I had ever been in with him. I didn't really like it. He talked nearly the entire car ride, without leaving any room for me to interject. We arrived at the bar and it was moderately full. I noticed right away that none of my coworkers were inside. I didn't say anything yet, though. A few minutes passed by. My coworker said everyone should be showing up soon, and that I shouldn't worry at all. I wasn't worried, truthfully. I didn't really care if they showed up. I just wanted to drink my beer, pretend to be a good customer, and go home. I thought that maybe outside of work this guy might be more tolerable, but he was even more unbearable outside. We'd been at the bar for about an hour, making some small talk. I noticed my coworker kept making eye contact with two guys at the bar. It was always very strange. He'd be laughing and joking around like always, then look over at one of the guys and frown, then nod and go back to laughing. I certainly thought it was strange. I just kinda blamed it on the atmosphere of the bar and drinking alcohol though. Maybe with all the noise he was distracted or something. Happened to me all the time. After this happened multiple times though, I couldn't help but feel like it was all intentional and not a coincidence whatsoever. I didn't say anything. It was around this time I kept asking to leave, but my coworker insisted I stay just a little longer. He kept insisting that everybody would surely show up soon. I waited a little longer and finally told him I was going to leave. I said I was going to call a cab or something, since this was before Uber or any service like that. He really tried hard to get me to stay longer, but I'd had enough at this point. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit upset nobody had even showed up, when apparently they told my coworker they would all come. When he realized I wasn't going to stay, he insisted on taking me home instead. I knew he hadn't drunk that much, but I wanted to be done with this dude for the night. He was a tough guy to say no to, though. Probably why he was such a great salesman. I caved in and just let him do it. I let him take me home. I told him where I lived, and he responded by saying, "Oh, I know exactly where that is. I'll have you back in no time, buddy." I sat quietly for a few minutes. Surprisingly, so did he. Maybe this guy did have an off switch. I noticed, though, that he was taking a really weird route to my house. I know I didn't know a lot about the area at the time, but I told him he needed to go the other way. He smiled and made some comment about me being new to the area, and he knew a special shortcut. I let it go and was done pleading with this guy. I felt like I had been doing it all night. We started to drive down a dark and desolate street. It was one of those deserted ones that had no life on it at all. The area was littered with old abandoned factories and businesses that had been shut down for a long time. Even most of the streetlights were broken. My coworker started telling me how this area was so spooky now, and it was completely abandoned. As he was telling me some of the stories of the factories that used to be there, he started shouting out of nowhere and pulling over the car. When I asked what was going on, he told me he had a flat tire and he needed to get out and check it. It certainly didn't feel like a flat tire to me, though. Every time I'd gotten a flat tire while driving, you could feel yourself being pulled in a certain direction. He got out of the car, and just as he made his way to the driver's side rear tire, another car pulled up behind us. Right as the car was pulling in, I started getting out too. I was startled. I hoped this car was just someone trying to help. The first thing I noticed, though, was my coworker starting to back away suspiciously, like he was moving to the middle of the road. I also noticed the tire was not flat at all. It was at that moment 2 men got out of the vehicle behind us. It was the same 2 men from the bar that my coworker kept making eye contact with. At that moment, I was speechless. I didn't say anything. Before I could even make a move, one of the men grabbed me and threw me onto the ground. He began to kick and punch me. The other man joined in as well while I was down. I tried screaming for a while, but eventually my voice stopped working. I could hear my coworker yelling for help, but he sounded far away. I lifted my head up from the ground and saw my coworker run back to his car. He drove off, leaving me there alone with these 2 men. The beatings continued for even longer. I felt like I was going to die. I could feel them taking my wallet and my watch. Eventually, they got in their car and left me there in the middle of the road. I was bloody, bruised, and everything hurt. I just laid there freezing. Believe it or not, an actual homeless man came over and helped me out. He walked me to a nearby gas station since I had no clue where I was. I was able to call the police and told them everything. I gave a description of the guys as well. The police asked if I thought my coworker was involved. Honestly, it hadn't crossed my mind until that very moment. I don't think they ever caught the two guys, and my coworker claimed he never had anything to do with the mugging. Ever since the police mentioned it to me, though, I didn't believe he's innocent. I haven't been able to believe that when he left me, he was just leaving to get help or something. When I reflect on everything from the entire night, it just seemed like everything was a little too set up. While I remained at that location for work, my coworker remained his chipper self and always tried to get me to go out with him again. Believe me, I tried to never interact with him from then on. Whenever I would bring up the guts to call him out on it, he would always claim he had nothing to do with it and say he was so offended I would even say anything like that. I never received justice for that night, and it still bothers me to this day. Thankfully, I have stability in my life now, and a close group of friends I can celebrate my birthday with. I just hope I never have to experience anything traumatic like that ever again. A few years ago, I worked in the main office of a large grocery store chain in my region. I honestly hated this job, but it was a decent paying job out of college. My job was extremely boring and consisted of 99% computer work. At the time of this story, I had worked at the main office for nearly 2 years now, and had yet to really make a connection with anyone. This may sound crazy to some people, but it was hard to make friends. The hours were horrible, the workload was a pain. Most people just kept to themselves and did their work, then left for the night immediately. A girl I'll call Carla worked at the office as well. I was crushing on her pretty hard at the time. I'd never talked to her really though, other than the occasional "Hey, how are ya?" while passing in the hallway or whatever. One Friday afternoon, while my life was being drained at the computer, I got a message on my work email. It said it was from Carla. It seemed kind of random and seemed like a generic message inviting me to her birthday party that weekend. I didn't care that it wasn't a personalized message. I was just excited to be invited at all. This was validation for me that Carla knew I actually existed. The email also contained an address and a time for the party. There was a little note at the end of the message that said to not talk about the party out loud. Not everyone in the office was invited. I was pretty thrilled that night. As I was leaving, I saw Carla walking down the hall, and we made eye contact. I smiled and said hello. She smiled back and didn't say anything at all. It didn't seem like a genuine smile though, more a reaction than anything else. Just as she was almost out of sight, I said, "I'll see you later then." She turned with a really confused look on her face. She waved at me as she turned the corner. That interaction gave me a weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. We were at work after all though, so maybe she just wanted to get home. It was a Friday, it's the weekend, maybe she just had an "I'm leaving now" attitude. And also, maybe she didn't want to give away she was having a party. When I got home, I got ready and put the directions into my GPS. I was surprised and a little annoyed that the directions said the party was 45 minutes away. Again though, I had a huge crush on this girl, so I would have driven 2 hours if I had to. I made sure I was dressed all nice and left, so I could arrive fashionably late. The entire duration of the drive, I was planning out what I was going to say, running through dozens of scenarios in my head. As I approached the destination though, there were about 10 minutes left until I arrived. I noticed there was nothing in sight at all. No lights, no houses, no cars. Wherever Carla was having this party, It was smack dab in the middle of nowhere. I finally arrived at the address in the email. I was completely confused. There were no signs of life at all. The only thing here was a rundown farmhouse that looked like it had been abandoned for 100 years. Not only that, there were also no cars other than mine there. Now, I want the record to show that I'm only half a moron. I knew this was wrong, and that getting out of the car was most likely a horrible idea. Thing is, I did so anyway. I thought to myself, well, I already drove all the way out here, might as well see what's going on with all of this. I knocked on the door several times. There was no answer, not even a sound of budging or shuffling on the other side. I tried looking in through the window, but it was obviously too dark to see. I started walking back to my car when I noticed a barn behind the back of this house. I couldn't see the barn from the road because the backyard where it was located was down a slight hill. Not to mention, it was pitch black outside. I was not going to investigate that barn. At first, I actually started walking toward my car so I could message Carla and tell her she had sent me the wrong address. As I was walking away, though, I could hear a sound coming from said barn. I thought to myself, well, maybe they're out there, and the cars are just parked somewhere else. I started walking towards it, hoping I would hear some talking or music or anything, something that would indicate a birthday was going on. There was nothing but an eerie silence. Just as I was about to enter the barn, my brain finally kicked in. I said, you know what, forget this. I turned around and jogged to my car. I was upset, but I didn't want to get in trouble for trespassing on some random person's property. This clearly was not Carla's party. As I opened the car door, I heard the sound of a heavy wooden door whip open. I turned around and saw someone running from the barn in my direction. They were running full speed, clearly making a mad dash directly for me. I jumped into my car and immediately started up and drove off as fast as I could. The person was so fast, they were actually able to make it to my vehicle and grab onto the side of it as I drove off. Eventually, they were forced to let go. I could hear a low voice shouting at me as I peeled off down the road. I was terrified, confused, and angry. All sorts of emotions were flooding through me. After that, I had no idea what just happened. I tried to email Carla, but I never got a response back from her. Eventually, I made it to Monday at work. I approached Carla and apologized for the whole birthday party incident. I told her I must have had the wrong address or something. She looked at me like I had 9 heads. She said in a very confused voice, "What are you talking about? My birthday was 4 months ago." Now I looked at her like she had 9 heads. I told her about the suspicious email, and she confirmed it was not her. She showed me her email address, and it was a completely different one. In some ways, I was thankful this nightmare almost happened to me. It gave me the chance to finally interact with Carla. I was the most popular guy in the office for a couple days after that insane story. It wasn't until after that I realized just how horrifying this actually was. Someone that was clearly after me, and me alone. This was my work email I got the invitation sent to. That means that someone in the office singled me out and dragged me out to that abandoned farm to do something to me, something I don't even want to think about to this day. Thing is, I didn't have any enemies as far as I knew. I never found out who it was or why they singled me out. I never wronged a single person there, and nobody to my knowledge had any issues with me at all. Just a really crazy story. I still get freaked out every time I think about it. There was nothing quite like the classic sleepover birthday party when we were kids. Everyone getting together, playing games, staying up late, you name it. This party landed on a beautiful day. There were 10 of us kids in total, and when we arrived, we all started playing basketball. We were planning on playing PlayStation 2 all night. so we decided to play outside earlier during the day. It wasn't raining and it was beautiful weather really. We had a one-on-one tournament and played for quite a long time. I don't know if kids still do this, but where we grew up, we pulled the hoop to the front of the house. We would have to get out of the road every time a car drove by, which thankfully wasn't that much. While we were playing this time though, we noticed this beat-up gray car driving by several times. Ordinarily, we wouldn't notice something like that, but because of the condition of the car and how many times it drove by, it was very obvious. He didn't drive by every minute or anything, it was every few minutes. He wasn't just driving around the block before he would return and drive by again. By the fourth or fifth time of him passing us by, we were starting to get a bit annoyed. As he drove by the last time, he stopped at the end of the street. We all looked for a moment, but we soon started playing again. A few seconds later, he started to reverse. That's when we all got a little bit weirded out. He reversed until he was right underneath our basket and rolled down his window. It was some gross-looking guy. I remember he had really nasty skin and a bad comb-over haircut. He had this really squeaky voice, too. "Hey there, little fellas. You guys look pretty good at basketball. I was actually on my way to the park to shoot some hoops, but I don't have a ball on me. Can I borrow yours? You know, some of you guys can come with me if you'd like to. What do you say?" I knew this was bad news. I didn't want anything to do with it. I looked at my friend and said we needed to go inside now. I implied his mom was not going to be happy about us talking with a stranger. Most of us were quick to say no, realizing this was a situation we'd seen talked about a million times at school. A couple of the group were so naive they didn't realize this could be a dangerous situation though. I had to grab one of my buddies who was about to get into the passenger seat with the guy. We all started running back inside, even though the guy was still talking to us. The one thing I heard him say, and I remember it really freaking me out, was when he said, "Oh, come on, guys, I won't even tell your parents. You won't get in trouble, I promise." Even at that young age, I knew what this was. I freaked out. We slammed the door shut, and I looked out the window. I saw the neighbor from across the street walk outside and approach the car, but the guy drove off before the neighbor could reach him. My friends were mostly unaffected by this weird interaction, but I had the worst pit in my stomach. Close to dusk, my friends wanted to play hide-and-seek outside. I voted against the idea. I didn't know if that sketchy guy would still be lurking around. Unfortunately, I was outvoted. We played for a bit, and I started to forget about that dude. I was hiding, trying to find a spot where nobody would find me. I thought I'd achieved just that, but I was about to find out how wrong I was. Behind my buddy's fence was a narrow walkway between the back of his fence and the fence of the neighbor who lived behind him. All these houses had fences, so the walkway went almost the entire stretch of the street. I was hiding in that narrow path, thinking none of my friends would think to look behind the fences. While I was leaning against one of the wooden beams, I heard footsteps on the thick grass. Since nobody had mowed back there, the grass was pretty wild. I looked down the path and saw someone walking my direction. It was just dark enough outside that I couldn't tell for sure who it was, though. As they got closer, I began to clearly see who it was. It was the guy from the gray car from earlier. He was approaching me with this big smile on his face. In a voice just a bit louder than a whisper, he called out to me, "Hey bud, how about that basketball? You guys don't seem to be using it now." I kept telling him I didn't have one and started to move in the opposite direction. I could hear him breathing heavily and moving faster toward me. The more I moved away, the quicker he approached. If you're wondering why I wasn't screaming or yelling for help, the answer now was, I guess, because I was stupid. I was for sure scared. I knew this was a bad situation. For some reason, I remember being scared that if I yelled, it would make things worse. I don't know why that was my logic in the moment. I started to move faster down the narrow walkway. I heard him begin chasing me. I don't even know how close he was, but I could almost feel his breathing right on top of me. All of a sudden, I heard a loud voice yelling, "Hey! Hey you! What are you doing with that kid over there?" I just kept running. I heard the guy chasing me say something under his breath, and then he jumped over one of the fences. I ran as fast as I could and shouted for all my friends to meet me back in front of the house. The neighbor emerged from the narrow path and knocked on the door of my friend's house. He talked to his mom for a little bit, and she made us stay inside for the rest of the night. I was happy, but my friends were a bit upset. Nothing more happened that night, and I never saw that guy or that car again. It wasn't until I was much older that I realized how scary and horrible this could have been. It sure was scary in the moment, but it didn't quite traumatize me. I just think as a child I didn't truly understand the severity of the situation. Parents out there, please watch your children. There truly are monsters hiding everywhere. The story I'm about to share took place about 15 years ago or so, when I was a teenager. I had a pretty close group of friends at that age, some that I went to school with, some that lived in my neighborhood as well. Most nights we would be outside playing games, kickball, tag, hide and seek, a million other different things too. Most of us lived within walking distance of one another. The furthest was about 3 to 4 streets away. This close proximity made it easy to meet up often. None of us were old enough to drive. As we got older, our parents let us stay out later, and we would up the stakes of our games. We would allow a wider range of areas to hide in when we would play hide and seek, and change the rules to make the games more exciting. One night, my friend Patrick suggested we play flashlight tag in the cemetery. Patrick lived really close to a local cemetery. He was basically 5 to 6 houses from the main road, and the main road had a very large cemetery running parallel with it. Everyone seemed excited at the mention of this idea, but I was the exact opposite. Honestly, I was scared. I didn't want to do it. I obviously couldn't say that, though, or show that I was so scared. I agreed with everyone else. We decided we were going to head to the cemetery about 6:30 to 7 o'clock at night. The secondary gate would still be accessible. We could walk around and find a good spot to play before it got too dark. We all agreed with that. Everyone had to dress in all black though, and you could have 2 flashlights just in case one stopped working. It was up to you if you wanted to have it on or off. If you had it, you'd obviously be more likely to get caught, but you also wouldn't be as scared. I remember telling my mom I was heading to Patrick's house. She said, "It's 6 o'clock, what time are you coming home?" I told her I wasn't sure. She said that if it was after 8 I needed to call her, and she'd have my dad come pick me up. She didn't want me walking around that late at night. We arrived outside Patrick's house, and from what I remember, there were 8 of us there. We made our way to the cemetery earlier than we expected, and started to walk around, find a good spot to play hide and seek. The cemetery was quite large, so we wanted to put some strict parameters on where we could hide. We found a decent-sized area close to the exit, and set the rules for engagement. We started to play even though it wasn't quite dark yet. Most of our anxiety had washed away since we were playing before it was really dark out. I thought maybe we could get a few games in, then just get the hell out of here. Before I knew it though, we had only made it through 1 round and it was already dark. I was hoping that as we grouped up, we would just agree to leave, but of course that was not the case. My friends started grabbing their flashlights, and we asked if anyone wanted to volunteer to be the seeker first. Before anyone else could say anything, Joey, my friend, jumped up. He really was excited. We went over the rules again, and said that if you were caught in the light of the flashlight you were out, and had to meet up by the large tree we were all talking in front of. Joey was only going to count to 50. so people couldn't get too far away from the meeting area. He started counting and we all ran away, turning our flashlights out and finding a good place to hide. I didn't go very far. I found a large headstone next to a smaller tree and hid behind that. I was hoping that since I was a bit closer, I would get caught and be able to go back to the meeting area, where hopefully other people would gather together sooner rather than later. I could see Joey had his flashlight on and was walking in the opposite direction. I sat in silence. I could hear the wind blowing against the tree directly to my right. I thought I also heard something else. I jumped in surprise at a scream from another direction. Joey had found someone and they were heading back to the tree with their flashlight on. I figured I would take this opportunity to move slowly and get a bit closer to the main tree. I started moving with my flashlight off when I saw another person dressed in all black and hunched behind another headstone. From what I can remember, I would say they were about 50 feet in front of me. It was dark, so they could have easily been closer though. I started making my way toward them, thinking we could hide together, but as I got closer, there was this terrible smell. It smelled acidic, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I turned my flashlight on and saw that it was not one of my friends crouched there at all. It was an elderly man, dressed in all black with a hood covering his head. He looked directly into my flashlight. "Would you be a good boy and help me for a moment?" I froze for what felt like minutes, but was more realistically only a few seconds. I couldn't say anything. I tried to mutter out a few words, but I came to the realization I needed to move right now. The man screeched out a blood-curdling yell. I started running and flailing my flashlight, shouting. I think I was trying to say it was game over or something. In all honesty, it was probably just a bunch of gibberish though. I saw a bunch of flashlights turn on and move quickly in my direction. The old man was not only still screaming, but was following right behind me. Once the others saw what was happening, and that it wasn't one of us joking, there was a rush to the exit. It seems like it should have been a very memorable series of events, but the only thing that sticks out in my head is the screams of the man. Everyone was either too shocked or too scared to say anything. As we made it out of the cemetery, we continued to run towards Patrick's house. We got to the end of Patrick's street about 5 houses away from his. From where we were, we could still see the cemetery. The man hadn't followed us, luckily. It looked like he'd abruptly stopped at the cemetery's exit. He was now just standing there at the gate. He began to slowly walk backward into the darkness until we couldn't see him anymore. We went back to Patrick's house and stood in his backyard, trying to process exactly what just happened. To be honest, I don't remember much of that conversation. I think after a few minutes, everyone started heading home. Not long after, I called my dad to come pick me up. I remember not being able to sleep for a few nights after. I was scared that somehow the man would show up at my house or one of my friends' houses. We stayed away from that cemetery from that point on. Now, as an adult though, I wonder if it was someone just trying to scare us kids, or something with more malevolent intentions. Was it someone who needed some help? I guess I'll never have a way to know. My childhood friends and I were playing hide-and-go-seek at my cousin's house. All of the adults were having a dinner party, just a couple of houses down the street. We were all about 12 years old at the time. We were really living it up, having the entire house to ourselves. We were playing hide-and-go-seek in the front yard at this point. My friend who was it went searching and saw 2 people in the middle of the street. He thought they were 2 of our group of friends and yelled at them, calling them names and trying to tease them. The 2 men yelled back with words of their own, and they were not our friends at all. They were 2 random adults we'd never seen before. We all ran inside, grabbed a couple bats and turned the lights off. We hid in the bathroom together. At that point, we heard them running up to the house. We heard a gunshot ring out, and shortly after, the men began walking around inside. The bathroom was on the second floor, and honestly, we thought about jumping. We held on tight though, and eventually the men appeared to have left. A short time later, our parents showed up, asking what happened and what those noises were. It turns out the two guys had shot the front light out and kicked the door in. It was a really terrifying experience. I don't have a ton of great stories from my time in high school. I'm not ashamed to admit that I wasn't the best student, or even really the best human being. I've come a long way since that time. There's one story I remember like it was yesterday, but for all the wrong reasons. My friend's parents were out of town, and he invited a group of us over. He had a big house in a nice neighborhood, so any chance we got to go there, we would take it. A bunch of people were there and were doing some things that high school kids probably shouldn't be doing. One of the coolest things about this house was that his backyard was right up against the edge of an apple orchard. For a little backstory, when we were little kids, we would go to the end of the row of trees and eat apples. We all felt like we were so cool. One day, the guy who owned the orchard caught us and yelled at us like we were trying to burn his house down. We didn't think it was that serious, but apparently this guy did. That was a long time ago, and every time I always came back to his house, I always brought that up. I reminded my friend how much I hated that guy. I don't know what exactly prompted this thought, but while I was staring out the living room window looking at those apple trees, I suggested we play a game of hide and seek in the apple orchard. It took a little convincing to get everyone on board, but everyone eventually loved the idea. I was down at first just to go along and play the game, but once I got outside in the orchard, I was reminded of how much I truly disliked that man. My friends and I were running down some of the rows of trees when I noticed the big barn in the background. All I wanted to do was break in and be a complete degenerate. I told my friend that I wanted to hide in the barn, and I convinced him that nobody would find us hiding in there. The door was locked, and my buddy wanted to give up. I didn't want to, though. I broke the lock and made my way into the barn. Once my buddy was in with me, I reminded him of how much we used to hate this dude. This was our chance to get our revenge. He was, of course, against the idea, but after a little convincing, he came around. He was a good kid, but I was trying to get him to be a little rebellious teen for once in his life before we graduated. The barn wasn't your typical barn. This was an area where anyone who visited would ordinarily buy apples and seeds. There were all sorts of various goods in there. I don't know what came over me, but I started to trash around the place. It wasn't irreversible damage, but I knocked a few apples off the shelves and even took a few bottles of sauce they'd made. I remember being admittedly freaked out. Now I was technically breaking the law. I started to think about what would happen if I got in trouble. We were clearly trespassing, breaking and entering, destroying the guy's property. I couldn't get the image of being arrested out of my head. That's when I heard the door kick open. We looked over and saw the owner of the orchard standing there with a large rifle in his hand. We both hid behind a shelf and hoped he wouldn't see us. We could hear him walking slowly and yelling for us to come out. His voice sounded the same as it did all those years ago. If he had gotten that mad back then at a couple kids taking an apple or two, what was he going to do to us now for trashing his barn? He was standing right next to us, on the other side of the shelf. Each footstep felt like an earthquake. It was only a matter of time before he turned around and saw us. He fired a warning shot at the ceiling, which just about made both of us scream. We got up and sprinted out the back door we had broken into. The man yelled at us to stop, but we didn't look back. We kept running for our lives. We were bobbing and weaving through all the apple trees, hoping to lose the old man in the maze of trees. We were yelling to run to alert the rest of our friends we were being chased. Thankfully, they heard us, and everyone ran back to the house without being seen. When we got outside, we shut the lights off and looked out the window. We saw the man fire a shot at our house. The loud bang made us jump, and the flash of light from the shot illuminated the surrounding area. This guy was not playing games. He was going to punish us for trespassing. We were scared of getting caught and arrested at first, but the fear multiplied 100 times when he started firing all these shots. Suddenly, the fear of being arrested didn't look so bad. Everyone fled the house, except for me and a few other guys. All night long, we stared out the window and watched the man patrol the tree line. He never put the gun down, not a single time. He didn't fire again, but he didn't need to. Those shots before were enough. I stayed up until dawn, and I kid you not, the man stayed outside the entire night. That morning, I left my friend's house and drove by the front of the apple orchard. There were 2 cop cars out there, and the owner was speaking to the officers. I did feel sick and remorseful for what I did, but I was too scared to go back and apologize. I never took responsibility. I outgrew that degenerate stage of my life, but I'll never forget the fear of being hunted by a man who I guess in some ways was just defending his property. There was this old abandoned hospital on some private land just outside the town I grew up in. It had closed down decades before, and the road leading to it was closed off by the owners. Very few people had entered the property since it had closed. It was something that the kids in school always talked about, though, as if it were a haunted building. When I was 15, my best friend and I decided we wanted to go and check it out. We had never been there before, but we always liked to explore the woods, especially in places we weren't supposed to be in. We always tried to find the hospital, and one day we happened to come across it. The building was huge, much bigger than I'd ever expected it to be. My best friend Tim and I were really excited, even more so that we weren't able to find any security keeping us away from the building. We got up to it and went searching for a way to get in. It wasn't too difficult. Many of the windows had long since been broken out. It was kind of weird being inside the building. When it closed down, it seemed they had left a lot of equipment and furniture in there. There was a lot of graffiti on the walls as well, which we figured came from other explorers just like us. What we found the most interesting, though, was the really morbid atmosphere of the building. It was so huge and so dark, it truly felt like an evil place. I mean, I don't really know how else to put it other than that. Tim and I didn't believe in ghosts, and so we weren't scared of that, but there was just this really unnerving feeling about the area. We gave it little mind, though, as we kept exploring the huge building. We were in a basement level when Tim told me he was hearing something. I thought he was just trying to scare me at first, until I began to hear it too. It sounded like someone was moving around in one of the rooms. We figured it was an animal, so we thought we would go check it out. Tim opened the door to the room we were hearing the noises from. It was really dark in there, but we had a flashlight on us. Tim flashed it around the room, trying to see if he could find what had been making the mysterious noise. That's when the flashlight landed on a figure crouched down in the corner. When the light landed on the person, he fell forward until he was on all fours. He hid his face from our view. It was really creepy. He didn't move or do anything at first. Suddenly, the man began to speak. "What did you do to my face? Why did you steal my face?" He began crawling toward the two of us. faster than a man in his shape should have been capable of moving. Tim and I ran from the room and fled for the steps. We got up them and kept running until we were sure the man wouldn't follow us anymore. At that point, we decided we were content with what we had seen and decided to get the hell out of there. We had a scary story now, so that made the trip worth it. We later found out it was a crazy homeless person, not a mysterious ghost or anything. Why he talked about us stealing his face and tried to chase us, though, is something we speculated on for a long time. We never even got a good look at his face, so we wondered what it even looked like. Once, when I was a lot younger, I used to have to walk a lot of great distances. I didn't always have access to a vehicle, so I was stuck doing this many times. Every now and then, when the weather was really, really hot or it was pouring rain down, I would look out and someone would give me a ride. Those rides were few and far between, though. Still, when they would happen, it was really nice, and I was always so appreciative that I swore to myself I would absolutely pay it forward whenever I did have a car myself. When I did start driving, opportunities didn't present themselves as often as I thought they would. I would see people walking, but it was usually in town, and if it wasn't in town, it was never in bad weather. For several years, I never really got the opportunity to be as helpful to someone as my rides had been to me. Honestly, I began to wonder if I was the only person I knew who ever had to walk around as much as I used to. It wasn't until late one night, when I was on the way home from a relative's house, that I had an encounter with someone that looked like they really needed a ride. My uncle lived way out in the hills in a cabin, and I had spent a lot of time over at his house that night. It was around 1 a.m. when I finally let him know I had to head home. There weren't many homes out on those hills. There were a lot of winding dirt roads all over the place, though. While I was driving, I turned a curve around a hill and noticed a figure just ahead of me on the road. I could immediately tell it was a woman walking on the side of the road. I had no idea why someone would be out walking on these roads this late at night. I decided I would offer her a ride. I pulled up right next to her, and when I did, she stopped walking and looked over at me. I rolled my window down and she bent over. I asked her if she needed a ride. She told me she could really use one right now. She lived pretty far away from this area, and if she had to walk all the way home, it would take her all night long. I told her I would be happy to give her a ride. That's when she reached into her jacket and suddenly pulled out a gun. She pointed it at me and ordered me to get into the passenger seat of the car, which I did immediately. She got in behind the steering wheel, gun still pointed at me. Once she was in, she ordered me to get out. I almost resisted, but she cocked the gun, and that was all it took for me to get out and shut the door. She drove off immediately. The first time I got a chance to finally pay it forward, it all blew up in my face. In addition to being devastated about that, I just had my car stolen on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. I was far from my uncle's house at the time, all alone in the dark, with no choice but to keep walking down that dirt road. So I began walking. This was not only going to take forever, but it was also very scary walking around out there. It was so dark. There was no moon at all that night. All the sounds of the woods, which I normally thought were comforting, were far less so on this night. I was much more aware of them. It almost seemed I could hear them clearer. I began to hear noises I normally would not have. I wondered if the woman who had stolen my car had accomplices out in the trees that might try to attack me afterward. I still had no choice but to keep moving and to see where I would end up. That's when the strangest thing happened. I had been walking for about 45 minutes in the dark. when I saw the red lights at the back of a vehicle up ahead. It wasn't a car that was moving though, it was just sitting alongside of the road. It seemed like it was still running. As I got up closer to it, I realized it was in fact my own car. I was immediately worried the woman would be there too. Perhaps she was waiting to ambush me and kill me this time. When I thought about it further though, she could have easily killed me before, so that didn't make much sense. I cautiously approached the car, expecting something to happen at any time. There was no one around at all though. I kept looking around to see if she was hiding off in the trees or something, but I was unable to locate anyone. When I finally decided I was all alone with my car, I got in, rolled up the windows, and locked all the doors. The car was running but placed in park. I put the car into gear and started driving down the hill. This time, however, I had no plans to stop for anyone, regardless of if they needed a ride or not. Anyway, I got down off the hills and onto the main road without encountering any other people. I had no idea what happened. The whole thing was just so odd. There was no sign of the woman anywhere, and she hadn't taken anything from my vehicle either. She just abandoned it on the side of the road after only driving a short ways away. I asked my uncle later if he knew anyone who fit her description, but she was not familiar to him at all. Honestly, I thought he wouldn't believe me since it was such an incredible story, but he told me he'd heard of weirder things happening in the area before. I never found out what happened that night, really. Never encountered the woman again. I'm happy to say that I did pick up other people and give them rides though, and no such thing ever happened. I wasn't going to let that one encounter spoil me from wanting to ever do a good deed again. Met a guy online once, back in 2002. He was part of a pagan website that I was also part of. I don't want you to think this story is anti-pagan or anything like that. It's just how I came across him. He also had an online journal/diary that I would sometimes read as well. I don't think he ever knew that I actually checked that out though. After I invited him to come out from the Boston area to Chicago to visit me, he did a post about the trip on his online diary. I got the impression he was really looking forward to coming and seeing me. His name was Luke. I remember picking him up from the airport. I took a few days off from work and had the weekend off normally, so we had a fair bit of time to spend together. He told a lot of outlandish stories that I didn't truly believe, but I really liked him, and I thought we were going to have a good time together. While he was sleeping a few days into the visit, I decided to check his online diary again. In it, he told a completely fictional tale of what had happened since he came to see me. He claimed he had found a secret room in my apartment, and in it was a shrine I had built to him. He told his readers he was worried I was going to do something to hurt him. What worried me the most, though, was that he told them he felt he had to do something to hurt me first, before I got the chance to do anything. He said that he'd taken a knife out of my chopping block and stuffed it in his suitcase. He was going to wait to use it on me for when I fell asleep, and then he would leave. It was weird, eerie, and unlike anything else he'd ever posted on that blog. I remembered the stories he had told me, the ones I hadn't really believed. I began to get somewhat worried. I was scared he really wanted to kill me for some reason. I thought about that comment about taking the knife from my chopping block, so I went to the kitchen. I was half expecting no knives to really be missing, but when I checked, I noticed that one was. I tried to be careful and quiet as possible as I checked inside his suitcase. My missing knife was right there. Now I was getting even more scared. I grabbed it out and put it back in the knife's block as quietly as possible. It took me a while for me to decide what to do. I grabbed his suitcase and carried it down to my car. I put it in the trunk and then woke Luke up. I told him there was an emergency that needed to be taken care of right now. I could either put him in a hotel for the rest of his stay or get him an early ticket back home. Needless to say, he was a fair bit confused. I'd expected him to be, though. I let him know I had already packed his suitcase in my car. He asked if I could put him up in a motel close to the airport. I took him to the motel and went to park the car. He took his suitcase and went into the office, and I drove off right then and there and left him to fend for himself. I don't know what exactly he was planning. I bet he figured out that I knew when the knife wasn't in the suitcase anymore, because he never attempted to contact me again. I grew up in a very rural and large family. Many of my relatives, including myself, lived in some really country-style dwellings. In fact, I don't even remember living in a house that had a bathroom until I was 10 years old. My parents were divorced, and they rarely were able to find any work. A lot of our food was grown in the garden, or we'd get it from hunting. I didn't really know this at the time, but mental illness also seems to run in our family. Back then, people didn't talk about it so much, though. Also, when people were extremely mentally ill, we didn't think of them like that. For example, a sister of mine used to kneel down in front of the wall and talk as if someone were sitting behind it listening in on her. We never thought what she had was schizophrenia. My other sister and I simply thought there was really a ghost in the wall. As time went on, though, and many of our relatives were found to suffer from such similar things, we began to know more about these conditions. I have to bring that up because I had a really scary experience when visiting the home of one of my aunts. Her son, my cousin, nowadays I would assume had schizophrenia. At the time, though, we didn't know about such things. He always had problems and was saying the spirits were after him. He would always tell us about the spirits and such that he had seen, and being young, that was extra terrifying for us. I've told some stories before. It was about visiting them and the dogs acting really weird, then seeing a bunch of glowing cows. But as weird as that story was, it was nothing like the one that happened this time. My cousin was acting even stranger than normal. He had gone from just telling us there were spirits he could see to saying he actually believed the devil himself was after him. We were all raised pretty religiously, so this was not something we took lightly. There was nothing scarier to us than the possibility of the devil coming after us. My aunt was doing her best to try and make him not tell stories like that around us. We were too young in her view to hear such scary things. He would always whisper it to us, though, and every time we went to bed while we were visiting, we expected something bad to happen. We were staying at the house for about a week this time. My two sisters and I were sleeping in the living room as we normally did. We were all woken up by sudden screaming coming from my cousin's room. He kept on shouting, "The devil has me! He's taking me to hell!" Of course, this woke up everyone in the small house. It was quicker for us 3 girls to get to his room, though, than it was for his parents. I, being the oldest, opened his door and turned on the light, and what I saw I would never forget from then on. My cousin was chained to his bed. He was yelling and screaming about the devil in his room. He had chained him down and was ready to take him. I had never heard anyone screaming in such terror before or since. He was struggling against the chains, to no avail. He was in complete and utter distress. My aunt hurried us out of the room while she and her husband went inside. They closed the door and told us not to come in. All we could hear from the other side was him screaming and crying. Eventually he stopped, and the parents simply told us to go to bed. They didn't speak to us about what happened, so we didn't know what went on after we were booted from the room. I can't explain why he had been chained to the bed. Part of me thinks he must have started having those attacks every night, and his parents had chained him to the bed to stop it. I don't really know. He never mentioned it. After that visit, we didn't spend the night over there ever again, so we have no idea what became of it in the end. So, this was about 5 years ago, and it still creeps me out. I was 18 at the time, and now I'm 23 years old. I was walking home from work at the local pizza joint and taking my usual route home. It was just about 9:45 or 10 o'clock or so. It was super dark as well. As I was getting about 100 yards away from the street I live on, a white van suddenly turned onto my street. It was nothing too suspicious yet, but something about it didn't sit right with me. I yanked out my earbuds and paused my music. I turned down my street, and as I was getting closer to my house, I started to get this really weird gut feeling. I look up from my phone as I was just about to text my roommate, who was out of town at the time. When I looked up, I noticed the white van was now sitting in front of my house, and the man inside was just staring at me. The yellow car light was shining on his face. He had brown hair, glasses, and thick facial hair. His van lights were off, but his car was running. I stopped and put my back against a tree in the neighbor's yard and just stood there, maintaining eye contact with this man. After what seemed like an eternity, he pulled away from my house and started driving toward the stop sign at the end of the road. I didn't put my back to him. I kept my back to the tree and maintained a visual on the van the entire time. He sat there at the stop sign for 3 minutes, all while I was not daring to look away. Finally, he turned right, the direction which I had initially come from, and after about 20 seconds of making sure he wasn't coming back, I bolted to my house. I got inside and locked the door. I went to the window and quietly peeked out through the blinds. After a few moments, I noticed him driving back up and down the street a few times before he left once again. Afterward, I texted my roommate what happened. We went to each and every one of the windows in my house to make sure they were locked, along with the back door and garage door. I made sure to keep all the lights off for the remainder of the night. I didn't sleep a lick that night. I was so paranoid at every sound or movement. Let's just say I never walked home after that. There we were, 2 young teenagers standing in shelter on a boring Friday night, hiding out from the rain and enjoying an illicit beer. All of a sudden, 4 men appeared who took exception to our presence for some reason. They just happened to be walking past and saw us there. Obviously looking for trouble, they came over and began asking for drugs. We started to laugh at them, considering the notion of smoking even cigarettes hadn't entered our heads in our entire lives. Never mind the notion of dealing hard drugs. The building had an entrance at both sides, so we thought it best to remove ourselves from the situation. We legged it up the stairs from where we were and ran across the top balcony. We planned to run down the other side and escape that way. Naturally, the 4 guys had split up. 2 went down the other side, where we then ran into them. 1 punched my friend on his way past them, but he escaped. I was unfortunately cornered by the men and started to receive a fearsome beating. Even in the days after, you could see the marks on my face where the laces from their boots whipped me while being kicked. They mocked my screams and kicked me from head to toe, repeatedly asking over and over why we were selling drugs. I refused to tell them my name as they tried to beat it out of me. These were dark times in Northern Ireland back then. There was a worry of them coming back for more or attacking my family. This refusal to give them information obviously made things much worse. At one point, I was told to stand up as they were going to send me over the side of the building. As you would expect, I laid there not moving, groaning in pain. If they were going to throw me over the edge, they would have to pick me up themselves, which is exactly what they began to do. Literally at that very second, though, one told the others to be quiet. The police had shown up. The man told me not to make a sound. They told me we would all walk down the stairs together quietly, around the building, and away. At first, I was behind them, but they obviously thought better of this, just in case I tried to push one down the stairs. They made me stand out front. Again, I was told not to make a sound. At this point, though, my instincts told me I needed to get the fuck away from these guys, or they were going to do something even worse to me. I booked it down the stairs and ran into a local shop a few yards away. That happened to be where the police were, much to my relief. The men were so calm as they walked away, right past that area. Karma would later strike a couple of them, who I found out died quite young. One in a motorcycle accident, and the other I can't quite remember what happened. The incident fucked me up for a long time. It was difficult for me to go out if I was unsure who would be around. I was well into my 20s before that nervousness left me. My mom put a criminal damages claim in, and I got a few quid for my troubles. That rested in an account until I turned 18, at which point I promptly bought a motocross bike and discovered a love for racing. I suppose that's at least one good thing that came out of all of this. Even walking past that building, years after the attack happened, would bring back flashbacks of that night. Eventually, they demolished it altogether. It was not the first time a young man had been a victim of an attack like that at that estate. Just a couple of years beforehand, a 15-year-old had been thrown out through a window by a group of people and murdered. Luckily, I didn't face the same fate. I was one of those kids you see walking around zoos or amusement parks wearing a leash. Those were already a thing 20-plus years ago, but far less common, and initially only tied around the wrist. In my case, it was sort of a necessity. I would always start wandering off on the rest of my family no matter what the situation. This is one of those stories that led to me earning my leash. It happened when I was about 6 years old. I went to the zoo with my mom and sisters. Before every family outing, my mom made sure to give me the talk about not walking off again or I'd face the consequences. My mom was a strict parent that made good on her promises. She kinda had to be, being a single mother of 3. I didn't intentionally disobey her per se, but oftentimes I just didn't pay attention to the world or people around me. No different this day, really. I behaved and followed the group for a while, but then a butterfly garden caught my attention, and off I was. When I finally realized I'd separated myself from my mom and sisters again, I panicked and started walking around, searching everywhere for them. I was more afraid of what my mom's reaction would be more than anything else. After a while, I somehow got it in my head that if I could just find a way out, find our car and wait there, my family would eventually find me. So that's what I tried to do. Well, I got lost within a couple of minutes, walking around a strange neighborhood, looking for either our car or the way back to the zoo. Nothing looked familiar at all. I started sobbing. My mom was going to be so mad. That was when this guy came up to me, a totally normal-looking 40-year-old man, asking me if I was lost. I explained I'd lost my family while visiting the zoo, and I was looking for the way back. I couldn't believe my luck when the man told me he'd just come from the zoo and saw a family there standing near the entrance. They were waiting for a little girl with blonde hair and a baseball cap, just like me. It was still a few blocks away, though. He proposed I walk with him to his car, and we could drive the rest of the way back. Just the mention of his vehicle made me hesitate, though. I told him I wasn't allowed to get in the car with strangers. He said something like, "Well, that's true, but you look smart enough to know if you could trust someone." I don't remember the exact words he said, though. He added that he'd spoken with my parents earlier when they were looking for me, so he was not a complete stranger. Well, even at that age, that didn't seem quite right to me. I asked him if he'd really talked to my dad, who had actually died just a year before. When he said he did, I broke down crying uncontrollably. I still didn't understand the full extent of the situation. I was just really confused now, and scared of just how mad my mom was going to be after all this. Finally, my crying caught the attention of a security guard in a nearby parking building. He ran over and asked if there was something he could help with. The man stepped aside with the security guard and started explaining the situation. He made it vaguely sound like he was my father, and we were looking for his wife. The security guard seemed to believe him at first, pointing us in the right direction toward the zoo. The man thanked the security guard and proceeded to take my hand to walk away. The security guard took one last look at me and asked me in a comforting, friendly adult-to-child kind of way why I was still crying. I told him that my dad was already dead. He looked confused for a few seconds, then asked if the man was not my dad. I told him again that my dad was dead. In a split second, his whole face and posture changed. He turned to look at the man, who was now frantically trying to explain he'd never said he was my dad. The security guard must have just misunderstood him. The security guard said he appreciated the man's help, but he would take me off his hands now. The man immediately took off running. I don't think there was much else the security guard could have done, honestly. I explained the whole situation, and after making a phone call, he walked me to the entrance of the zoo, which it turned out was just around the corner from the parking building he worked at. From there, we were brought to the security office, where my mom and sisters were already waiting for me. I feel extremely lucky for the security guard being at the right place and right time that day. Just that extra second of time he took made all the difference in the end. I'd been running in these woods for as long as I can remember, but then something happened to make me change my mind entirely. And the story begins at around 6:30 p.m. I had just finished eating something and decided to go on a bit of a run. It was part of my usual routine. I always like to use the same path, cross the street, run for about a kilometer, and pass the gate that went through the woods. Something important to note is that the trail I used in the forest was separated about halfway through. One half of the path was paved, and the other was not. I would usually go into the unpaved path first, then turn onto the paved one after about 3 kilometers or so. Nothing had ever really gone wrong before this. I'd met some rare people walking their dogs, but other than that, I was basically always alone. At least I thought I was. I had been running for quite a while, when suddenly I got a notification on my phone. It was an airdrop notification. Since I didn't want to make it look like I was worried, I kept running for a couple of minutes, then stopped to change my music. I clicked open the airdrop. Who the hell could be sending me this? I was pretty sure I was all alone out there. At least I hadn't seen anyone else. When I clicked on the airdrop, though, my heart immediately sank. It was a Snapchat picture of me running, with the caption, "You look good." I didn't turn around. Instead, I kept running as if nothing happened until I reached a certain point. You see, the forest is surrounded by a fence to stop children from coming in unsupervised. I didn't like that rule when I was younger, so my friends and I had cut a hole in it. When I was aligned with the spot I remembered that hole being, I quickly turned and ran into the forest, aiming for that area. I could hear something rustling behind me, but I didn't dare to turn back. Once I reached that old hole, I tried to slip through it. Luckily, I was able to fit through still, and absolutely booked it to the fire station that was a couple of streets down. The last thing I could hear when leaving the forest was angry huffing behind me and the sound of metal on metal. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted from me, but I never ran in that forest again. As much as I love this time of year, I'm always reminded of one of the worst memories of my entire life. I've always been an outdoorsy type of person. Any chance I had to be outside, I took it. Whether it was hiking, sports, being at the beach, you name it. If it was outdoors, I was there. Now, back in high school, which at this point was around 10 years ago, my parents signed me up for this trip with the school. They were doing this camping and hiking program. We were going to take a weekend trip out to the mountains. I loved the idea for a bunch of different reasons, mainly because we were getting out of class on Friday. I was able to talk a bunch of my friends into going as well. I was so excited to spend the weekend in nature with my buddies and just sort of not care about the world. Friday came and we hiked a decent chunk of this local mountain. It wasn't that bad. Honestly, I think the trail was designed for beginners. At around 5:30, we decided to set up camp. There were probably 15 students and 3 teachers on this little expedition of ours. The first night, my friends and I, who were all sharing a tent, got in trouble with one of the teachers. There was a strict lights-out policy by 10 p.m., and we were still very awake and active at that time. One reason I was able to convince my friends to go with me was not just the no school on Friday thing, but because we could play our Nintendo DS's in the tent. Pokemon X and Y versions had just come out, and we were all playing together. If you can't guess, we were very loud and excited while playing the game. The teacher made us turn them off. We were all kind of upset, but listened to them anyway. I didn't sleep well that night. I could hear all kinds of noises outside the tent. It could have been an animal, but I thought it was also maybe a teacher checking up on us throughout the night to make sure we were actually in bed. The next morning, I was pretty exhausted. Once we started hiking, though, I got into a real groove, and I felt pretty good again. During the day, one of my friends suggested we sneak out of the tents at night. I didn't love the idea myself. I hated breaking the rules. I just wanted to play my new game with my friends. Nightfall came once again, and we told everyone we were hitting the sleeping bags early. It was around midnight, and I was nearly asleep when my friends woke me up to sneak away. I was groggy for a little while, but the thrill and excitement woke me up eventually. I did realize how stupid it was to sneak out into the middle of the woods at night, but I didn't think about it like that. My logic was, we weren't doing anything bad or illegal, so the repercussions surely wouldn't be too severe. We moved a good distance away from the camp, so we wouldn't wake anybody up. Most of us had nearly full charge on our DS's, so we said we'd play until the first DS died. Then we'd head back. The first 30 minutes were pretty great. I felt like I was making an awesome memory that I would cherish forever. Unfortunately, I was about to make a memory I would remember forever, but for all the wrong reasons. After that first 30 minutes, we began to hear a rustling in the trees. We all froze. My first thought was that it may be a bear. I was terrified. I didn't know what I would do. A few seconds later, though, a person emerge from the tree line. It was just as jarring and even more unexpected. Honestly, it was really weird. The man didn't look at us, and he didn't say anything. We were all sitting on some tree branches in almost a semicircle. The strange man sat in the center. He looked to be maybe in his 40s. He was average build with mostly dark hair, clean shaven, and most notably wearing some pretty nice looking clothes. A strange outfit for a man in the middle of the woods. None of us said anything. We all just kinda looked at each other, not sure what to do. The man just sat there, essentially looking down at the ground. We all looked at each other and silently agreed to get up and make our way back to the campsite. We silently counted to 3 and stood up as one. As we stood up, the man stood up as well. He stood completely still and did not look up either. The man didn't seem to be hostile. It was almost as if he was just mirroring our movements. That was the final straw for us, though. We freaked out. We decided to run as fast as we could back to the campsite. I started, and everyone followed. I looked back and could see the man was lightly jogging after us. It was one of the worst things I'd ever seen with my own eyes. This emotionless man in the middle of the woods, chasing after us with barely an effort, but still keeping up all the same. The lack of emotion in his face was so disturbing. It looked like he wasn't even breaking a sweat, keeping right on our tail. Thank God we were eventually able to lose him. At least, we thought we did. We zipped our tents up quietly, and all agreed not to tell anybody. I don't know why, really. We were stupid when we were kids, and we were scared we would get in trouble. We stayed awake the entire night, jumping at every little tree branch snapping or gust of the wind. We had never been so happy to see the light of the morning. We hiked out of the woods that afternoon and never saw the man again. Since we were now safe, we figured we would still never tell the teachers about what happened. We didn't get caught for sneaking out and didn't get hurt by that weirdo in the woods either. I still wanted to tell someone, but my friends all talked me out of it. Basically, they convinced me that if I got in trouble, all of us would get in trouble. They thought it was best to sweep it under the rug. I guess I'm lucky nothing worse happened. We absolutely should have told the teachers. At that age, though, the idea of getting in trouble seemed like the worst thing. Now that I'm older, though, not a single fall season goes by where I don't think about that strange man in the woods. Years ago, I moved into an older apartment. It was pretty cheap, and the building only had 8 units in it. There were 4 on the ground floor and 4 up above. All of them opened up to the outside. It was really all that I could afford, or else there's no way I would have moved in there. The rent was about $400 a month, and in that location, it was really cheap. The apartment that I had was on the ground level, at the far end. It had 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. After moving in, I had no problems filling in the space with the furniture I had. I didn't even have that much stuff either. For the first 2 or 3 days, things were perfectly fine. I was gone for most of the day at work anyway, and back by nightfall. One night, though, I went to bed at around 10 p.m., only to be woken up in the middle of the night. Somebody was knocking on my front door. I looked over at the clock and saw it was nearly midnight. I sat up and turned on the light in my bedroom. Why would anybody be knocking on my door at this time? I got out of bed and walked out into the living room. I turned on the light in there, too. I could sort of see there was indeed someone at the door. I could only make out their silhouette, though. When the light turned on, they immediately turned around and walked away. Needless to say, I did not get a good look at them at all. I went over to the door and tried to look out it, but they were already gone. I couldn't find any sign of them anywhere. It was really weird, but I decided to just go back to bed. I was able to get back to sleep fairly quickly. I'm not aware of the person coming back that night, as I didn't wake up for the rest of the night. The next day was pretty normal. I got up, went to work, came back that night, and fell asleep at the usual time of 10 p.m. Once more, though, for the second night in a row, I was woken up in the middle of the night. This time, though, I wasn't as sure what had woken me up. I didn't hear anybody knocking on the front door or anything. In fact, it was eerily silent. I turned over to go back to sleep, but suddenly I wasn't tired at all. I was wide awake, and I was feeling terrified for some reason. I sat up and turned on my bedroom light. Everything seemed to be in perfect order. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom, then try to fall back asleep. I got up from my bed and walked over to my bedroom door. The door was closed, so I opened it to my living room and kitchen area. The living room was closest to me, and the kitchen was at the other end. The only light was coming from my bedroom, so it was hard to see anything. I didn't see anything out of place, but that feeling of terror was still sitting with me. When I stepped out, I heard a strange noise, seeming to come from the kitchen area. It was in a section that was not immediately visible to me. I stopped where I was and tried to peek over the counter. Now my heart started beating really fast. I had no idea what was going on. I called out, "Is anybody there?" It was dead silent. I didn't hear any noise at all. I had no idea what to do in this situation. It sure sounded like somebody was in there, but I was still not 100% convinced. My eyes were just locked on the area I had heard the noise coming from. Seconds later, somebody suddenly appeared. They stood up from behind the counter and started running toward my front door. It was only 15 feet away from them. Since it was so dark, I couldn't make them out very well, but I was absolutely sure this person was my landlord. He made it to the door and threw it open, then sprinted out of my apartment. I couldn't believe what was happening. I ran over to the door and slammed it shut, then locked it. I went into my bedroom and called the police. I told them my landlord had broken into my apartment in the middle of the night without my permission. They came out and talked to me and said they were going to talk to the landlord. I couldn't really do anything else. All I could do was go back to bed. The next day, I got more information. The landlord admitted to being in my apartment. He was also apparently involved in other illegal activities. As a result, all of the tenants of his building had to move out, and the building was transferred to new ownership. I'm not sure about all the details. All I know is I really had to scramble to find a new place. Really for the best, though. I would much rather live in an apartment without the sort of landlord that chooses to break in the middle of the night. Growing up, I never went to summer camp, mainly because my parents couldn't afford it. I remember asking one year if I could go, but it got shut down quickly. My parents could barely make ends meet. I was able to attend sports camp in the summer, though. It was similar to your typical summer camp, except mainly focused on a specific sport. In my case, it was basketball. It was just for 1 week out of the summer. You would do drills, play games, eat, make friends, and just have a good time, really. After graduating, my life took a turn in a direction I never expected. I started coaching basketball at the high school level and teaching the fundamentals of the game to grade school children. After a successful first year as a coach, I reached out to the community to see if a basketball summer camp would be something they were interested in. I was overwhelmed by the support I got for the idea, so before the end of the school year, I found a gym to rent out and decided to host a basketball camp for kids, 4th grade through 10th grade. It would be first come, first serve, and when all the spots were filled, that would be the end. The camp was Monday through Saturday. It would be a sleepover camp as well. To my absolute joy, every spot was filled within just a couple of days. I couldn't wait to get started in this venture of mine. When we were packing up our stuff on the last day of sign-ups, a very angry man entered the gym and began screaming, "Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm signing up my boy right now, so you better wait right there." I was immediately annoyed by this guy's tone. I tried to be as calm as possible. "I'm sorry, sir, but every spot's been filled. I apologize. I wish I could take every kid too." Well, this guy was not having that. He started making a scene, kicking over chairs and throwing things around. I tried to get the man to calm down so I could explain to him why I could only take a certain amount of children. He just would not stop his freakout scene. I felt bad for his kid, honestly. Thankfully, the kid wasn't there with him, so he didn't have to witness all that. I understand what it's like to want to give your kids something, and sometimes the world does say no, but you have to deal with that. He finally left, after giving a genuine supervillain speech about how I hadn't seen the last of him, and I'd be sorry now. As a coach, I'd been threatened by parents a million times before, and I never took it that seriously. Most of the time, they just want what's best for their kids, and they'll say stupid stuff in anger. I treated this incident no differently. Finally, camp time arrived. I ran the camp a lot like the basketball camp I went to when I was a kid. Drills, scrimmages, downtime, even some fun mini-games for character building and team camaraderie. My staff of coaches and I really worked the kids hard on the first day. That first night, almost every camper was asleep by 8 or 9, which was great for us. We didn't have to try and wrangle in and calm dozens of teenagers down. This pattern of hard work and early nights continued for a couple of days. By Wednesday, I only had one kid that wanted to go home. After a nice conversation, we convinced him to try and stick it out just one more day and stay that night. At around 11 p.m., I was making my rounds to make sure all the kids were in bed, not being a distraction for everyone else trying to get to sleep. The location of the camp was in an old school that wasn't used for classes anymore. It was somewhat updated and pretty nice, though. And to paint the picture a little better for you, the campers slept in various classrooms. Before you scratch your head and say, "How's that work?" Before the camp started, we went in and converted the classrooms into some livable spaces. They were almost like cabins you would see in an outdoor summer camp, just inside an old school instead. After my walk, I was able to confirm that most of the kids were asleep or at least in their beds talking to each other quietly. On the other side of the sleeping quarters was the gym. To get to the gym, you had to walk down a long hallway, then cut down through the cafeteria, which also held the stage. While I was walking through there, I could hear a sound coming from on the stage. I shouted up, asking whoever was up there to come down. I figured it was one of the kids or a coach or something. I didn't know why they would be up there, but I still wanted them to come down. I shouted again and got no response. Clearly someone was up there though, because I could hear a noise that was blatantly footsteps. It was unmistakable. I shouted one last time. "All right, I gave you a chance. I'm coming up there now." I jumped up on the stage and was shining my flashlight all around. I didn't see anybody. I couldn't hear anything either. Just as I was about to walk away, from behind one of the curtains, I heard an angry voice call out to me. "I told you you'd be sorry." I shined the light in the dark pockets of the curtain, and from that black void, I saw someone charge right at me. I could immediately tell it was that angry parent from the sign-ups. Before I could even react, he tackled me on the stage and started throwing punches into me. One of the other coaches heard the commotion and came running in. He ripped the guy off me. The guy was just going crazy, flailing all over the stage. I had no choice but to punch him in the face. Once we subdued him, I called the police. Thank God they came quick. They escorted the man out of the building. But believe it or not, this is where the story actually gets crazy. The man's kid was already signed up to the camp anyway. He was separated from the kid's mother and didn't have custody of him. Apparently, the man was not mentally stable, which was pretty obvious now. The police informed me that his wife had told him several times the kid was already signed up. I guess he was upset he didn't get to do it himself, claiming it was a father's job or something like that. A very messy situation. I had to spend most of the day contacting parents and letting them know what happened and that their children were all safe. That was the only incident that ever occurred like that, and I'm thankful it didn't ruin the camp for all the kids. It certainly was a scary moment, though. Every year before I host that camp, I think about that guy. I have no idea how he even got in. All the doors were locked and there were no windows for him to climb in through. The only thing I can think of is that he arrived on the first day and had been hiding inside the school the entire time we were there. Just the thought of that gives me the chills. It just makes me think, even when you think you're safe, you never know who might really be watching you. My sister had an experience as a child that I think I should share with you. I was also there when it happened, but it's my sister who's been affected the most negatively by it. It wasn't as though we could have seen it coming. Our hometown is small. No more than 20,000 even today. It was probably less back then. We grew up in a very religious house where the Bible was read every evening and church was attended twice a week. Despite no longer being a part of the church, I enjoyed those days. Everyone was kind and seemed to love it. It was like having a giant family. Looking back, our home life was a pretty normal Midwestern one. My sister and I never went without anything, and neither of us ever felt unloved or lacked support when we needed it. I'd go so far as to say we had perfect parents, or at least as perfect as any could be. We still have a very close relationship, and I don't hesitate to go to them whenever I need help with my own kids. As great as our folks were, though, they couldn't watch over us 24 hours a day. They had to work, and we had to go to school. Since first grade, my sister and I had gone to a Christian private school in our city. Like most regular schools, we had a recess period. Ours happened after lunch. It was during one of those times when some stranger decided to make his appearance. I was 12 that year, and Martina was 9. Since the school was small, all the grades took their recesses at the same time. Just like any other big sister, I've always been very protective of Martina. Even when she was off playing with her friends, I made sure to check on her every once in a while. On this day, I was talking to another girl my age when she suddenly brought something to my attention. I looked over and saw Martina talking to a man by the fence's side. I didn't recognize that man at all. I started to get kind of nervous. This was in the 90s, mind you. All of us kids were getting that stranger danger talk drilled into our heads constantly. Unfortunately, Martina had always been friendly to anyone who was nice to her. In a perfect world, her innocence would have been very sweet, but the world we live in is far from perfect. I ran over to our teacher and told her what was going on. We ran towards the fence. The man fled as soon as he saw us approaching. Martina was crying when we reached her. The poor girl didn't understand why we'd driven her friend away. I tried to explain it to her, but she was just too naive and kind-hearted to understand. I stuck to her like glue after that. She and I would eat lunch together, and I would stand near her during recess. She didn't like it one bit, of course, but I didn't care about that. For a while, her safety was all I could think about. I became obsessed. I had nightmares of her being grabbed by a stranger. It was far too much pressure for someone so young to take on, but the fear of losing my sister drove me mad. My parents were naturally concerned as well. They did all they could to try and explain the dangers to her, but stopped when she looked like she was about to cry. Now that I'm a parent myself, I understand why there's a fine line between teaching your kids an important lesson and destroying their innocence. Even at 12, I knew the danger strangers posed, despite not yet understanding what sick things they might actually have planned for me. Until that incident, we had always walked to and from school, but had to ride the bus after that. This made the school day so much longer, and I quickly grew to hate it. School took the danger seriously and hired a second safety officer to patrol the campus. All the necessary measures seemed to work. Several months passed by, and it was looking like the man had moved on to somewhere else. Eventually, the alert level was lowered back down to normal, and everyone got back to their regular lives. Even the second officer was let go. We all thought we'd be able to return to our own lives. From all appearances, the creepy man was nowhere to be found. That wasn't the case, though. He had taken a real liking to Martina, and he knew all he had to do was be patient and wait till we let our guard down. When that day came, he would strike. And come it did. About 9 months later. It wasn't where we expected either. It had been almost a year since the incident at school. Most of us had returned to our old habits, and I began letting Martina out of my sight during recess again. The one remaining safety officer was spending most of his time smoking in his car, and the teachers were all distracted. It was safe to say no one was prepared for what was to come next. It was a Saturday afternoon, the first truly nice and warm weekend of the year. We were at the park with our mom and some friends. I had been pushing her on the swing just a few minutes prior and stopped to get a drink from a water fountain. I guess she was all alone in that moment. The man came and snatched her. I was alerted by her sudden screaming and turned around to see that very same stranger running away with her in his arms. I immediately took off after the man, screaming for my mother. She and a few of the other mothers in the park began chasing after him as well. It looked like the man was going to get away. Just a few yards away from his car, though, he stopped and put her down. He had this sour look on his face and was patting his shirt. I remember seeing he was about to pick her back up, but noticed we were too close. He hesitated for a moment before turning and running for his car again. Amazingly, he left Martina there. He jumped in his car and sped away, but not before my mom and a few others got his plate number. When we finally reached my sister, we saw why he had put her down. She was so terrified she had peed herself. I can't imagine the fear she must have felt. My mom scooped her up and held her suffocatingly close. We all cried. It was equal parts relief and heartbreak. The effects of the trauma showed up almost immediately. When the police tried to question her, she wouldn't answer. She remained that way for several months. The once vibrant and talkative little girl was almost catatonic. No matter who tried to speak with her, she would never answer. She had a distant, empty gaze that stayed on her face. My mom became inconsolable, and I didn't know what to do. The only bright spot was that we had the man's plate number. While we waited for updates, my mom did all she could to get Martina to talk again. She saw a long series of counselors and psychiatrists, but not much was achieved. She would eventually speak again, but there was no going back to that blind trust she once had. Most of her life was spent alone in her room from then on, the only place she felt completely safe. She rarely dated anyone as she grew up, and if she did, it was only guys she had known for most of her life. Against all odds, she did eventually find somebody, but their relationship is constantly being tested by these issues. The stranger actually got caught eventually. Our dad volunteered to deal with the investigation from there on. All I know is that he did go to prison, but I'm not sure for how long or where he is now. Should he be stupid enough to show his face in this town again, it will not end well for him. This happened during my sophomore year in high school. I remember I took an elective class that was called Outdoor Activities. It was an easy and quite fun gym class where we went outside and did many things. We had a different subject every week, and they all revolved around the outdoors. One week, we learned how to fish. In another, we would play tennis. For this week in particular, we were going hiking. I remember we hiked on a path near the school grounds earlier in the week. Then, later in the week, we took a field trip to a state park that was nearby. The park was pretty large, with many different trails on it. Our teacher, Mr. Saleri, was leading the way for the rest of us. The class was not that big. It had between 15 to 20 people in it. On the day of the field trip, we all boarded the school bus and took a 20-minute ride there. The class period was going to go longer than usual, and we would be able to skip the first part of our next class. That's something I wasn't exactly mad about, as my next class was math. After we got to the park, we all got off. I saw what the place looked like. There was a lake, there was a spot for picnics and stuff, there was a bunch of paths and a huge wooded area. Mr. Saleri started down one of the paths into the woods. He walked pretty fast and made it clear that we were there to hike and not to mess around. We all started following him. I was walking with one of my good friends named Marcus. He also happened to be in the same class. Marcus and I were walking at the very end of the line. We were admittedly moving at a much slower pace than everyone else. I think we were talking about girls or something, getting really immersed in the conversation. There was this one girl I really liked that he was friends with, and he was giving me some advice. We were so engrossed that we were not really paying attention to the rest of the class very well. The path we were on was surrounded by woods and had a lot of twists and turns. Because of this, it didn't take long for us to not even be able to see the other people in front of us. We didn't really care, though. We knew we could catch back up at any time. As we continued our conversation, though, I remember at some point we suddenly heard a noise off to our left. It was the sound of twigs breaking and leaves moving around. Something was moving off in those woods. We both assumed it was an animal at first, but it would have to have been a large one. I remember Marcus saying, "Did you hear that?" We guessed maybe it was a deer or something. We paused our conversation and started to look a bit closer. We couldn't really see anything that far in the woods, though. It was really dense. I saw some branches and leaves moving, but I couldn't tell what was causing it. We were curious, though, so we decided to take a couple steps into the woods. I remember I sort of made my own path by stepping through the dense brush. After a few steps into the woods, I could see a little bit better. We kept walking closer to the noises and made it within 10 feet. That was when I saw movement up ahead. I realized there was a man there. It was not an animal after all. But what was this guy doing out here in the middle of the woods? He was wearing a very dark brown jacket. I could see he had a messy beard and very long hair. He snapped his head to look at us. That's when we decided to go back to the path. Neither of us said anything. We just started making our way back in that direction. I was a little bit creeped out, seeing this guy standing in the middle of these dense woods. After we made it back, we continued to walk in the direction our class had gone. By now, though, they were way ahead of us. We were not walking for that long before we heard more movement out in the woods. This time it was much closer, though. It seemed as though the man in the woods was now making his way to the path we were on. We tried to ignore it and keep walking. We continued our conversation, but then the man emerged onto the path. He was just following right behind us, going the same way we were going. He was about 40 to 50 feet behind us. This was very unnerving. Marcus and I decided to move faster. We wanted to catch up with the rest of the group now. After a couple minutes of walking at a fast pace, I could still hear the man following us. I looked back. He was walking faster behind us, keeping pace with how we were going. He was around the same distance behind. We were so far behind the class, though, that we still couldn't even hear the rest of them. At that point, we came to an area where the path went 3 ways: left, right, and straight ahead. We had no idea where everybody else had gone, so we chose the path to the left. After walking down that way, we realized the man had still followed us down the split path. At that point, Marcus and I started running. We both played sports and were athletic guys, so we would be able to run for a while. We were sure there was no way this guy following us from the woods was going to run too. We were wrong. He started to jog after us. Now there was no question that he was chasing us. Marcus and I went faster, desperately trying to get away from this guy. The more we ran, though, the more we realized we must have gone the wrong way. We would have certainly caught up to the group by now if they had gone this direction, but we couldn't go back or else we would run right into the man's arms. We just kept running and decided to go off the path. There was an area where the woods weren't as thick. Marcus and I both cut off the path and entered the woods and continued to run, sprinting through the forest. We got scratched up and hit by various tree branches. The man followed us off path and entered the woods again. After we ran for what felt like a long time, we saw another path. We ran to that one and started jogging down that as well. The man was still behind us. We jogged on that path for about a minute before leaving and going into the woods again. We really had no plan. We were just winging it. After running through the woods for a while longer, by some miracle, we made it to an opening with another picnic area. There were tables, another parking lot, and a lot of people around. We were so glad to see them. We emerged from the woods and ran toward them. They had strange looks on their faces, seeing us come running out of the woods from out of nowhere. When we looked back, the man had not followed us. He was still in the woods. We walked through the picnic area. There was another path on the other side that sort of went by. Marcus and I didn't really know where to go, so we just walked along that path. We headed down it for a while. About a minute in, we heard voices of people up ahead, and then we saw Mr. Solari and the rest of the class. They looked surprised to see us. We were extremely happy to see them. Mr. Solari asked us where on earth we had come from. We told him the whole story. He wasn't mad at us or anything. In fact, he found it quite funny and was giving us a hard time about it. I was just really glad we were able to get away from the guy. I'm not sure who he was or what he wanted from us. Maybe he was mad we disturbed him while he was wandering in the woods. I don't really know. I just think it's so crazy he ran after us for so long. That was certainly my most memorable field trip. This happened to my mom about a year ago while she was visiting me. I woke up to get a drink around 4 a.m. one night. My mom works third shift, so she was still awake and I decided to hang out with her. She told me she had just gotten back from the 24/7. When my mom was on the way back from the store around 3:30 a.m., she saw what looked like a person crawling on the road. She rolled her window down to ask if the person needed help. As she got closer, though, she could hear the woman screeching absolute bloody murder. My mom described her as looking like her jaw was about to unhinge itself. My mom wasn't easily fooled, but she wasn't just going to flat out ignore this situation either. She remained in her locked vehicle and yelled out the window to see if the woman needed the cops or something. The girl just started going on and on about how someone was after her and wanted to kill her. As the girl was rambling, my mom saw a car pull up from the other direction. My mom yelled at her to get out of the road. As the girl noticed the car, she got up like it was no problem. The car passed by, and then a man seemingly appeared from out of nowhere. He began yelling at the girl, saying a bunch of random stuff and trying to get her to go with him. The girl seemed to be afraid of him. Just as he noticed my mom, he was already at my mom's window practically instantly. He charged over in a split second. The ordeal was just way too strange, so my mom sped out of there. Once my mom was a bit further down the road, she called the police. They told her they'd already received 1 or 2 calls about this already that night, and they didn't act concerned at all. As my mom told this story, it really made my skin crawl. This all happened only a 10-minute walk away from my house. I never encountered anything like that in the 3 years I've lived here, and nothing even close has happened since either. When I was in my mid-20s, I had a job I enjoyed quite a bit. It honestly paid really decently too. Basically, without getting into too many details, I would drive all over the state delivering medications for people that otherwise couldn't pick them up from the pharmacy for one reason or another. The work aspect of the job was pretty straightforward, if not a little bit boring. It was the driving part of the job that I really loved. I'm someone who absolutely adores podcasts of all types. Because my day was spent mostly driving, I would just devour hours of content. Some may find that boring, but for me it was a dream job really. One day I had to make a delivery that was in the middle of nowhere, and I mean quite literally. There was nothing nearby. I passed by a small handful of farms, but that was about it. The closest town was 30 minutes away at least. I eventually pulled up to this little shack that was barely even eligible to be considered a home. I would say it was honestly sad, but the guy who owned it didn't seem to care too much. I dropped off his medication and started my long journey back to civilization. The next drop was over an hour away from where I was, so I knew I was going to get a nice chunk of podcasting in. The first hiccup came when I was leaving that man's home. I had no service at all, so I couldn't input the new address into my GPS system. Worst of all, I couldn't load any podcasts either. I'd looked at the route that morning before I started my trip, so I had a general idea of where to go. I just wasn't super confident in that. I started in the direction I thought was the correct way, and simply hoped for the best. While driving, I enjoyed the sunshine cooking me through the windshield. Every few minutes, I would check my phone to see if my service had come back, but it was still no use. Then came hiccup number 2. I was driving down a long, empty stretch of nothing. I must have hit something on the road, because I suddenly lost control for a brief second and got a flat tire. That was just perfect. I got out to change the tire, and of course hiccup number 3 soon revealed itself. There was no spare tire in the trunk. At this point, I was feeling like crap. I had no idea where I was, I had no service on my phone, and now I had a flat tire on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. The only silver lining here was that it was beautiful outside. Something about the thought of being stranded on the side of the road in the middle of the night seemed scary, but it seemed peaceful, being stranded on a beautiful day. I sat down on the side of the road for a while and tried to figure out what exactly I was going to do. I didn't know if I should walk until I saw a farm or a town or what. The problem was, if I started walking, I would have to leave the vehicle, and obviously there was a lot of sensitive material in that car. I thought about maybe just sitting there until someone drove by. Eventually, I would be able to go get help, right? But the more I thought about it, the more unlikely that seemed. I'd only seen 2 cars in total since I'd entered this area. I wrestled with what to do for a long while when a small miracle occurred. or at least at the moment I considered it a miracle. A car just so happened to drive by. When he saw me stranded on the side of the road, he pulled over. A bigger man got out of the car and started making his way over to my vehicle. In a soft but deep voice, the man called out to me, "Hey there, looks like you could use a hand." I explained the situation about not having a spare or any cell phone service. The man just chuckled a bit and said, "Yeah, phones don't really work around here that well. If you want, I can give you a lift to my place. You can call someone from there. It's only a few more minutes up the road." Now, ordinarily, I would never agree to do something like that, but at this point, I was honestly very desperate. I locked up my car tight and decided to leave everything in there, figuring it would be safe for at least a little while I was gone. I agreed to the proposition and got into this random kind gentleman's car. The first thing I noticed was this horrific smell. It smelled like the man hadn't showered in 50 years. The car itself was also filthy. Trash and cans of food lined the floor of the car. As the man started driving, I looked down and noticed some of the cans at my feet were beer cans. That didn't make me feel much safer. I just kept telling myself the man was helping me, and I needed to be nice to him. A few minutes later, we pulled up to a barn that looked like it was about to fall apart. It had a silo attached as well. At least, that's what I think they're called. Those big cylinder things barns sometimes have. The silo had a big gigantic hole in it, and the barn itself was falling over. The roof looked partially caved in. The most glaring thing I noticed was that there was no farmhouse at all, just this old barn. Before I could say anything, the man interrupted my thoughts. "Well, it's just inside there, son. Go ahead and make your call, and I'll take you back." I'm not sure exactly what was running through my skull in that moment to convince me this barn had a phone. Maybe it was seeing that rundown shack at my last stop, or maybe I was just an idiot. Either way, I slowly started to make my way over. When I had walked away from the man's car, I turned around. He looked like he was sneaking out of it. His eyes were oddly fixated on me. When he knew I'd seen him sneaking, he had this deer-in-the-headlights look and stopped moving. He kept on uttering, "It's just inside the barn, just over there on the left, son." I slowly started to turn my head back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man reaching into his glove box. I looked forward to the barn. I was close enough now to see the inside was completely empty, completely abandoned. My instincts kicked in. I realized something very bad may be about to happen. Without thinking, I took off running. As I did so, I looked behind me. The man was inches from where I'd been standing, in the midst of swinging a large blunt object in his hand. I think some sort of pipe. I couldn't be sure, though. I kept running, trying to keep my distance. My heart was about to explode. Thankfully, it was sunny enough I could actually see where I was going. To my surprise, I ran far enough that I got service on my cell phone, and I was able to call the police. I tried to explain to them where I was, and tried to give them a brief description of the man and his car. I didn't think it was a good idea, but the police told me to try and carefully make my way back to my vehicle. I did so reluctantly, and was able to get there. The police were already there when I arrived, and the man was nowhere to be seen. I gave my statement, and told them exactly where he had taken me. Unfortunately, the man's car and description didn't match any of the folks that lived in the nearby areas. They seemed to be pretty familiar with everyone around there. We got my car towed, and the day ended at that moment. As far as I know, the police never found the man. Honestly, it seemed like they didn't care too much when I was giving my statement. Thankfully, I'm sitting here today, still able to tell my story. But if I didn't run when I decided to, I would have been in a very different situation. Every time I drive by a barn now, I'm reminded of that horrible afternoon. It just goes to show that sometimes monsters don't always hide in the shadows of the night. They can lurk even on the brightest of sunny days. I live by myself in a typical-sized home in the suburbs. This took place last year, when I was finally deciding to clean out my basement a bit. Now, the basement of my house is not finished, so the floors are concrete, and there's lots of random pipes and stuff. There's never really much purpose for me to go down there, so since I moved in about 5 years ago, it's really just been used for storage. I wanted to maybe finish up the basement, or at least make the space useful somehow. I decided to go through the things down there and organize them a bit. I hadn't been in the basement in about a month at least. One day, I went down there and started cleaning. There was quite a bit of things down there, mostly large boxes with various items in them that I didn't use much. I started with the area closer to the stairs and went through the boxes one at a time. I was getting rid of a lot of things, either throwing them away or donating them. Other things I was going to be storing in a much more organized way. Probably about an hour into cleaning, I was there in the basement when I thought I heard a strange noise. I wasn't exactly sure what it was at first. I thought maybe it was a mouse or something, which made me unhappy to think about. When I heard it, I remember I stopped and looked all around. I didn't see anything down there with me though. The noise stopped almost right away too, so I just went back to work. I didn't hear any more noises for a while. About 10 minutes later though, I did see something. It was mostly dark in the basement, because the only lighting was a couple of dim light bulbs. You couldn't see very well. I thought I could see somebody down there with me. There were some boxes by the water heater on the other side. I was absolutely sure I had seen a man crouched down and looking at me. I could only see his head and part of his shoulder. It was a really freaky sight to see. When I noticed this, I did not try to stare at the man or anything. In fact, I tried to pretend like I hadn't even noticed him. At first, I kept cleaning and organizing the boxes as I had been, even though my heart was now racing a mile a minute. I didn't want this guy, whoever he was, to know that I'd discovered him. I wanted badly to just get up and run upstairs, but I needed to remain calm in this situation. I paid close attention, wondering if the guy was going to make a move at all. I could see out of the corner of my eye that he was remaining perfectly still. For the next minute or two, I continued what I was doing. Then I decided to go upstairs. I tried to make it look as natural as possible. I picked up a random box and started to walk up the stairs with it. As I was going up, I just wanted to break into a run, but I knew I had to be calm and go at normal speed. When I had almost made it to the top of the stairs, though, I could hear the man moving behind me. I didn't bother to look back. I didn't want to. Within seconds, I could tell the guy was now charging for the stairs, probably to go up after me. At that point, I went a lot faster. I made it to the top and closed the basement door, then ran as fast as I could. I didn't know where to go or what to do. I ran into the bathroom and locked myself inside. It was the only room in the entire house that had a locking door at the time. Not even my bedroom door had one. After I got inside, I heard footsteps upstairs. Whoever this man was, he had followed me up. I called the police on my cell phone while in the bathroom. I was very careful not to make any noise. I didn't want to give away my location. The man walked through the living room area and seemed to be getting closer to me. Eventually, he got to the hallway where I was. At this point, I hung up the phone with the police. I was too scared to make any noise. Looking back, that was quite dumb, but I was really panicking. The guy reached the bathroom door and then began trying to open it. He discovered it was locked and turned and walked away. He went back toward the living room and seemed to go into the kitchen. After that, I didn't really hear much else. Finally, I heard the back door to the house open and close as well, possibly him leaving. I still didn't leave my hiding place though. I stayed in the bathroom for 10 minutes until the police finally arrived. I let them into my home, and they looked all through my house and the basement as well. The man had in fact left through the back door. They also searched the outside, but he was long gone. We looked in the basement, and I wasn't aware of anything being messed up down there. I was really creeped out by the whole thing. I still am, really. I have no idea how the guy even got inside my house. That remains a mystery to me, as well as what exactly he wanted. For some background to this story, I'm a woman, and at the time this took place, I lived in a rented house. The neighborhood was a typical one that was pretty busy. There were many houses spread throughout it. I lived alone and was going to be moving to a new home. I was still going to be renting, but just in a little bit better of a location. In a nicer house, you know? This particular house that I was moving out of, I had lived in for exactly 2 years. It was kind of small, but it was enough space for me. I didn't own that much stuff yet or anything, though. About a week before it was time to head out, I decided to clean up the place and pack up some things. For several days, I organized, cleaned, and packed up many items in boxes. I got to the point where the only things I still had out were things I was currently using. I couldn't move my big furniture just yet either. Just a few days before moving, I decided to pack some boxes into my car. I was going to bring them down to my parents' house, who were helping me move. I remember that while I was bringing one of the boxes out to my car, I saw one of my neighbors outside. I wouldn't say I was really friends with any of my neighbors from living there for a couple of years. I talked to a few, but I never hung out with anybody. Most of the people I lived by, I could recognize their faces though. The man I saw lived across the street, one house over from me. He had glasses and was somewhat short and thin. I remember after I put the box in my car, he asked me if I was moving out. I told him yes, and he asked me where. I gave him the name of the city, which was about 30 minutes away. We then had a very brief conversation. He asked me why I was moving and all that sorts of stuff. Overall, it was pretty normal. I went back inside to continue. After I'd packed my car with several boxes, I wanted to clean some more. On this night in particular, I actually ended up staying really late cleaning. I got so focused and didn't expect to do that. There was a lot to be done though. I remembered that I was still cleaning at nearly midnight. I was planning to be done soon. I was in the living room when I was absolutely certain that I heard the sound of my back door rattling. It sounded just like somebody trying to open it, but it was locked. Instantly, I got a bad feeling. Nothing like this had ever happened before. I stopped and listened in, but everything was quiet now. I got up and walked over to the back end of my home. The small dining room had a back door, but I couldn't see anything out there. I turned on the back light to get more visibility, but still I couldn't see any signs of anyone, at least not anymore. I went to the side of the house to double check through a window there, but I still didn't see any signs of anyone. After that, I moved back to the living room. Just to be safe, I went to look out a window in the front too. There and then, I saw my neighbor, the one I had just talked to earlier. He was walking through my front yard. He didn't seem to have noticed me looking at him. He passed by the area I was looking out of and went out of my sight. I rushed over to the bathroom and looked out another window. I saw him walk right up to my bedroom window, and he appeared to be trying to peek inside. I was so creeped out by this that I decided to call the police. I went into the living room away from all the windows. I didn't want him to see me. I told them that my neighbor was trying to snoop around my yard and even tried to enter the back door. I didn't really know this guy at all, but I had never expected him to try and break in. I wasn't sure what he was capable of now. The 911 operator told me the police were on their way. Then I just had to sit there and wait. Things were pretty quiet. I honestly couldn't even tell if the guy was still out there or not. I didn't dare to check either. I was too scared from what I had seen earlier. I just waited there and didn't really hear much of anything. The police arrived sooner than I expected. I remember hearing my doorbell ring. Honestly, it kind of scared me at first. I looked out the window and saw a police officer. I answered the door and talked to them about what happened. They said they would check around the house now. I figured the neighbor would already be gone, having fled to his place. But to my surprise, he was still there. The police found him hiding in a bush right by a back window. When they questioned him, he tried to flee, but he didn't exactly get very far. After I moved away, I didn't hear anything more about the guy. He was really a creep. I'm so glad I moved away when I did. Car trouble is the worst. With all the other things we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, having your vehicle break down while you're already late to work or heading to a first date or what have you can sometimes feel like the final straw. For this and a few other reasons, I've transitioned from buying cars to just leasing. I love the low maintenance and reliability of swapping out vehicles every few years. The story I'm about to tell you took place 4 years ago. I brought in my SUV for a routine maintenance. They said there was a recall that needed to be handled, and I said that was fine. Recalls don't cost any additional money after all. After waiting for a few hours for all the work to be done, I started to head home to continue the rest of the day. Once I hit the highway though, my check engine light came on, and the car refused to go above 40 miles per hour. I turned around and brought it right back to the shop. They said that whatever they'd used under the hood to fasten the recall could be detached, and they would fix it right away. I was pretty annoyed, but I was glad it at least seemed like an easy fix. Fast forward to 4 days later though, the exact same thing happened. The check engine light came on and the car refused to accelerate beyond 30 miles per hour this time. I called the shop and let them know I would be bringing it in immediately. They kinda tried to push back and said I needed to make an appointment. I voiced my frustration and let them know how the car had been working perfectly fine until they did whatever they needed to do with this so-called recall. When I brought my car in this time, I was met with someone named Jerry, tall bearded guy, missing a fair few teeth. He said he was sorry for the inconvenience and that I just needed to fill out a little bit of paperwork so they could fix it again. It asked for my address, phone number, email, and I'm sure a few other things that I raced through to finish. After about 45 minutes, Jerry came back out and said that he'd personally taken care of it. I should be all set to go now. He gave me a wide smile. I said thanks and headed to my car, where the keys were sitting right on the seat. As I got in the car and started to leave, I could see Jerry flagging me down. I rolled down my window. "I just want to make sure there's nothing else I can do for you. Anything at all?" I paused for a minute and said, "Nope, think I'm all set." I rolled up my window, hoping no further incidents would occur. Fast forward about a week or so, I was still worried every time I drove my car that the same issue was going to happen again. It was a long week at work. I was excited to get some food, sit on the couch, and do nothing for the night. About halfway into a movie I was watching, I suddenly got a call from an unknown number. I answered it and no one said anything on the other side. Annoyed, I kept asking who the person was, but there was no response at all. I could hear this very faint sound though. It sounded like someone whispering from very far away. I hung up and went back to my movie. About 5 minutes later, I got a call from the same number. I decided to answer again. This time, still no answer, but I could hear breathing much more clearly. "Excuse me, can I help you?" Still no answer. I just hung up and blocked that number on my phone. Eventually, I dozed off on the couch. I woke up to what I thought was lightning, or maybe the TV getting really bright. There was this big flash of light. My TV was off though. As I tried to gather my bearings, I noticed this flashing of light seemed to be coming from my window. I jolted my head over and experienced one of the most terrifying things in my life. I could see there was a man running away from the side of my house, heading to a car parked on the side of the road. It was difficult to tell, but once my eyes adjusted to the darkness, it was very clear. I ran to my front door to see if I could get a better look at the person, or maybe even a license plate number or something. All I saw was there was a red rust bucket with a bunch of Sunoco gas stickers on the back. I called the police and reported the incident. I knew there wasn't much they could do, but the important thing was to get it filed, just to be safe. Hopefully, they could also get some more patrol cars surveying this area. The following week, on my way to work, the same car issue happened for a third time. This time, I was really irate. I called and was embarrassingly not very pleasant on the phone. I said I was coming in as soon as I could, and I expected the fix to be permanent this time, or they would be replacing my leased SUV with a new one. I went in and spoke to the manager, voicing how upset I was. I expected a fix or I'd be asking for a new vehicle that wasn't having so many issues. They assured me they would fasten it in such a way that it would be more likely that the hood would fly off than this ever being an issue again. After waiting about half an hour, the manager came out again and apologized. Said they would be waiving any costs for the service. As I was leaving though, I stopped dead in my tracks. I saw that same red car with all those same stickers on the bumper. I didn't know what to do. I literally just stood there, staring. That was until I saw someone walk toward that vehicle. It was that guy, Jerry, the toothless wonder. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't know if it was Jerry's car or a car the shop was working on. I decided to still call the police and let them know. I was very honest. I said that I'd seen the car and I saw someone get in it, but it was also an auto shop, so I didn't really have much more information. I figured it was their job to do the digging and connect the dots. I never did get closure from all that though. The police never followed back up with me. Luckily, I didn't have any other incidents of phone calls or people showing up to my house. I have a whole new vehicle now which I love, and I make sure that any oil change or inspection or anything is now done at a completely different body shop. Back when I was in high school, we took a field trip to a museum in the city. I was a freshman at the time. I lived just outside the city, and our school was close by. It wasn't that far of a field trip, but it was still really exciting. Any time we could get out of our normal class routine was great for me. It was an art museum, and I know that we went there for the art class I was in. We left school shortly after it started and took a bus into the city. We then got dropped off in front of the art museum. When we went inside, we got a brief tour from a tour guide, and were then allowed to walk around the museum freely. I was still kind of new to the school at this time, and had transferred at the start of the year. Most of the kids were fairly nice. I was kinda walking around the museum by myself though. I wasn't really keen on hanging out with anyone specifically that day. In particular, I remember that about an hour into the field trip, I was in one of the rooms in the museum where there were not that many other people around. The room was mostly dark as well. I was just kinda looking around at some paintings when suddenly I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked over and saw there was a man standing there. He looked to be in his mid-30s or 40s. I didn't know who he was. After getting my attention, he said hello to me. I was confused as to why this guy was talking to me. He clearly didn't work at the museum, and he wasn't a part of my class either. The guy asked for me by my name, and then asked what I was doing here. I remember him saying something like, "Did you skip school today?" I told him no, I was literally here on a field trip. He looked around and saw a few other people in my class around. Then he started asking me more questions about myself. I was kind of creeped out by the guy. I tried to end the conversation multiple times, but he just kept on hounding me. Finally, I said that I had to go, and I walked away pretty quickly. He didn't follow me or anything, so I thought I had finally gotten rid of him. Sometime later, though, when I was in a completely different spot, he approached me out of nowhere again. It was basically the exact same as the time before. He just appeared and called out to me, then tried to talk to me some more. I wanted to walk away from him, but he kept on bombarding me with questions. Finally, I said I had to go once more, and walked away. This time, though, he started to follow me. He was walking after me, until I made it to the area near my teacher. Then he stayed a good distance away, still clearly staring at me. For the rest of the field trip, I was sure to stay right next to the teacher. The guy didn't come up and try to harass me again for the rest of the time. Shortly before leaving, though, I did notice him again. He was standing 50 feet away, just staring at me. It was so creepy that I had to look away. I was glad when we were finally leaving the museum. After we left, we got back to the school and finished the school day. I later went home that night and went on Instagram. I saw I had a brand new follower. I looked at it, and it was the exact same guy from the museum. He clearly wasn't using his actual name, but the picture was certainly of him. He sent me a direct message saying hello. I didn't waste any time. I blocked his account immediately and made my account private. What really creeps me out is that I never told the man my last name or my first name. I have no idea how he knew it or how he found my Instagram. Luckily, I never saw or heard from him again. I started taking evening walks around campus in my final year of college. It wasn't long before I began noticing that it really helped me keep my weight down and to clear my head after a long day of work. After graduation, I kept up the practice and continued doing so to this day. Well, many of those around me had become diabetic and hypertensive, causing them to become dependent on multiple medications. I have none of those problems. In fact, my blood pressure is consistently within the normal range, just as my weight and blood sugar are. At the present, I'm the only member of my family able to make such a claim. Actually, as I approach my 43rd birthday, I see no reason to ever stop these walks. For anyone reading this interested in getting healthier, I recommend walking over jogging every time. You get all the benefits without the wear and tear on your body, such as knee problems coming to mind specifically. But with that health tangent aside, like everything in life, there will always be a few downsides to any activity you do. Most of those will come from the outside world, and things you just can't really control. The story I am about to tell you today involves one such downside. The setting was a nice, cool summer evening. I had just completed a wonderful dinner with my family and set out for my usual 4-mile trek around my neighborhood. I had made this walk 1,000 times before, and never encountered anything worse than a dog who'd escaped from its owner. In those cases, it only really took a shoo or a wave with my walking stick to drive them away. These walks were one of the rare times of my life I got to be by myself. I'd use them to plan out my future and enjoy the beautiful music of nature going on all around me. For this reason, I generally always walked alone. I never stopped anyone from coming along if they wanted to, but I think my friends and family realized I preferred the solitude. On this night, the sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon. I was coming up to the midway point where I'd turn around and head for home. My street came to a dead end, exactly 2 miles away from my house. At that dead end, there was a big oak tree that I would walk around. I have no real particular reason to do it, just sort of became a habit after a while. Anyway, I made my turn around the tree and was starting to head back when a man's voice suddenly boomed from behind me. "Good evening, neighbor." I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard it. I looked over my shoulder and saw a man jogging up to me out of nowhere. I was so annoyed I actually barked a curse at him. He just appeared. There was a bunch of trees off to the left, but I hadn't seen or heard anyone over there when I passed by. Something about this just didn't seem right to me. Though it was getting dark, from what I could tell, I had never seen this man before. I had no interest in making friends at that moment, especially with a random guy popping up from behind me. It also sort of had me in a bad mood. I'm not usually a rude person, but something about this guy was really bothering me. It went beyond his sneaky arrival. I attempted to jog away and lose him, but he actually caught up to me. I was sure I didn't know this guy. It was unseasonably cold for this time of year, and his attempts at small talk were really grating on me. I could feel a scowl on my face. At that moment, I just wanted to get home. I fought off the urge to tell him to just fuck off. I didn't want to be too rude. Despite being clueless, he hadn't technically done anything wrong yet. He followed me for another mile or so together before my house showed up on the horizon. This entire time, he'd continued rambling on about nothing important. I hadn't said anything back at all. The relief I felt seeing my house in the distance was quickly replaced by a feeling of dread. I wasn't sure if I wanted this man to know where I lived. Instead of turning onto my street, I kept walking. I had no plan of how I was going to shake this guy, but I figured I'd come up with one as I carried on. We carried on for about 20 yards or so before he said something that made my blood really run cold. "Hey, isn't that your street we just passed by?" This sick feeling washed over me. I felt myself breaking out into a cold sweat. I took another step, and everything just kind of went silent. I could hear my heart pounding inside my head. I finally blew up on the man in a way I never had before on anyone. "Who the hell are you? I've never met you before in my entire life, so how did you know my name? I didn't tell it to you." A smug smile spread across his face. It was beyond spine-chilling. "Well, looks like you got me." He was already a rather imposing man, but that smile made him almost monstrous. There was an air of menace around him. I grew more nervous the longer I stood there. Despite the terror I felt, though, my ego prodded me to assert myself here. "I don't know who the hell you think you are or why you decided to bother me, but I can promise you if you ever bother me again, I'll shove my foot so far up your ass, you'll need a surgeon to remove it." It was laughable and an empty threat. I'm an average-sized man, and he could have easily beat me down if he wanted to. By this point, though, I was so scared and angry that I was shaking uncontrollably. I'm sure that he could see it as well. It probably went a long way to assuring him he had the upper hand. Even after all my threats and yelling, that smug grin of his never faded. There was a long, uncomfortable silence before the man finally spoke again. "Well, have a nice night now, Nick." I was at a loss as to how to react. I turned and began walking toward home. Every few yards or so, I'd looked over my shoulder to ensure he wasn't following me. Each time, I expected him to pop up right behind me and strangle me to death with his massive hands. I kept this up until I got inside my house. Now that I was quote-unquote safe, the fear overwhelmed me so much I had to run to the bathroom. I legitimately vomited. I'd never done that before. I kinda stared at myself in the reflection of the mirror, wondering why I'd reacted so negatively to this guy I'd never seen before. Never in my life have I had an experience like that, nor can I fully explain what happened. All I know is that every cell in my body told me I needed to get away from this guy. His very presence just felt wrong. That made me hate him. Had he not acted so strange when I confronted him, I may still be questioning my behavior even now. I know I'm not explaining it the best, and most of you hearing this probably think I'm just crazy, but I can only describe how I felt in that moment. I briefly thought about calling the police, but I had no idea what I would even say if I did so. Making small talk with a neighbor is hardly a crime, and if anyone acted suspiciously, it was me threatening to assault this stranger. I chose to keep my mouth shut and say nothing. That included to my wife. There was no way she'd even understand. I wouldn't really blame her. After that incident, I began carrying my handgun with me in the evenings and changed the route I took as well. Fortunately, I never had another experience like that again. I would see that man one more time, though. It had been 5 or 6 months since he and I had spoken. I was doing a good job putting the incident behind me. One afternoon, my wife and I were unloading some groceries from the car when a silver 4-door sedan slowly drove by. I waved at him and had barely lowered my hand when I realized it was that very same stranger. All those awful feelings came flooding back, and his horrible smile was burned into my mind. I'm not sure exactly how long I was standing there before my wife's voice pulled me back down to earth. She asked me if I was okay. I was as white as a sheet. Rather than dredge up the whole story and risk looking like an insane person, I told her I was just dehydrated. We went back to unloading the car. 5 years had gone by since then, and I haven't seen the guy since. Though I've had all the time to think about it, I still have no idea why he and I crossed paths that night. He obviously sought me out, but that's all I can be certain of. I'd had some minor disagreements with a few neighbors, but nothing I could think of that justified hiring someone to intimidate or even stalk me. He didn't attempt to threaten me directly like you'd think a person like that would, unless he shows up again or someone brings it up. I can only conclude he chose me at random to try and intimidate. Now that I've finally told people about what happened, I intend to make this the last time I ever talk about it. Hopefully sharing it will allow me to let it go once and for all, and it can be forgotten about forever. I didn't realize how messed up this story was until just recently, when I told my girlfriend and all her friends what happened. I guess I'm sort of oblivious to certain things, and horrible at picking up signals. My girlfriend was flirting with me for weeks on end, and I had no idea. So yeah, not the best at overthinking things. Years ago now, when I was 15 or 16 maybe, don't remember the exact age, I attended a Christian summer camp. It wasn't like in-your-face religion or anything like that. It just blasted the Christian name to get people to come to it in the first place. In this part of the country, you're either Christian or you're nothing. My parents also thought it would be a good idea to send me to that camp as well. They thought it would help me socialize and make some new friends. I was pretty awkward back then. Well, they were half right. I met Petey on the first day of camp. He was wearing a Captain America shirt, and I was wearing a Captain America hat. We both laughed about it and instantly bonded. Petey was just like me, really. Socially awkward, dry sense of humor, a gigantic comic book nerd. We'd literally spend hours talking about comics and what we would love to see in movies someday. This was long before the MCU was a thing. I believe Iron Man had just come out before the camp started. This love of comics was what ultimately separated Petey and me from the rest of the camp. Everyone would break off into huge groups and do all sorts of activities, and we'd just stay back and hang out. We both hated the water, so for any swimming activity, we'd just sit that out and talk about things. One day, Petey brought me a bunch of notebook paper and showed me his skill set drawing. The guy was a freak when it came to drawing. He told me to write some of the ideas for my superhero stories, and he would illustrate them. I loved that idea. It got to the point where I didn't even realize I was at camp anymore. I was sort of blind to everything else in the world except for my new buddy here. It seemed like he felt the exact same, too. We would stay up until the early hours of the morning, writing and illustrating our very own comics. One night, one of the counselors decided to do a night walk and saw us still awake with our flashlights, drawing and writing. He didn't get too mad because we weren't doing anything bad, but he still made us put it away and go to bed. We were annoyed, but neither of us was a rule breaker really, so we just did what we were told. The next night, we stayed up and did our thing again. We talked about making sure we were a little bit more vigilant if we heard something, to make sure we ducked down right away so we wouldn't get in trouble this time. That night, at some point, we heard someone outside. We put our flashlights out and jumped into our beds. We could hear the person walking outside our unit. And they continued until they were in front of the building. Something about this person just didn't feel right. The walking was too slow, as if maybe they were trying to be sneaky. Maybe to catch someone breaking the rules, but that didn't make sense. Petey and I slept on the far side of the room, so the door was about 20 feet away. At some point, we began to hear the doorknob beginning to shake. For some reason, though, nobody was coming in. Petey and I both made eye contact, and he mouthed to me, "What in the world is going on?" I shook my head because I didn't know. Petey got up and started walking toward the door. He whispered to whoever was out there, "Hey, who is it?" Nobody answered right away. He looked back at me and shrugged when a whisper came from the other side. "It's me, John. Open the door real quick." We were both confused. There was only one John we knew at camp, and he was sleeping in our unit. Petey whispered back, "Sorry, the only John we know is sleeping right here." The voice paused again and didn't answer. Then the whole door started to shake vigorously. Whoever this was trying very hard to get into the unit. Finally, he said something again. "Just open the door, bud. I'm just trying to make sure everyone's okay in there." Petey made the wise decision to say no, and that if he really needed to ask the counselors to give him the key. Petey started walking back to bed. Whoever this was started trying to open the door again. We both stayed for a few seconds. Then we started to hear a loud thudding from whoever was outside. They were throwing their whole body against the door. They only tried a few times before they ultimately stopped. We both got into our beds and just stayed quiet. We didn't have any clue what that was about. After several minutes of silence, we heard the doorknob turn one last time. Then it stopped altogether. We heard the footsteps creep by the outside of the unit, and then they were gone. The next day, I saw a bunch of counselors talking, and they looked frightened about something. We didn't say anything. We figured it was someone playing a prank or something, and we didn't want to get in trouble. The rest of the camp continued, and Petey and I noticed the counselors were now monitoring all night long. It seemed like one was awake at all hours of the night. On the last day, we finally told them what happened that night. The counselor turned white as a ghost. He just said, it was probably just a guy playing a joke. Nothing to worry about." He then immediately ran off and started talking to the other counselors. We went home, and honestly, I didn't really think about that incident too much, not until the story came up recently when we were all hanging out. I'm still incredibly close with Petey, and even called him that night I told my girlfriend. He corroborated the entire story. She thinks whoever this John guy was, he clearly had bad intentions. Maybe he did. His attitude and everything about him just seemed completely off. When I think back on it now and about how everybody acted after that night, it makes sense it was someone with ill intention. What do you guys think, though? Did this guy have bad intentions, or was it a camper doing a joke that might have gone too far? This is something that happened when I was a kid, about 13 years old or so. I lived with my parents and 2 older siblings, both sisters. I remember that my father got a new job, and we had to move an hour away or so. For me, it was really exciting, but also kind of sad to leave our old neighborhood, especially at that age. Our new house I thought was pretty nice. It was in a neighborhood with a lot of other houses, but we had a decent-sized front and backyard. We weren't rich, but it had 2 floors and a basement. All 4 bedrooms were upstairs, and the main floor had a kitchen, dining room, living room, and family room. There were also a couple bathrooms and closets as well. We moved in one day with the help of a moving company, and then spent the next couple of days unpacking boxes and stuff. By the following week, we were all moved in. It was summertime, so luckily I didn't have school. One night during that same week, I stayed up late playing video games. This is something I did a lot during that time. Everybody else had gone up to bed, and I was by myself on the main floor. I was in the living room. I don't really remember exactly what time it was, but it was probably sometime after midnight. As I was sitting on the floor playing some video games and looking at the TV screen, I thought I saw something behind it. We had a window which faced the side of our house behind this particular TV. I thought I saw someone walking past outside, right by the window. I couldn't tell who it was at all, but it really took me by surprise. At first, I was wondering if I was just seeing things. I wondered if maybe it was the neighbors on that side, but I didn't feel like it would be. I had a bad feeling about this. It seemed as though whoever it was had headed into our backyard. I decided to get up and go look out one of the back windows. I carefully went toward the kitchen, which was toward the back end of the house. When I did, at first I didn't see anything. I got right up close to the window and peered out into the backyard. Everything seemed to be normal enough. It was pitch black out there, though, so I couldn't see most of it. I was wondering who this person could be and where they might have gone to. I was also glad I didn't see them back there. After looking out the window for about a minute or two, I backed away and headed back into the family room, where I had been playing video games before. Around the time I made it back into the room, though, I started to hear a rattling sound from the back door. Somebody was clearly trying to open it. Instantly when I heard that, I sprinted up the stairs and ran all the way to my parents' bedroom. I woke them up and told them somebody was trying to get inside the house. My parents both came downstairs with me. When my dad turned on the light to the backyard, he could see the man running away. I didn't go over there, but I guess the man was by the house near the other back window and no longer at the back door. He ran out of the yard and through another neighbor's backyard before going out of sight. After the guy ran away, my parents stayed up for a bit, but the guy didn't come back. My dad went outside and found some tool marks on the back door. The man had been trying to get in. I went to bed a short time later, and the guy never returned for the rest of the time we lived there. No more strange things like that happened either. I still wonder who the hell the guy was and why he was trying to enter our house. For months, I was afraid somebody else would try to break in. Luckily, nobody did. The story I'm about to tell you is perhaps the strangest and most unsettling thing that's ever happened to me. Now that I've had some years to think about it, I understand just how weird it truly is. It was around 10 years ago, give or take a few. My wife and I loved to hike, and we still love to hike even to this day. Specifically, we love to do this in the fall season. We live in the northern east coast of the United States. The way the leaves turn, the weather changes, it's really remarkable. Not to mention, fall isn't too warm, so it makes the hiking much more bearable. We spend the first few weekends of the fall season hitting some local trails. As October approached, we started to venture further from home and hike on the more intense trails. Those were the types of hikes that take an entire day to complete. On one specific October afternoon, we decided to hike an unmarked trail. We were both experienced hikers, and we didn't plan on staying overnight or anything like that. My wife especially was very good at navigating the forest and just being cautious of her directions. That's why going off trail and taking an unmarked route didn't seem like that big a deal for us. Around midday, we decided to take a break in a nice little clearing. It was honestly hard to believe that people didn't travel to this section of the woods. It was almost like a little pocket of nature specifically designed for hikers to take breaks in. Just a circular little spot of forest with 2 tree stumps in it. We each sat on a stump and ate a protein bar. We decided to take a 15-minute break before heading back out into the forest. Right before heading back into the woods, we heard a noise coming from just beyond the trees. We both paused and listened to this rustling noise. In these specific woods, there were plenty of animals that could do some serious harm to us if we weren't careful. The more we kept listening to this noise, the more unsure we were of what animal it could be. There was clearly something out there making that noise and not just the wind. I said we should just stay put for a while until the noise stopped. My wife wanted to check out whatever was beyond the thick brush though. I can't say I blame her. I was very curious as well. I just didn't want to risk being mauled by a bear or something. We proceeded with caution, trying to be as light on our feet as we possibly could. Even writing this now, I still can't believe what we saw. Pacing rather erratically back and forth appeared to be a young woman, a very pretty young woman, most likely in her early to mid-20s. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and from what I could see, she was wearing this beautiful white dress that went down to her knees. The strangest part was that she seemed to be shoeless. Her feet were dirty, and the dirt was spreading up her legs and calves. I'm sure you're asking yourself why we didn't go and help this woman, who was clearly lost or in distress somehow. Well, to answer your question, we kind of did, or tried to at least. We didn't want to approach her because she was being very erratic with all her movements. Her hands were swaying all around. Her body was moving from left to right. She was mumbling and talking to herself. We couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. It was more like groans, mixed with occasional laughter. Instead of approaching this clearly unwell woman, we called out to her. At first, she didn't react at all. She started hopping around the woods erratically, almost like a frog. We shouted again, much louder this time. She must have heard us now, because she stopped in her tracks and didn't move at all. She just stood there. No more mumbling, no more movements. My wife took a step forward and asked the woman if she was all right, if she needed any help. Instead of answering, the woman turned around and hissed at my wife. I'm not kidding either. She straight up hissed like a cat, then turned around and sprinted into the woods in the opposite direction of where we were standing. I basically stayed put, but my wife chased her for a little while. She yelled at me that we shouldn't just let this poor girl stay in the woods all by herself. A few minutes into the chase, my wife just gave up, not because she didn't want to continue, but because the woman was so fast she was able to outrun my wife, even with no shoes on. I stayed in the area where we originally found the woman, and my wife ran back to where we started our hike. She called the rangers and informed them of what happened. She took the ranger to the spot where I was waiting, just in case the woman came back. The ranger gave us a nice verbal smackdown for hiking in areas we weren't supposed to, but where we were wasn't technically illegal, so we didn't get into real trouble. My wife was upset the ranger didn't seem to care about the woman we'd seen. We both had the impression the park ranger thought we were making up some sort of elaborate story. They started to search for the woman, but after a few days they never found anyone. They said they had never even found any evidence a person had been out there. They even checked our description of the woman with women who had recently gone missing, but she didn't seem to match any of those poor girls. We never received any answers about this weird occurrence in the woods. My wife even went back to those woods several times and tried searching for any sign of the woman. She never got any answers. We did at least take some solace in the fact that no woman matching that description was ever reported missing, or worse, found dead. I don't know exactly what we saw that day. I have no idea where that woman came from or where she went. All I know for sure is that she was clearly not in the correct state of mind, and she was very, very fast. My two favorite things in the world are my dog and hiking. I hike all year round for the most part. Every season brings out a different aspect of nature that I love. My favorite time to hike is right now, though. I love that September into October season. It's chilly, but not quite cold. The scenery is beautiful and not dead yet. And the best part is that nobody is ever around during that time of year. I live in a popular tourist area during the summer, but once Labor Day comes and goes, it's like somebody slammed the door shut to the town. Honestly, I absolutely love it. I work from my computer at night, so I try to get outside with my dog every day. I lived in this town for 17 years, and I've hiked every trail available to the public. Even some paths you're not supposed to hike on. In all those years, I've never experienced anything like what happened to me last week. It was a perfectly normal day. I took the dog out at around 10 a.m. and started hiking into the woods behind my house. It's mostly just a forested area, surrounded by a large creek. I don't actually know if it's a private property or a state property, but all of us who live over there by the creek hike these woods, and nobody ever says anything. When we were walking down by the water, my dog suddenly started to growl, and she started to become very irate. This attitude was not like her at all. I tried to calm her down, but she just kept growling and whimpering. While I was trying to calm her, a man ran by us through the creek, then stopped on the other side of the water. I froze for a second out of sheer shock. It scared the heck out of me. It's also not like the creek was just a puddle of water or anything. It was moving fairly quickly, and this dude just jumped in and ran through it like it was nothing. I didn't know if he was paying attention to me, so I tried to hide behind some bushes with my dog. She was growling, but she was quiet enough there was no way someone would hear her on the other side. I peeked through those bushes. The man was still standing on the other side of the creek, except he was clearly now staring right at me. I wasn't sure if he was looking at me specifically or just in the direction he thought I was. That was until he decided to speak. It was like a nightmare come to life. In this low, growling voice, he said, "I see you." I ignored him at first, and then he said it again. Now he just began to repeat himself over and over. "I see you. I see you." In case it's not obvious, I was paralyzed. I was afraid. I continued to try and peek through the bushes. This was clearly some middle-aged man. He wasn't super tall, maybe 5'6" or something, and a little round in the belly. In the blink of an eye, he started rushing toward me. He sprinted across the creek, splashing water everywhere. My poor dog was going insane. At this point, fight or flight mode kicked in. I decided to stand up and step to this guy. When he was inches from me, I puffed up my chest. He stopped dead in his tracks. He was so close I could have hugged him if I wanted to. He gave me this great big smile. I'll never forget those disgusting yellow teeth. Before I could say or do anything, he leaned in a little closer to me and shouted at the top of his lungs. It was the loudest, most blood-curdling scream I'd ever heard. After that, he started to laugh, then ran back across the creek. He basically just stood there, now laughing again. Reception was spotty in these woods, but thankfully I had enough service to call the sheriff, who happened to be a good friend of mine. I decided to stay close to the man till the sheriff arrived. I didn't know if he was dangerous, and I didn't want him running around the woods behind my home. The sheriff arrived several minutes later. Thankfully, I wasn't as deep into the trail as I thought I was. He arrived with 2 other officers, and they slowly approached the man. They weren't aggressive at all. They were just trying to talk to the guy. He must have felt threatened, though, because just like that, he abruptly charged. He tackled the sheriff, which prompted the other 2 officers to take him down. He continued to scream for I don't even know how long, pretty much from the moment they handcuffed him to the moment he was placed in the vehicle. It was kind of sad, honestly. The man didn't even have an ID. The only thing they found on him was some sort of knife, like the ones you would have in a kitchen set or something. He didn't know his name, where he was from, nothing. Maybe he was withholding it. I don't know exactly. I'm not sure what happened to the guy either. I think they called the state and he was relocated to some institution that could actually help him. Since this literally just happened, I really don't have any new information. If I find out something else, maybe I'll write some update about the man and who he was or where he came from. This is a small town, and everybody knows everybody. Wherever this guy came from, he was very clearly an outsider. It's unknown yet if he was using, but even if he was, I don't know if the sheriff would share that information with me anyway. What do you guys think? You think this was just some homeless guy who wandered into the woods that day, and by chance I ran into him? Or maybe something stranger? I'm just happy I caught him when I did, and not in the middle of the night or something. Most importantly, I'm glad my dog was completely unharmed. This took place a few years back. During that time, I moved into a new apartment. It had 1 bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and was a lot nicer and larger than my previous one. Shortly after I moved in, I met one of my neighbors. As I was going into the elevator, he told me that his name was Steve. Honestly, he seemed to be pretty nice. I remember we talked briefly, and he said that he lived at the end of my hallway. At the end of our conversation, I remember Steve suggesting we should hang out sometime. I was kind of glad I seemed to have made a new friend so quickly after moving in. I wasn't really sure if I would hang out with him or not, though. That day, I went off to work and got back at night. I went straight up to my apartment and went inside. Things were really quiet now. It was really late. I was hanging out sort of in the kitchen area when I heard the sound of someone walking down the hallway. The only reason I even heard it at all was because it was sort of by the door and my apartment was so quiet. For some reason, I remember feeling somewhat curious. I walked over to the door and looked out the peephole. I just wanted to see who it was walking by. When I looked out, I saw Steve. He was standing there in the middle of my hallway, looking at my door. Honestly, it was really strange to see. After a few seconds, he started walking. I thought he was going to walk away. I figured maybe he was just passing by and going to his own apartment. I didn't know why he would stop in the middle, though. After he took a few steps, he suddenly turned around and moved closer to my door. He got right up next to it. I almost backed away, but I didn't. He was just staring super close at my door. And I was sure for a second that he was going to knock on it or something, but he didn't. He just stood right outside looking. He then backed up a bit. And stood at the other side of the hallway. He was still looking at my door, though. He started walking back and forth, almost pacing around. I was kind of surprised at what I was seeing. I didn't really know what to think. To be honest, it was kind of creeping me out. I didn't think he knew I was at the door or anything, though. I decided to back away because I didn't want to keep looking at this. It was freaking me out too much. I tiptoed away from the door as quietly as possible, then went into my bedroom and quietly turned on the TV to distract myself. I couldn't take my mind off it, though. There were still no knocks on the door, and he never tried opening it either. About 5 minutes later, I got up and went back over. I wanted to see if he was still doing that weird stuff out there. He now appeared to be gone, but I still didn't know how to explain what happened. After that, I went to bed. The next day, I got up and was heading to work. Believe it or not, I saw Steve walking down the hallway toward the elevator again. I felt really awkward seeing him. He smiled and said hello to me in a very cheerful mood. I said hi back and asked him how he was doing. He said he was good and asked me what I did last night. I told him I worked late and came home and went to bed. I asked him what he did. He told me he had been gone all night and got back really late after midnight. Well, obviously that was not true. I had seen him in the hallway outside my door at 10 p.m. I didn't ask him anything else, though. After that strange situation, I didn't want to confront him. For some reason, I didn't feel that safe around him. We both went our separate ways, and I went to work. When I got back home, I was a little concerned something else like that might happen. I thought I might want to try to avoid seeing him in the hallways or something. But the crazy thing is, I never once saw Steve again. I kept thinking I would run into him or something, or see him in the building somewhere, but I didn't. After a few weeks, I sort of got to know a few other people who lived in the building. I asked one of them about Steve, and if he still lived there. I was told he didn't live there anymore. He had been evicted several weeks back. They added that he seemed really strange to them. I didn't bother to tell them about my experience with Steve. I found that interesting, though. I'm not sure why exactly he was evicted. I'm just glad he moved out. It was a very strange situation. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it anymore. This just happened a few days ago, and I'm extremely shaken up. Some backstory: I live on the second floor of a 3-level apartment. We have a crawl space that connects all of them together. We aren't sure why it's there, but we all have stuff in it, and none of us would ever attempt to go inside of it. We all felt pretty safe. The other night, the sun was setting, but it wasn't pitch black out or anything yet. I was walking through my living room when I saw a short woman on my fire escape peeking in through my windows. This was extremely bizarre, considering it was still semi-light out, and she had to literally get onto our fire escape somehow. We have 2 windows the fire escape reaches. She was looking in through both, but didn't appear to have seen me. I crawled on the ground, with my heart racing, as I watched her try to open the windows. I didn't know what the hell to do. My phone was in the other room. After what felt like an eternity, she finally left. I went into my room to grab my phone, text my landlord, and call the police. When I came back into my living room, I was looking out the windows to see if I could locate her anywhere, when all of a sudden I began to hear a weird noise coming from the ceiling. We have one of those tile ceilings, made out of separate slabs of cork and wood. I looked up to see one of the slabs being lifted upward and two eyes staring down at me. I have no clue how she got into the crawlspace so quickly. I grabbed the nearest thing next to me, which was a broom, and started hitting her with it through the ceiling. I called the cops as soon as she crawled away. They showed up and searched the place, but didn't find her until a few days later. They discovered her on someone else's fire escape. The cops said she was definitely on some hard drugs, and she was violent toward them. I'm glad that she's gone, and I'll never have to deal with that again. My family at one time volunteered at a veterans homeless shelter quarterly. It was with a group of people from our church, and we had gone several times. I had a small baby I was wearing on my body, with a wrap while serving the food. I would occasionally mingle and talk with the veterans while they all ate their food. One evening, I was speaking with two men at a table when one of them asked me where I lived. I didn't take it to mean anything other than the general town I was from. I figured there was no harm in telling him. It was nowhere near where this shelter was. That was when the other man sitting at the table, who I had never seen before, looked at that guy and told him exactly how to get to my home. He told him the address where I lived. He then looked at me and said, "I used to live on the hill across the road from you. Used to watch you all the time, you and your children." That was the last time I volunteered anywhere like that. I reported him to the shelter director. Turned out he was a registered sex offender. I found out later that he did in fact live across the road right from us and must have been watching us for quite a while. I've never felt so creeped out in my entire life. This story happened a few years ago. I was in my early 20s, studying in Paris, France. I was going home from uni. I usually took a short bus ride and walked the rest of the way. That day, I felt slightly uncomfortable though. I could sense this guy looking very intensely at me. I was used to some unpleasant and unsolicited gazes, but this time his gaze felt almost beastly. It's hard to explain the feeling. It was almost like a prey being stalked. I decided to get off the bus a few stops early. I wanted to avoid him and didn't want him to discover where I usually got off the bus. Like I learned in the movies, I waited until someone else pressed the stop button and waited until the last moment to stand up and leave. I didn't notice him getting off the bus with me. Just as I was feeling relief of having escaped an uncomfortable situation, I glanced over my shoulder. There he was, a few meters behind me. I had a distressing feeling as his gaze averted away the moment I turned. I walked into a shop, took out my phone, and pretended to be taking a call. When I couldn't see him anymore, I exited and made my way home as fast as I could. I kept looking back in the busy street. I zigzagged, crossed the street at every crossing. Finally, I believed that him getting off the same stop at me was maybe a mere coincidence. I couldn't see him anywhere around me. When I reached my building, I was feeling a bit relieved. I looked back one last time, and there he was. His alarming gaze was upon me, and he had a smirk on his face. I ran up to my apartment, climbing the stairs 4 at a time. I reached the top floor, squeezed through my door, locked it, and froze. My intercom began ringing. Don't ask me why I picked it up. I regretted it the very moment I did so. I could hear the opposite flat intercom ringing as well. He was pressing all the buttons one by one, hoping someone would open, but now he knew my name. Gabrielle? Oh shit, I felt like a deer in the headlights, frozen. Open the door, please. I just want to talk to you, he said in a pleading voice. Somehow I couldn't move or speak. Come over to the window. Look at me. You'll see I'm not a bad guy. Something clicked in that moment. He wanted to locate which apartment was mine in the building. Well, I was not going to make that mistake. I hung up immediately. I waited by the door without moving for what seemed like hours. When I finally managed to calm myself down, I called my long-distance boyfriend. He told me to call the police immediately. Why didn't I call the police in the first place? I don't know. Today, it would be the first thing I would do. Maybe it was the fear of making a big deal of something not important. What an idiot I was back then. I called my best friend instead. I didn't want to feel alone. I told her all about it, and after a while I felt better, safe. We started laughing together, when suddenly the intercom rang again. 2 hours since I'd come home, I answered, and the man spoke once more. Gabrielle, open the door, please. I still remember the chills I felt. He was still there, after all this time. I was silent, petrified. I could sense the tension. Gabrielle, let me in. I'm so thirsty. Just give me a glass of water. I hung up on him. I curled up in a corner, literally in recovery position. I was terrified. I waited, too scared to make a sound. I knew he couldn't hear me from the hall, but I was scared to even breathe. The intercom rang again and again and again. I didn't answer this time. I curled up on the sofa until I fell asleep out of exhaustion. I heard the intercom ring one more time in the middle of the night. I woke up the next morning, afraid to even leave my apartment. I called my dad, who came to pick me up. There was no one in the hall, but there was a note in my mailbox. It read this: Gabrielle, I'm a nice guy. You should have opened the door for me. We immediately went to the nearest police station. The police listened, and of course told me to not hesitate to call them in the future. My dad called a locksmith to install digicode on the building door. He did it the very same day. I wrote a message to each of my neighbors as well, asking them not to open the door to anyone they didn't expect. He sat in the cafe in front of my building every evening for more than a week, but after that I never saw the stalker again. After that episode, I had to use a different route to and from uni every day. I keep my phone tightly in my hand and always look back every few meters. Even today, I'm still very observing of my surroundings, and I never answer the door if I'm not expecting someone. So, people, if you ever find yourself in that kind of situation, call the police immediately. Don't be stupid like me. Be safe out there, everyone. This may be short because I don't remember a whole lot since I was 7 at the time this happened, and my parents never told me much. I'll include the key details I do remember. When I was 7 years old, I went to a small school in our little oil-field town in Alberta. There was this guy named Daniel. I don't know if that was his real name, but when I think of him, my mind always defaults to that. Well, Daniel had slept with my mom ages before I was even conceived. Somehow he got it into his head that I was his child, full-blown delusional. So Daniel decided the smart and rational thing to do was stalk me everywhere. Apparently, he drew out a map to my school, found out my name, figured out how old I was, took photos of what I looked like. I have no idea how he managed to get this much information without being caught. My mom never used any social media or anything, and he lived in a completely different province. Mind you, I had also never met this man before. Daniel decided that one day he wanted to take it a step further. He had been ranting to his wife about me and kept telling her I was his kid. He was going to drive from British Columbia all the way to Alberta, grab me, and bring me back to BC with him. He was convinced I was conceived earlier than I was, and I had to be his kid. My mom had made up some conspiracy to hide me from him. He made a whole elaborate plan for how to abduct me, down to the exact date and time he was going to do it. Luckily, his wife decided to call my mom and warned her before he could do so. My mom put various safety measures up, like making sure I was always in groups and I had to be home by 4, etc. I was only told about all of this when I turned 14 years old. I still don't have all the details, and obviously he never ended up going through with his plan. Apparently, Daniel wanted to kidnap me and force my mom to get back together with him, despite my mom having been remarried and him being married as well. What a real creep. When I was younger, I was desperate to fit in, and I would do anything to be considered one of the cool kids. When I was 15, my parents sent me to summer camp. I was excited at the opportunity to make new friends, and hopefully try to convince the other campers how cool I actually was. Maybe even convince myself. When I showed up, I naturally gravitated towards the kids I thought looked the most fun, for lack of a better word. There was a group of 4 guys standing by one of the cabins. They all had shaggy hair and looked like skaters of some sort. At that time, that was what all the cool kids were doing, at least in my mind. The ringleader of this group, which seems like an appropriate way to phrase this, was a boy named Russ. He was wearing a Dallas Cowboys hat backward and was entertaining the other boys with a bunch of jokes. As I approached the group, I started to laugh at his story even though I didn't really get it. My fake understanding of the story, though, was enough to be accepted by all of them. A few days into the camp, it was clear to me I'd made the right choice of cool kids. All the younger campers thought this group was the coolest, and all the campers our age laughed at what we said. We quickly became the funny guys. We were getting in trouble almost daily for fooling around. This was right around the time of Johnny Knoxville on NTV and all that stuff, so we thought we were so awesome doing a bunch of dangerous tricks and stunts all around camp. Russ even managed to convince one guy named Michael to jump off the roof onto a tree, claiming he'd done it 1,000,000 times. Well, Michael did this and the branch snapped, causing him to fall down. I think he actually broke his arm. Russ didn't get in any trouble, and Michael was forced to leave the camp. It was at that moment I started to realize that Russ may not have been quite the cool guy he thought he was. As camp progressed onward, I started getting more annoyed by Russ. Maybe I was growing more mature, or maybe I saw through his little games. Either way, I was kind of going through the motions now. At first, everybody loved Russ, but now everyone was starting to get very fed up with him, much like I was. He was completely obsessed with these pranks, and playing pranks on everyone he deemed to be nerds or lesser than him. One night, our group was sitting around our bunks telling scary stories, and stories about things that happened in our hometown. That's when Russ stepped in and had to one-up us in a confident and arrogant voice. He started to tell us a story. He said, "You guys think those are scary stories? Wouldn't you all like to hear this one? I was waiting for the right time to bust it out, but tonight seems like a good one." I told you guys before that my brother went to this camp years ago. When he was my age, he said that out in those woods, There was an old abandoned shack, not far from here actually. It's in the direction we don't travel for hikes and other activities. It's haunted, actually haunted. The old camp director used to murder his victims in that shack until he was caught and died trying to escape. And they say his spirit still haunts it. If you go visit that haunted shack on quiet nights like this, you can hear the ghostly spirits of all those poor souls. I didn't believe his story for a second. I'm not a paranormal guy at all. Apparently, though, the rest of the guys did. They all looked like they were just about to cry. I rolled my eyes, and Russ continued with his story. Since I didn't believe my brother, he told me exactly how to get there. If you guys are down, we could go find it right now. There was an immediate protest from the group. I spoke up first. No way, dude. Not because I'm scared of your dumbass ghost. I'm scared of getting caught and kicked out. Russ laughed and called me something I'm not allowed to share here. They always have a way of manipulating people into doing what they want, those types. After several minutes of debate, he got everybody to agree to go except me. I was, of course, labeled the coward of the group. He told me, if you're not scared of ghosts, you won't mind being the one that enters the shack. If you do that, we'll have to tell everyone here how tough and brave you are. Yeah, sadly, that's what he actually said, and it worked on me. More out of anger and annoyance than anything. I agreed to go. We started walking into the thick brush of the forest. Once the camp lights were out of sight, we turned on our flashlights as we traveled through the part of the forest where there weren't any trails. There was barely enough room to even walk. I'm not sure exactly how far we went, but after a while I couldn't believe my eyes. There really was an old decrepit shack, dominated by the nature surrounding it. I started to hear my bunkmates whispering and sharing some banter. I started to think to myself that maybe Russ was telling the truth after all. He demanded that I go check it out. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. I thought about his story, and even though I don't really believe in ghosts, being around this abandoned shack in the middle of the night after hearing that story would be enough to scare anyone. Honestly, I felt like I was going to pee my pants. I started to get egged on by the group, though, shouting stuff like, "I thought you were so tough. What happened to that?" and other forms of mockery. Well, now I just had to check it out. I might as well, since I was already out here. I made my way to the door and barged through. I was able to make it inside. This was bigger than a shack. It was more like a small cabin, actually, the size of a studio apartment. Inside was completely destroyed. As I walked through, I shined my light, and I noticed something strange on the ground. There was a bottle of beer. I'm not joking. It was cold when I touched it. I could see the perspiration ring from the bottle on the wooden floor. Further in the distance, there was a plastic bag. Coming out of the plastic bag was an open bag of chips. In this moment, I couldn't put the pieces together in my head fast enough. I was intrigued, scared, and confused all at the same time. In the back of the shack seemed to be a small room. When I eventually made it, I stopped and shined the light all around. As the light swept over the corner of this room, I saw a woman standing there. I swear to God, my skin legitimately turned cold. I immediately felt sick. She held her head in her hands, and in a quivering voice she kept whispering, "Don't say anything." She looked angry, like she was threatening me. I heard Russ from outside asking if I was okay. I didn't answer. The woman was shaking her head over and over at me. After a brief silence and against my better judgment, I decided to scream the word "run." I started to run out. I heard the woman start cursing behind me. I didn't turn back, but I could hear her giving chase. When I got outside, I screamed at the group that someone was in there and we needed to get out of there right now. They all looked confused, like I was just messing with them, but once the woman jumped through the doorway screaming at us, we all immediately turned and ran back to the camp. We were met by just about half the staff, who were rubbing their eyes and incredibly upset we had snuck out. I tried to explain to them what happened, tried to explain there was someone living inside the camp, but they didn't believe us. They said they were going to call the parents tomorrow morning, which I was thrilled about, honestly. Now I just wanted to go home. The next morning, the camp director came to our bunk. He sat us all down and told us they'd woken up early and went to the shack in the woods. They saw exactly what we described. They even found multiple footprints coming in and out the other direction. For our safety, they ended up calling camp early for everyone, not just our group specifically. They didn't know if it was just the one woman or maybe a group of multiple people. They didn't know if they were dangerous either. It definitely wasn't worth risking our lives. I'm so thankful I got out of that situation unharmed. It's affected me mentally for years. Eventually, I came to peace with the incident. I never spoke with any of those guys again, though, especially not Russ. I have no idea what happened to everybody, but it wouldn't surprise me if that idiot's in jail or something. I'll be honest with you guys. Be careful who you trust and hang out with, because they might lead you into a situation that could turn very bad. When I was 14, I had a boyfriend whom my parents would not let me see. I was so in love with him, as any 14-year-old would be. So much so that I decided it would be a good idea to sneak out of my home at 3 a.m. in an attempt to see him. My boyfriend at the time quite obviously did not care about my safety in this situation. He told me to walk all the way to the Taco Bell near his house, which was over a half-hour walk on foot. I was stupid, though, and really wanted to see him, so I agreed. I remember I put on short shorts and other clothes in an attempt to look cute for my boyfriend. Completely oblivious to how stupid this all was, I managed to get outside my home and started walking down the street. I was nervous, but I seemed to be all alone out there, so I didn't feel too threatened. Right as I was passing the power lines, though, a pickup truck turned onto the road and started slowly driving toward me. The part that scared me the most was when the car turned and stopped right in front of the power lines, basically trapping me in. I saw the man inside the car looking at me. In that moment, I got so scared I just took off running as fast as I could in a random direction. By pure happenstance, I ended up right next to the house of a kid I was friends with from school. I started knocking on his window in a panic. He opened his blinds and I explained what happened. He said he would tell his older brother. I begged for him to drive me down to the Taco Bell, but instead he insisted on driving me home. Needless to say, I did not get to sneak out much that night, and I did never try that again. I still wonder what that guy's intentions were from doing that. In late June, my boyfriend and I, both 19 at the time, were headed back from a Walmart in his town. We lived an hour apart, and I was visiting him. I was driving on somewhat of a back road, and there was this four-way stop. Across from me was what looked to be a work truck, parked right behind another car flashing its brights. No one else was at the intersection, so I decided to go ahead and keep driving. As soon as I pulled out, though, a car came speeding from around a corner, going almost 90 miles per hour in this 30 zone. They almost T-boned my car right on the passenger side. Luckily, I managed to speed up and get out of the way. The car swerved and stopped on the side of the road and flashed its hazards. We were really freaked out. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to do, but I kept on driving. Nobody had been hurt, probably only shaken up. We kept on driving, and my boyfriend was guiding me through the roads. We were both talking about how bizarre it was that we hadn't even seen or heard that other car coming. I noticed there was another car behind us. It was about 1,000 feet back though, so I didn't really think anything of it. It kept getting closer and closer. Finally, this car was right on my ass. Once he was there, he turned on an extremely bright light that nearly blinded me. We realized it was the work truck that had been across the intersection. I ducked down out of the way of my rear view so I could still see the road and keep driving, even speeding up a little. My boyfriend told me that maybe we should pull over. Maybe somebody was hurt, and they were trying to flag us down. We were on a back road though, with absolutely no light posts and nowhere to pull in that was well lit. Absolutely not. Eventually, I had my boyfriend hold the wheel for me because I couldn't see at all. The lights were blinding me. My vision was blurry and spotty. I started to pull into a neighborhood, but the truck started passing me. We almost got into another accident. The neighborhood we pulled into was dark, of course. The truck slowed down to a stop and backed up so it was directly behind us, still on the main road while we were parked in this neighborhood. The driver started shining a flashlight at my car, mostly at me. Then it went over to my boyfriend. After it flashed over him, the light shut off altogether, and the truck pulled off and left immediately. My boyfriend and I were shaken up. Once I regained my vision, I drove us back to his apartment, wary of the cars around us. We told his dad about the strange occurrence, and he said it's a good thing we didn't get out of the car, that people got murdered all the time from this stuff. We thought it was just weird, but thinking back on it, that driver probably saw me and targeted me. Once they realized there were 2 people in the car though, they didn't want to deal with that and left. They really wanted me, it seems like. But what do you all think? There was recently a big hailstorm in my area that did a lot of damage to people's property. As usual, a swarm of fly-by-night roofing companies and Mr. Fix-Its came crawling out of the woodwork in search of a cut of those juicy insurance checks. We lucked out, though. While most of my neighbors suffered all kinds of damage around their properties, we had little to none. I think a lot of it had to do with my solar panels and the angle at which our cars were parked. Our older car did have a few dents, but nothing worth getting upset about, and I couldn't see a single mark on my truck. When you compared that to my neighbors on the side of the street, many of whose cars were so bad they were written off as totaled, I couldn't really think of any other reason. When it came to our roof, it had only been a couple of years since ours had been completely replaced after battling the insurance company for a long time. I submitted a claim again, and it was finally approved. Then, maybe 6 months passed before we purchased the panels, which covered 85% of the roof. I doubt the shingles had even had a chance to settle yet, a process that usually occurs in the heat of the summer. Clearly, we were not in need of any repairs around my home, but this hadn't stopped the dime store repairmen from harassing us constantly. In the span of only a week, 6 different individuals and companies came to my door. I was nice at first. I simply told them my roof was new, and I didn't need their services. Most of them got the hint and went away, maybe leaving their card behind, but a few tried to convince me I was wrong. That kind of behavior was what really gets on my nerves. When I pointed out the roof couldn't be damaged without also harming the panels, they realized what kind of person they were dealing with. This put an end to most of the visitors. No one was tricking me, or so I thought. Then the man who would prove me wrong showed up. It was 2 or 3 days after the storm. I just happened to be out, and when I returned, I found a business card and a flyer stuck in my screen door. The name on the card was not familiar to me. I noticed he represented my own insurer. I wondered why they would need to send a rep to speak to me. They had to have known they had just paid for a roof not that long ago. I briefly thought about calling, but it didn't seem worth the effort. I'd just mention it to the guy if he ever came back. This is about the time scammers began showing up. The next few days were a constant flood of cowboys and independent contractors knocking at my door. I got really annoyed at the chaos pretty quickly. When the insurance rep returned the next week, I wasn't as kind as maybe I should have been. In spite of this, he was understanding and thanked me for the information. With that, I assumed everything had been settled. Another few days went by. I ran into a neighbor while walking my dog, and we got into a discussion. He joked about me changing my mind. I ignored it at first, but something in my instincts told me there was more to it than just an offhand comment. I asked him to clarify his meaning. He told me he had seen a man with a ladder and clipboard around my property, and even spoken to him earlier in the day. His description of the man sounded very similar to the insurance rep. That made me furious, seeing as how he knew the situation and had no reason to be there, especially while I was away at work. I cut the walk short and returned home. That man owed me an explanation, and I wanted it right then. I called the number on the card and was connected to the main operator. When I asked to speak with the guy, she hesitated for a moment before transferring me. After briefly being on hold, a female voice came on and asked me again who I wanted to talk to. I told her the rep's name, and she informed me the man had retired and was no longer even with the company. I assumed she must have misheard me, so I spelled the man's name out fully to make sure she hadn't. She was adamant he'd retired over a year ago and could help me no further. None of this made any sense. I was getting frustrated. Why was I being lied to? I told her everything that had occurred. The card, him showing up without notifying me, everything. She apologized for all the issues I was having, but swore that she knew for a fact he had not been at my home. I was losing my cool. It sounded like she was calling me a liar. I demanded she take it back. I was prepared to cancel my policy if she didn't. She assured me that was not her intention. I could hear the reluctance in her voice and began to sense something strange. I prodded and pushed until she gave in. She told me that the man on the card could not have been at my house because not only had he retired almost 2 years ago now, but he had been forced to do so because of a terminal illness that had killed him. After hearing all this, I had a hard time accepting it. I foolishly asked for proof. She raised her voice and said they had been close friends. I could hear her beginning to sniffle and realized that maybe I had gone too far. I apologized and explained my confusion and concern. After speaking a little while longer, we realized it was a man posing as that employee, possibly to appear more professional. He had received some cards from the rep in the past most likely, and now was handing them out to me. I finally cooled off. The entire situation was clear to me. He had used the information gleaned from a seemingly casual conversation to try and plan a break-in of my home. I had given him all types of information, including when I worked. He must have been in the course of a robbery, but was scared off by the sight of my neighbor. I never thought I'd be grateful to anyone for being nosy, but it appeared that I benefited from it greatly. All of this is just conjecture, of course. Without any proof of forced entry or the like, though, it's gonna have to do. Looking back, I feel stupid of being so trusting of some random stranger. He must have known the card would work on some idiot. Turns out I happen to be that exact idiot. It also explains why he was so forgiving of my brashness in light of what occurred. I no longer speak to strangers coming to my door for obvious reasons. I encourage anyone hearing this, should they be so unfortunate to have severe weather in their area, to be very wary of the people it attracts. I thought I was wise to all the tricks, but this really proved me wrong. If you don't contact anyone to come to your home, they shouldn't be trusted. There are a lot of underhanded people out there, and their numbers will only grow. Make a plan and follow it. Otherwise, you may not be as lucky as I was. Back when I was probably about 10 years old, I remember that the school I went to was pretty large, and I had a lot of friends there. One day, though, we went on a field trip to the city to watch some sort of dance thing, I think. It was in a large theater, and there was a dance performance on the stage. Our school was taking several classes there, probably a little over 100 kids. I rode on one of the buses with my class to the city, and then we were all dropped off. We went inside the theater, which had a very old-looking lobby. We went into the auditorium, and our teachers told us where we were all supposed to sit. I sat right next to my best friend Jake. We were on the first level in the far back row, and at the end of it as well. Pretty soon, the dance started, and we watched it for what felt like a really long time. I'm not sure exactly how long it was, maybe an hour or so. Soon enough, Jake and I got kind of bored. I was trying to keep myself from falling asleep. I guess I just wasn't a huge fan of the ballet. Jake suggested we could just get up and walk around for a bit. This seemed like a really good idea to me. Because of where we were sitting, we were really close to the door and wouldn't disturb anybody by getting up. In fact, most people probably wouldn't even notice. Jake and I got up and left the auditorium to go back to the lobby area. It was completely empty now. We walked out of the lobby down a hallway. It had bathrooms and some benches and other stuff. We walked through there, and then there was a staircase going upward. We were curious about that, so we started going up the stairs. They led to the second level, which was basically another lobby. It went to the seats on the upper deck. We explored a little bit more. There were some other cool rooms up there. There was a small area that had lots of pictures of performances that had taken place in a theater. There were also many other hallways and rooms as well. A few people were around, but it was not very many. It was interesting for us to walk around and explore. Much more so than the ballet, I thought. As we were walking around, I remember noticing this odd woman on the second floor. She had shorter blonde hair and was wearing a winter hat. As we were walking around, she seemed to be following us. At first, I thought she must have worked for the theater, and we weren't supposed to be walking around these areas or something. I knew she didn't work for the school at the very least. Jake and I decided after a while to go back down to the first floor. When we did, the woman stayed a ways behind us, but followed after us. She didn't approach any closer, and didn't try to say anything to us either. I remember that Jake went to use the bathroom on the first floor, and I stood around in the lobby waiting. The woman was just kind of standing around in the corner, looking toward me. I didn't want to ask her what she was doing, but it did seem kind of strange. After Jake got out of the bathroom, he came over to me and sat down on a bench in the lobby. That way we could talk and wouldn't have to be quiet. I noticed the woman had sat down in the corner of the room and was just looking at Jake and I. We talked to each other for another hour or so, then figured we should head back to the performance. When we got up, the woman was still sitting there in the corner. At this point, I was really assuming she must work for the theater in some way. Maybe she thought that Jake and I were up to no good. I did think it was really weird, though. We went back to our seats. I don't think anybody had even noticed we were gone for so long. We watched the rest of the performance, which went about 2 or 3 hours more. When we got up and left with everybody else, the lobby soon became very crowded. We each had to meet with our classes and take attendance before leaving. When we were out in the lobby, I noticed the woman looking at me from the distance. This was all so strange. As soon as we left the theater, we boarded our bus, which was parked out front. There were 5 buses in total, all parallel parked on the side of the street. After getting on, we didn't leave for another 10 minutes. Of course, the teachers had to make sure everybody was actually there and had all their stuff, over and over again. At first, right after getting to my seat on the bus, I saw the woman walking outside. I figured that was that, and I wouldn't see her again. Right when we were about to leave, though, I saw a car pull onto the street behind the buses. It was the very same woman that was driving this car. This was way too strange. After we left, our bus was the last one in line. I was sitting in the second to last row and noticed this woman was driving behind us the entire way back to school. I thought this was so strange. I kept looking back. Time and time again during the bus ride, she was always right behind us. When we finally made it back to school, she did not turn into the parking lot, but kept going. I went back to school, and when the school day was over, my mom picked me up. I didn't notice the woman after that. After that day, I never saw her again. I'm really confused by who she was and what she was doing. So I just want to say that some people really do suck. I know that may seem like a horrible way to start a story, but it's true, and you'll see what I mean. A few years ago, my wife and I decided to take a road trip for our anniversary to see the Grand Canyon. We lived about 10 hours away, but neither one of us had ever gotten into a car and drove up to see it. That became the destination of our first wedding anniversary, so we could check that off her bucket list. The trip started great. We stopped at some diners and shops along the way. When we arrived, we started hiking and exploring. I'll say this, we're about as beginner as it gets when it comes to hiking. So when I say we went hiking, it was more like walking around. My wife was able to find a campsite online where we were allowed to sleep in the back of my truck under the stars. The word campsite sometimes implies that a lot of people will be surrounding you, but there wasn't anybody even close to us. The night was beautiful, romantic, and I would even dare say perfect, all up until this point. We were lying there together staring at the beautiful night sky. At this point, I didn't even have any idea what time it was. I knew it was getting late, but that didn't really matter. I was just happy being with my girl. After a while of talking, I could tell she was about to pass out soon. Her voice started to get hoarse, and she started to nestle into my chest. Eventually, she fell asleep. Of course, I wasn't tired at all. I tried my best not to wake her up. I reached blindly into my bag to find my phone and decided I was going to watch something on it until I got tired enough to go to sleep. Before I could even get anything set up to play on my phone, though, I heard the sounds of shushing. I figured I must have been hearing things, since being outdoors overnight was not something I was accustomed to. I stayed quiet for a little bit, trying to listen in to the eerie quietness of the surrounding area. Just as I was about to move on from my paranoia, I heard what sounded like movement on the outside of my truck. I was trying to quietly search through my bag for a pocket knife. I knew it was in there from work. I was struggling to remain quiet as I did so. Finally, I got the knife and sat waiting for someone or some animal to show itself. I sat quietly for a few minutes. I could hear the sound of the wind blowing in the air. After a minute or two, though, I realized that wasn't what the sound was. It wasn't wind at all. It was the sound of air leaving my vehicle's tires. I got up and went to look. The tires were nearly flat. Before I could even react, someone came from the front of the truck, tackling me to the ground. I think I took 2 punches to the head. Honestly, it had me spinning a bit. I laid on the ground, dazed and confused. I noticed the man got up and went to the back of the truck. I tried to get up fast, but my body felt like jello. I heard my wife scream. The man kept saying to stop screaming and relax. Once I heard her, though, the adrenaline gave me the strength to get up to my feet. I rushed over to the guy and pushed him down. I couldn't believe my eyes. I knew exactly who this piece of shit was. I'm not even kidding. It was my wife's ex-boyfriend from high school. That's right, I said high school. They had been together 10 years ago for like 6 months. This guy had been so obsessed with her ever since. I'd had some unfortunate incidents with him, but nothing like what she had gone through. She'd blocked him countless times, called the police on him, even had him arrested a couple times. This jerk even tried to break up our wedding. Ever since our wedding day, though, we'd had no incidents with him. I'm not sure why we thought this, but we thought that maybe he had finally moved on. I stared at this guy laying on the ground and told him to get out of there right now. I held my little pocket knife directly pointed at his throat. It didn't occur to me until afterward that this guy definitely had a knife as well, since he'd slashed my tires, but he didn't present it during the entire ordeal. As I tried to seem as intimidating as possible, my wife was already on the phone with the police. I guess I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but he didn't leave. He didn't care at all. He just kept saying, "Can we get out of here now? Come on!" At this point, I was terrified. This guy was absolutely nuts, and given our location, I had no idea how long it would take for the police or park rangers to get there. My wife just kept screaming for him to leave. As I stepped to the front of the truck, just waiting for this guy to charge me again, I started to feel dizzy. I held my ground. He walked away, then came back and started to shout the same things he'd been yelling about the entire time. He kept pacing back and forth. I didn't want to move or potentially make things worse. To my surprise, the authorities showed up in less than 15 minutes. Let me tell you, though, those 15 minutes may as well have been 15 hours in my mind. They arrested him, and he screamed obscenities the entire time. Obviously, we pressed charges. This time, he got more than just a slap on the wrist. That was the last time my wife and I went camping, though, and it probably will remain the last time as well. It's been years since that ordeal, and we've never had another incident with this guy. It took all those years, but she was finally able to get a restraining order on this creep. He was somehow able to avoid serious legal trouble all those past years, and that was a real eye-opener for me. The guy was clearly dangerous and had a warped perspective of reality. Either one of us could have been seriously hurt, but thank goodness we made it out with no damage, other than some mental scars and 4 deflated tires. I won't lie though, every day I'm still on high alert, because you never know when someone that crazy might come back. If he does though, this time I'll be ready. One time back when I was a kid, I was left home alone and told to clean the house. I think I was about 12. I don't remember where my parents were. I just know that I was all by myself, and I had chores I was supposed to do. One of those was to vacuum. Our house was all carpet in every room beside the bathrooms and kitchen. It was sometime in the late afternoon, but not quite dark out yet. I started cleaning by picking up the things on the floor that would get in the way of the vacuum cleaning. Then I hooked it up and started vacuuming. I remember our vacuum cleaner was really loud, but it was also very effective. I would always begin at one end of the home and methodically work my way down to the other end. There I would start doing the bedrooms. I was vacuuming, and about 30 minutes to an hour went by. I'm not sure exactly how long it was. I started to hear a strange noise. but I couldn't quite tell what it was or where it was coming from. The vacuum was too loud. I couldn't even be sure I had really even heard anything at all. I ignored it at first, but as I began to hear the noises again, I shut off the vacuum and listened in. I didn't hear anything. Things appeared to be just fine. I turned the vacuum back on and kept going. By now, I'd almost made it to the hallway. Several minutes later, I heard another strange noise. This time, though, it was much louder. I knew that something was going on. I turned the vacuum off again, and this time I continued to hear the noise. It was the sound of a door opening. I believe it was on the side door of our home. It also may have been the front door. I figured I must have forgotten to lock it or something. I was in the hallway at this point and quickly ran to my bedroom and locked the door. I instantly had a bad feeling about this. I was scared, so I ran into my closet and hid there. The house was silent. Now that I had hidden, I didn't hear anything. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I had no cell phone back then, because this was years ago. We just had a home phone that was in the kitchen. I knew it couldn't be my parents. They weren't supposed to be back for another hour at least. Plus, it was them. They would have said hi or something. Out of nowhere, I began to hear footsteps in the hallway. Just barely. Somebody was walking quietly right outside the door. I couldn't believe it. Whoever was out there tried to open my bedroom door. I'm really glad it had a lock on it. After unsuccessfully trying to enter my room, it sounded like the person was walking away. I couldn't really hear anything, though. After a few seconds, I was too scared to even move. I remained hidden inside my closet, where I stayed for at least the next hour. I didn't even get out when my family finally came home. I heard them outside, and only when I was absolutely sure it was them did I leave my room. When I found them, I told them exactly what happened. I remember my parents went all around the house looking for the intruder, but he was already gone. He must have left a while ago. We didn't bother to call the cops or anything. After that, nothing like that happened again. I don't know who the person was or what door they entered through. I always figured I'd left the door unlocked, but I'm not sure how they knew that to just walk right in. It still freaks me out, though, knowing they didn't take anything and basically just went right to my bedroom, then left immediately once it was locked. This is something that happened just a few weeks ago. My wife made me go out and clean the garage. It's been my place to store my junk, and it was getting a little bit out of hand. We live just outside the city in a decent neighborhood, and our garage is big enough for 2 cars. It's attached to the house, however, we only park 1 car in the garage, and the rest of the space I used. I went out there on Saturday and started to clean it out. I had the garage door open and was taking some things out to the shed in the backyard. Other things I was throwing away in the garage and organizing the rest. It took several hours for me to go through everything. I remembered at one point when I was inside, there was a guy walking down the street. I just happened to notice him and didn't really think too much of it. I didn't recognize him or anything, and not a lot of people just randomly walked by, but it was not entirely unusual. For some reason, though, this guy seemed to stop right in front of our driveway. On the side of the street. Now he was about 75 feet away from me or so. After stopping, he started to look in my direction. I was still cleaning at first, until I realized this random guy was just standing there at the end of the driveway, staring at me. He appeared to have dark hair and was of average height. He was wearing a bright red shirt. I stopped and stepped out of my garage and called out to the man. "Hi, do you need something?" I thought maybe he was going to come up and talk to me. but as soon as I started walking out to him, he immediately turned and started moving down the street. He continued in the direction he had been walking in before he walked out of sight. He was going fast, too. Soon enough, I didn't know where he'd gone. I thought that was really weird. I went back into my garage and kept cleaning out things. I finished probably less than an hour after that. It looked much better than when I had started. My wife came out and inspected and was quite happy with the way things had gone. We went back inside after. Several hours later that night, I remember we were in the living room watching a movie. I was locked in on the TV screen, having some popcorn with my wife. Suddenly, she said, "Who's that?" I looked over and saw she was staring out the window our couch was right up against. I turned around and looked as well. There was a man standing in our front yard, right in the center of it. It was very dark out and sort of hard to see, but the man was just staring through the window at us. It was really creepy. When I looked closer, I realized it was the very same man as before. I told my wife I'd seen this guy earlier today when I was cleaning up the garage. He was just staring at me back then, too. I got up and walked over to the front door. I opened it and started to go outside. As soon as I did, though, the man ran off like he was a deer or something. He ran back onto the street and quickly out of my sight. My wife and I were both very confused as to who this guy was and what he was doing. I didn't know him at all. He wasn't a neighbor or anything I could recognize. The fact that he returned hours later at night to my house was really concerning. We hoped that he wouldn't be back. We finished the movie and checked out the window several more times in the process. We didn't see any sight of the man, and the yard remained clear. After that, we went to bed. Our bedroom is at the back side of the house. It didn't take me long to fall asleep like usual, but I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. This rarely ever happened to me. When it did, I remember sitting up alert right away and looking around for what had awoken me. Then I saw the window, which looked out to the backyard. The same man was standing there, right outside and looking in. It was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen. I turned on the light, and instantly he moved away again. I got up and ran to the back door. I threw it open and saw the man sprinting out of my yard. I yelled at him to leave us alone and to never come back. I'm sure that he heard me, but I don't know if he cared at all. When he was gone, I went back inside and covered all our windows up. Then I went back to sleep. After that night, we've been sleeping with all the windows covered, and I haven't seen that man ever since. I'm really hoping it stays that way. This happened when I was a kid. I believe I was about 12 years old or so. I was cleaning my room one night because my parents made me. It was pretty messy and getting kind of out of control. There was a lot of random clutter, such as clothes, books, and some old school stuff scattered about. I cleaned the way that I always did, which was to take everything and toss it underneath my bed and in my closet. It didn't take very long, and I got the job done. I remember as I was doing this one night, out of nowhere, I began to hear a strange scratching sound coming from my bedroom window. The window faced mostly our backyard, but sort of a part of the neighbor's yard as well. Well, when I looked over, I saw staring right at me through the window was a random person wearing a clown mask. It was a really scary-looking one, too. I completely freaked out. I ran out of my bedroom and into the living room, where my parents happened to be. I told them there was a clown at my window. They were obviously very confused at first. They went to my room to investigate, but of course, when they got there, the clown man was already gone. We looked out the window, which could see much of the backyard area. Not all of it, though. We didn't see him at all. It was also nighttime and dark out though, so it was possible that we had missed him. My parents decided to call the police, and I'm really glad that they did. We waited for them to arrive. I was scared the clown guy was going to come back. Thankfully, he didn't seem to. We spoke with the officers when they got there. I showed them where I was and told them everything that happened. They went outside and searched our entire property. Unfortunately, the clown man had already escaped. They did, however, find his mask behind a bush. It was laying on the ground. When they showed it to me, I was really freaked out. After the police left, I had a hard time getting to sleep that night, but eventually I did. I just remember I kept looking over to my window over and over. Luckily, the clown did not return. In fact, I never saw him again after that. I still think about it all the time though. Who was that man in the clown mask, and why did he choose our house? There were 100 other houses nearby. Was it random, or was I targeted specifically? I guess I'll have no way to ever know. Right off the bat, I'd like to say that this incident is one of the few that have truly stuck with me. Although this took place in January of the previous year, it definitely keeps me awake at night. It seems surreal to me that so many weird things happen to people on a daily basis, and I never imagined them happening to me either. Anyway, I was staying abroad due to college, and there wasn't a single thing that had irked me or creeped me out at all. I lived in a relatively populated area. There were a lot of young women in my apartment, and even older women as well. I felt safe in my own home. Walking the streets was also safe, since there were always quite a few people around. There were apartments, parks, houses, full-time stores, and even small cafes. I'm pretty sure there were small motels too. Regardless, it created a pretty decent image of the area. Although the university taught the lessons in English for all the foreign students, I still wanted to learn the language to respect and experience the culture. It was really fun, and I made quite a few friends in those classes. One day, I was walking to a convenience store from class. I remember being pretty dazed and tired. It was around 8 p.m. or so, and the class had ended a while back. Since I had some once-in-a-lifetime leisure time, I decided to explore the place a little. I knew my way around and was feeling pretty confident about the routes and all. As time passed, I walked further and further, and eventually reached a giant road with empty plots of land off to the right. Don't get me wrong, it was a residential area, and I can even hear noises coming from a couple of houses nearby. This is where it got a little weird. There were a bunch of houses, but as you kept walking toward the city and all the hustle and bustle, there was a secluded area of road and street lights. The convenience store was 4 kilometers away approximately. I was feeling uncomfortable and nervous too, because of a previous incident I'd had walking this stretch. I decided to stop and look around a little. There was nothing out of place. I decided to start jogging to get through this part a little faster. I was looking side to side and even back a little too. Not even 30 seconds passed by, when suddenly I bumped into someone. I felt a feeling of dread rush over me, and my hair stood on end. My palms started shaking. I apologized like crazy, simultaneously backing away and getting ready to bolt out of there like I was in the damn Olympics or something. The person was in front of me and started walking toward me in little steps, doing this weird swaying motion. It was almost like something out of a cartoon. While swaying, the person just repeated, "What the fuck?" over and over again. I say person because I genuinely couldn't tell if this was a man or a woman. They were wearing a large mask that covered their face entirely, as well as a hoodie and sweatpants. Their voice was muffled. The person started swearing, and doing the weird swaying motion while reaching into their pants pocket. I saw a glimpse of something shiny. My instincts kicked in right then. I took the chance and fled that damn place. I looked back and saw them pulling out a knife behind me. I went to the store and told the clerk. They called the police and found 2 shoes in that spot, as well as the mask apparently. I never found out who that person was or what they wanted. I never saw them lurking around in the empty lots either. There were no bushes to hide in, and the light wasn't all that scarce, so I have no idea how they snuck up on me like that. I'm just glad I was safe in the end. So this story really traumatized me. It happened about a year ago, on my way home from college. My parents lived 6 hours from campus, so I decided to drive home after my last day. I wanted to spend the summer at home and prepare for my senior year in the fall. Unfortunately, my summer break had to start with a memory that I'm sure will be seared in my brain for years to come. My last exam ended around 4, and I decided to get some dinner with a few friends that I probably wouldn't see again for the entire summer. We hung out a little later than I wanted to, and I didn't start the 6-hour drive home until after 9 p.m. I was looking at getting home at around 3 a.m. or so, which my parents were obviously not thrilled about. The drive wasn't that bad, though. From the restaurant we ate at, it only took about 10 minutes to get to the highway, and then it was basically a straight shot to my hometown. I love to drive, especially at night. The traffic is light, and there's something about just traveling great distances in a vehicle that really makes me feel alive. I could sit alone with my thoughts, or jam out to some early 2000s hits, and just be happy as a ham, really. Luckily, I usually stay up late anyway, so I wasn't really worried about getting too tired or anything like that. When I hit the 2-hour mark, though, it started to storm pretty badly. It was that sideways rain that made it incredibly difficult to see. Deciding to be safe rather than sorry, I pulled into a rest area. It was one of those 24-hour gas stations attached to a fast food restaurant. I figured I would grab a Red Bull and maybe something to eat, then read for a little bit until the rain subsided. After all, for the first time since that school year started, I finally was not in a hurry. I took some snacks to my car, found a book in my bag, and started to read. What was nice about this rest stop was that it was kind of busy, even though it was 1 a.m. I felt pretty comfortable sitting in the parking lot, reading as the rain fell down. Eventually, it started to stop and slow down to a light sprinkle. I really wanted to finish up the last chapters I was reading, though, since I only really had a couple of pages left. Right as I was finishing up, I began to hear a heavy panting outside the car, almost like a gasp of air. After a few seconds, I looked up from my book, only to see a woman pacing right outside. She looked hysterical and very upset. I hate to judge people by their appearance, but she looked a little bit crazy too. I just tried to ignore her. Within seconds of putting my head back down, the woman ran at my car. And started to slam on my window. She was screaming, and it seemed like she was trying to open my door. I couldn't be too sure about that, though. I didn't say anything. I just sort of looked at her and tried to process what was going on. She started screaming at me through the window. "Please, let me in. Let me use your phone at least. He's gonna get me." I didn't unlock the door, of course, but I did shout through the closed window back. "Who's trying to get you?" The woman just started screaming, becoming more and more incoherent and nearly impossible to understand. She was sobbing. It sounded like she was in complete desperation. Finally, she was able to formulate some words and began screaming again. Please, I see your phone right there. Let me use it real quick." This is where I thought I was making the right decision. My friends at school always called me weak, soft, and too trusting. That's probably why every boyfriend I ever had walked all over me. I decided I wasn't going to be so trusting anymore, mainly because I didn't know this insane woman at all, but also because she wanted my phone. I could clearly see a cell phone directly in her hand. With confidence, I shot back, "Yeah, nice try. I can see the phone in your hand, so go away, or I'll call the police." I was feeling confident in my newly found backbone. I thought for sure that would scare the woman away. Instead, she started to freak out even more. She started to wave the phone around in her hand. I could see it was clearly destroyed with a cracked screen. She shouted that her husband had broken the phone, and that I needed to call the cops before he got there. Right at that moment, she let out a scream which still haunts me to this day. A big silver pickup truck came flying into the parking lot, running over the curb on its way in. At that moment, I could see the real and clear fear written on that poor woman's face, and I realized that she was not some crazy drug addict making things up, but someone who was really in danger. Before I could offer to lend a hand, she turned around and started to run. A smaller, muscular man jumped out of the vehicle and started to chase the woman. I got out my phone to call the police. Thankfully, at that moment, 2 squad cars had already pulled into the lot. They immediately identified the man and arrested him. The man didn't even seem to notice he was being apprehended. He just stared at that woman with these rage-filled eyes. Once they took the man, I stepped out of the car and made sure the woman was all right. I apologized profusely for not trusting her. She called someone for a ride, and I sat in the parking lot for a while longer, trying to calm down from what I just witnessed. I went inside to grab a coffee for the rest of my drive. I was speaking to the woman at the cash register for a little while. She told me the woman had run in there earlier, going crazy and yelling about her husband trying to get her, that they needed to call for help. The cashier told me they got dozens of crazy people in there every night, so she couldn't be sure who was telling the truth or who was just messed up. She called the police for the woman and then kicked her out of the store. She thought the woman may have been on something just like I did. I thought about that incident during the entire drive home. I realized I may have not been in direct danger, but the entire series of events really messed me up. The fear and pain I could see in that woman's eyes in that moment still makes my stomach turn to this day. The look of hatred in that man's eyes is something I'll never forget. I could clearly see he had serious, sinister intentions. I'll never forget the sight of him running full speed chasing that woman. To this day, I don't know what happened to the man or the woman, and most disturbingly, I don't know what motivated that man to do that night. Judging by his erratic behavior and demeanor, though, whatever he intended was not good. This happened back when I was a kid. I think I was around 8 years old, so some of the details may be a bit fuzzy. I remember the basics of what happened though. I was in school and my 3rd grade class was taking a field trip to the zoo. It was getting toward the end of the school year and the weather was really warm. I remember that everybody was really excited for this field trip. We left the school and rode the bus to the zoo. After we got there, I remember we started looking at all the animals. The zoo was a pretty large space and had several different areas as well. We got split up and went into different groups that would be in certain spots. After a while, the groups would move on to a different location. It wasn't like we were taking a tour. We could wander around a little bit, but we were supposed to stay within the area. We couldn't wander around the entire zoo. At least, that's what my memory of it was. As we were walking around and stuff, I remember being near the giraffes and looking at them for quite a while. Then we went into a building where they had a lot of fish and reptiles. Each place we would stay in for about 30 minutes or so. In my mind, everything was going great, and I was really enjoying it. But I do remember that while I was in the reptile and fish building, I was looking at one of the fish tanks. It was really dark in this particular room, and the building had several areas that were all connected. As I was looking at a big fish, I turned, and there was this man standing there who I didn't know. I wasn't exactly sure where he'd come from or how he snuck up on me without being noticed. I remember he was wearing these really big sunglasses. He asked me if I liked the fish. I said no and walked away. I wasn't trying to be rude. I just wanted to get away from this guy. The man didn't appear to follow me. Not long after that, I remember the group left that building. I remember that the third spot my group went to was an area with some goats and other animals. All different kinds were there. They also had a few rides in this area as well. One was a merry-go-round with horses. There was also a train that basically went all around the zoo. The train seemed really interesting to me in particular, so I climbed aboard. It was really cool how it went through the entire area. There was one section that even went through the woods for a bit. I went on it with a few other kids. After the ride, we all got off, but I liked it so much that within a few minutes, we jumped back on for another ride. I remember I was sitting by myself in one train car kind of in the back. We left the station, and were going around the zoo when we got to the wooded section. I remember specifically seeing a man hiding in the woods. He was sort of behind a tree. He peeked out and saw me. I'm not sure if anybody else had noticed him or not. It would have been hard to see unless you were looking right in his direction. I recognized the man instantly. He was the very same man from earlier with the sunglasses. Obviously, I thought it was strange for him to be hiding in the woods. Soon, we passed him by, though. I was on the train for the rest of the ride, and soon it concluded. It went back to the station. After getting off, I remember the teacher in charge of our group called us all together and said we were leaving. I was really confused. We hadn't seen all the animals yet. We were quickly put back onto the buses and told we were going back to school immediately. It was then when I found out why we had to leave. Apparently, a strange man had been going around trying to convince kids to leave with him. When he tried to get one girl to go, she declined, and I guess she reported him right away. The man then ran off when they tried to question him. They had to have all the kids evacuate the zoo. That's when I realized it was likely that very same man who I'd seen in the woods. That must have been why he was hiding there. I remember telling the school teacher about what I'd seen. I guess the zoo security was looking for him as well. We left soon after, and I didn't find out if they ever located him or not. I guess he could have easily slipped out through that wooded section. Looking back at the situation, though, it really creeps me out, knowing why that guy tried talking to me. I'm really glad I just moved away from him immediately. I don't know if he would have tried to grab me by force or what. Either way, I'm glad he wasn't able to convince any kids to go with him, and that everybody in my class was all right in the end. This was a long time ago, when I was very young. I was still in school at this time. One day, we went on a field trip to a park. I don't really remember what park it was, or where it was either. I think I was around 7 years old, maybe. What I do remember is at the park where we were, a lot of us were playing around. I think I was playing with bean bags with someone else. My memory is a little fuzzy. I don't remember much about the overall look of the park at all. Our teacher really had her hands full, being in charge of a bunch of first graders. She was not really that close to the area I was at, probably helping out some other kids with something. I don't exactly remember any other people being around, other than our class and the teacher. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I remember this woman approaching me. I had no idea where she had come from. She was calling me specifically by name though, almost yelling at me. I turned to look at her and realized I had no clue who this lady was. I don't even remember what she looked like. I think she had blonde hair and glasses. She came right up to me and said we had to go right now. She kept insisting that I come on and that she wanted me to go with her right away. I remember asking why I had to go. I was very young, but I still knew better than to wander off with a random stranger. I was wondering how she even knew my name. She mentioned my mom's name as well and said that it was okay with her. I remember at that point she had convinced me. I don't know why or how, but this woman knew me as well as my mom. She reached out her hand to grab mine, and I was about to go off with her. Right when we started to leave though, I realized I didn't have my backpack. I remember I had this purple backpack that I really loved, and all my things were inside of it. I loved it so much that there was no way I was going to leave it behind. I told the woman I needed to get my backpack and tugged out of her hand. I started moving away and I remember her yelling at me, saying that we had to go right now. I didn't really care though. I really wanted my backpack. I didn't see why I couldn't just run and grab it real quick. My backpack was at a table with some other kids' things, which is where my teacher was as well. As I started running away and sprinting for my backpack, the woman took a few steps to follow me. Then she stopped though. After I ran all the way back and grabbed up my backpack, I started to head back for the woman, but now she was gone. I looked around and couldn't see her anywhere. My teacher then asked me where I was going. I told her about the mysterious woman. She asked me where she had gone, but I didn't know. My teacher and I looked around for her briefly, but she had just disappeared. My teacher then called my mom, who said she had no idea who that could be. I remember that not long after this, the field trip ended abruptly, and we went back to school. I'm really glad I didn't go with that woman that day. I still don't know who she was, or how she knew me. It really gives me the creeps, knowing that she had been trying to abduct me. Back in 2016, my first husband and I decided to part ways. I found myself suddenly homeless as a result. Now, with only my check to rely on, anywhere I chose would be a major step down. While I searched, I stayed in a budget motel. This was a huge culture shock itself, and motivated me to find an apartment as soon as I could. Any free time I had was spent searching, and my determination actually soon paid off. Less than 2 weeks had passed by, and I found an old place near downtown. There was no application or deposit. I simply paid the first and last month's rent and moved in. Considering that I had little more than clothes, this process wasn't hard at all and didn't take long. The location wasn't ideal, but I figured it couldn't be that bad. The area had a low crime rate, or at least that's what the manager said. Even if he was lying to me, I was too relieved to care really. Well, as you can probably guess, I wasn't even moved in a week before my car had been broken into. Not too long after, the family across from me was robbed while they were out. Crimes such as burglary were very common around the complex. About 2 months went by until it was my turn. I didn't really have much to steal, but I couldn't shake the feeling I'd been violated. My sleep was repeatedly interrupted by nightmares of men with guns and face masks. The lack of rest affected my daily life so much that I almost had several car accidents. After making a giant mistake at work, I was finally forced to admit that something had to be done. Once the unit manager agreed to let me out of my lease, I began searching for a new place immediately. During this period, the burglaries continued. It became such a common occurrence the police stopped coming out to investigate at all. Every night I had to remain in that place was a test of my courage and sanity. I was even more motivated than before to find a new place. When I did, I was almost declined because of the price. In the end, I realized I had to pay way more if I wanted security. I took that offering. My new complex was more like what I had grown up in. There was a gate with a code and everyone was friendly. I felt so much better after moving in. I must have slept like 13 hours on the first night there. Things were going so well that I was afraid something bad was going to happen that would mess it all up. Nothing did though. I was finally able to get settled in. I had been moved in for about a month or so when I met my first neighbor. She and I began talking at the mailboxes, and before I knew it, I'd been invited to a barbecue. In spite of some lingering feelings of fear that I'd picked up from my last dwelling, I took the chance and accepted the offer. I'm glad I did. That would be the event at which I met my current husband, Brad. Now I'll tell you about a man that I'll call the man without a name. I saw him almost every day for a month, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one either. I checked my mail every day after work, and I would see him doing the same thing. Or so I thought at the time. My curiosity eventually got the best of me though, and I tried to strike up a conversation with this mystery man. Whenever I would try, he would immediately zoom away. He was just too fast. After talking to a few of my neighbors, I discovered that they all had similar encounters. Other than a single woman's young son, nobody had ever exchanged a single word with him. Nobody even knew his name. Whenever anybody tried to interact with him, he would just disappear. The boy I asked said the strange guy had immediately changed the subject when he tried to speak with him and rushed off to his apartment. The location of this apartment was just about all we knew about this guy. The people that lived around him said they barely saw or heard from him. He really was a complete enigma to anybody who lived there. Any shred of information that became available immediately spread like wildfire from resident to resident. One lady was so desperate to know more about this guy that she threw herself at him, only to be rejected immediately. The entire saga took on a whole new angle when the man without a name disappeared all of a sudden. All sorts of theories and ideas were proposed, but none could actually be proven, obviously. We'd almost forgotten about him when the truth finally came out. It was far crazier than any of us expected. A month had gone by and I was coming back from the mailbox when one of my neighbors stopped me. They told me the man had been arrested. I asked her why and she wouldn't tell me. All she would say was to check the paper. I returned to my apartment and pulled out the local newspaper on my computer. You'll never guess what had happened. According to the article, the police had gotten a call from our complex that the unidentified man had been squatting in one of the abandoned units. The squatter was taken into custody with no resistance. When the officers searched the unit, over $5,000 in stolen items were discovered inside. The items ranged from cell phones to laptops to personal effects. More of the story was being released in the coming weeks. Under terms of a plea bargain agreement, the man admitted to regularly burglarizing nearly 100 apartments and homes across the city. One of the apartment complexes he admitted to targeting was the place I had fled from a few months prior. My mind was blown. He was the very same man that had robbed me. The odds were astronomical. The only place he hadn't robbed at was at the complex he was actually squatting at. I can only guess he thought it would bring too much attention to him. Little did he know that his attempts at laying low were exactly what made him stand out. The only thing I ever heard was how he was able to stay in the unit so long without being noticed. I have a few theories, but it's not important enough to include them here. To this day, it remains the single most creepy and astounding time of my life. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.